to everyone, with a special welcome to the latecomers. Welcome from some had a holiday, others not, others were working hard. I just spoke to one member, said that she was deployed to various places on party political work, but be as it may, we are back. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Keith Matahung from the MK party. The surname said it all if you think about the deployment, Matahung. I also want to welcome Honorable Leah Potgieter, representing the Democratic Alliance. We will, honorable members, later on when we meet with the ministry, we will have a formal introduction of members. But for now, we're going to ask for the adoption of the draft agenda and also going to deal with apologies. There are quite a few apologies. The portfolio secretary will deal with that. But before we are going to deal with that, I would like to put to you the agenda for the day. In terms of the meeting later with the minister, we will deal with apologies there as well, and also on matters for this week. We will deal today with what we see in front of us in the agenda, the welcoming, introductions later, apologies now, as well as later, and adoption of the agenda. Point 2 will become point 3, considering an adoption of the third term committee program, which is an important program for our term, as proposed and been sent to honorable members. The committee planning session and annual performance plan, we will have the content advisor, Fiona, to deal with that. And then we will deal with the consideration of adoption of the committee minutes. Shall we go through the others as well? So that is what it is for now, up until the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture will be joining us. There's another thing that I would like to request and to ask members, those who are traveling by bus, please indicate so to the portfolio secretary, Jabu in this particular case, who will need transport so that we can arrange. Because I can assure you, for being late, the only punishment will be an hour or 2 hours later on for this meeting. So we will not proceed, or rather not end as planned. We may, or we might go after 5:30, and I would like members, with particular reference to point 4, that we give sound attention to that, because it's almost 6 meetings, agenda items that we need to consider and adopt so that these can be tabled. Is there a proposal and a seconder that we accept the agenda point as it is? Honorable Tetwa, as usual.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to find out, shouldn't we deal with these items separate from each other? Because when we adopt now, we're also adopting the program as it is for after lunch, which might be, I don't know, technically would it be correct to do so? considering that there will be also other people joining us on this who might want to say maybe, can we change the agenda? Should we not say deal with this part, the morning part, separately, and then have an item after lunch of adopting the after lunch part? So the only thing that we have to do is to add adoption of the agenda part 2.
We're correcting now. So we're dealing with the agenda item for the committee without the ministry.
Yes. So I'm saying if we adopt now, we adopt the whole program for the day.
Yes. Yes.
You fine with that?
I
Okay.
agree. I think let's do that because Honorable
I move
Molachane
therefore.
and then Honorable Potgieter, let me just hear what they are saying.
Oh,
Chair, I was going to say that we adopt the same, in fact, we adopt the whole agenda as it is, and already Honorable Mthethwa has moved for the adoption, and I will support.
That's progressive. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I think we're in agreement. I don't know if this point is redundant. But the committee sets the agenda. If anybody in the later meeting from the department would like us to add or you redact something, then that would be considered. But essentially, it's our decision. They don't factor into it. Thanks.
Yes, the mere fact that we are correcting. Thank you for that, Honorable Member. So we adopt the whole agenda as a whole. We do have a proposal and we do have a second. May I ask whether there is any apologies?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we do have apologies. We've received apologies from Mr. Kobani, Ms. Mutambi, and Mr. Khabo, who will not be able to come to the meeting today. And then Mr. Daniels and Ms. Kunu will join the meeting a little bit later. And also the last one, Chair, is from the Deputy Minister, who has a family crisis. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm now going to give over to the content advisor to proceed with the planning session for the committee. Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. For the new members, my name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the committee content advisor. I have forwarded to the members a very draft strategic plan which I put together on behalf of the committee, but it does need the members' input. So with your permission, Chairperson, I will just go through what I've put together, and members can then take it from there. Thank you, Chairperson. So we've been asked, which is an annual, not an annual thing, but with every parliament we need to create a strat plan for the committee. And so I did forward this as I mentioned, and so I will just run through it quickly. So the strat plan requires for the committee to consider several mandates, which includes Parliament's mandate, and then based on Parliament's mandate, the committee's mandate. And then within the sector, we are required to look at the mandate of the department. So there's the constitutional mandate, which I won't go through because I think it will just take up too much time to run through everything. So it's the constitutional mandate of Parliament, there's the constitutional mandate of the Portfolio Committee. We have the, just scrolling down a bit, the constitutional mandate of the
Fiona,
department. Yes,
how
Chairperson?
long is the constitutional mandate? 2-3 paragraphs?
It's a couple of pages, Chairperson.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's no key points that you would like to. I'm asking this for a reason pertaining to our future meetings, and also, and let me say it, the reluctance of the department to attend some of these meetings. If there is key issues that you would like to mention, I would like you to do that. Momalachane?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is just a concern because I saw the document, it's very long. And receiving the document on Monday and on Tuesday we are here. It's disadvantaged us because on Monday it's our traveling day. And my humble plea is that next time let us receive the documents a little bit earlier so that we can be able to go through them without that on Tuesday we'll be saying we receive this. Let the document arrive early so that we can be able to interrogate those documents thoroughly. Now it's yes, we are going to interrogate it, but later you'll be sitting going through the document and only finding that we could have set this on this item. Really, it's disadvantaging us to receive the document today and then tomorrow we need to deal with it. Thank you, Chair.
Noted response. Any response?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Ma'am Hulatsani. So what we're doing today is using this outline as a scaffold for planning. So the House Chairperson, if I remember correctly, has required that the committee submit the adopted strat plan by is it the 19th of September? Is so? Yeah. So there is time for the members to go through this again. But what we're doing today is just for me to go through all these mandates, policies, legislation, situational analysis, and then for the members to formulate, the strategy going forward. And then I will incorporate the discussions that we have today into the document, finalize it, and the committee will adopt the strat plan and its APP at another point before the deadline of the 19th of September. So I hope that assists.
Okay, Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. If I may, sorry, I'm new, so I don't have this document. Is it possible for it to be forwarded to me, please? Thanks.
We will ensure that it's been done. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, back to your concern about just slowing it down in terms of looking at the mandates of particularly the Portfolio Committee. So Section 56 of the Constitution empowers the National Assembly or any of its committees to summon any person to appear before it to give evidence on oath or affirmation, to produce documents, require any person or institution to report to it, compel in terms of national legislation or the rules and orders, any person or institution to comply with a summons or a requirement in terms of paragraph A, B, and D, receive petitions, presentations, or submissions from any interested persons or institutions. So there's a lot of power invested in the Portfolio Committee. Section 57 of the Constitution grants the National Assembly the power to determine its own internal arrangements, proceedings, procedures, and to make its own rules and orders concerning its business. So this means once a committee has decided on how it should do its business, that's it basically. Nobody should be dictating to the committee how to do its business, while upholding principles of democracy, accountability, transparency, and public involvement. Then Section 57(2)(a) states that the rules and orders of the National Assembly must provide for the establishment, composition, powers, functions, procedures, and duration of its committees. Just to go a bit further into this, then Parliament's constitutional mandate allows the committee to monitor, or gives the committee the power to monitor the financial and non-financial performance of the department and its entities to ensure that national objectives are met, The committee also processes legislation and facilitates public participation in Parliament relating to issues of oversight and legislation. Chairperson, you must just indicate if you need to pause at any point.
Yeah, I actually wanted specifically for you to make mention about this so that members will understand later on with this afternoon's meeting what I actually want you to empower them with. Should there be a rebuttal later on that?
The computer's got a life of its own. So, pursuant to its constitutional mandate, Parliament has also adopted the the oversight and accountability model to guide its oversight work. The function, and then just to go through the function of oversight, is to detect and prevent abuse, arbitrary behavior, or illegal and unconstitutional conduct by government and public agencies, to hold the government accountable for the expenditure of taxpayers' money, ensure that policies announced by government and authorized by Parliament are delivered in practice, improve transparency in government operations, and enhance public trust in government. And just to list all the ways that Parliament carries out its constitutional mandate, it's, as I said, monitoring financial and non-financial performance, considering and processing legislation, considering and processing international agreements and petitions, facilitating public participation, and considering all issues referred to it for consideration and report. So what happens sometimes is that we'll get matters referred to the committee from the Speaker, the Office of the Speaker, and that, or it's ATC'd, and those will then have to be considered within the space of the committee and reported on, and then the report will have to be presented in the House. Then just to move on to the constitutional mandate of the department. So the department derives its mandate from the preamble and founding provisions. And those include section 16.1, which speaks to freedom of expression. I won't run through all of that. Section 30, which deals with language and culture. And this is where institutions such as PANSOB come into play. Access to information. This one's also quite important. Everyone has the right of access to any information held by the state, and any information that is held by any person, by another person, and that is required for the exercise or protection of any rights. Then just to run through the functionality of the department is also premised on the constitutional right to social security in section 27 of the Constitution. And then Schedule 4 and 5 also applies to the department's work in terms of areas of concurrent national and provincial competence, such as cultural matters, language, policy, the regulation of official languages, and so on and so forth. And in Schedule 5 deals with provincial legislative competence, such as archives, libraries, museums, other than those at the national level. It also looks at provincial sports amenities. Then there's the legislative mandate. So we have the constitutional mandate, and then we're moving on to the legislative mandate of Parliament. And this is the list of legislation that Parliament must comply with. So it's the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, which is central to the BRRR process, the budgetary review and recommendations process. Just to carry on a bit further, then we come to the legislative mandate of the department. And there are quite a number of pieces of legislation that the department needs to implement. So besides the sector-specific legislation and legislative framework, the department is bound by all legislation passed in South Africa. There's a long list, as you can see. The bills, I included this in the draft strat plan because I know the department is working on certain pieces of legislation. There has been some noise about this one in particular, but we will get to that in the committee meeting. Chairperson, is there anything you'd like to highlight, flag?
No, that's fine. If there's any member that have a question for clarity, please do so. You are welcome to do so. I have asked Fiona to do this because at the end of the day, it is important for us to make sure the specific issues that we as a committee are responsible for. I think that is important, and it's a very, very important document, especially when you look at the key objectives and also the deliverables of both the committee as well as the department. And we should also, define later on when this document will be sent to us how the mandate of the committee is aligned with, if I may use the word, with the department, and what are the overall goals of the department. And I think in terms of our oversight role, we should really, have some sound understanding on that, and also the authority that we have as a committee pertaining to our oversight role. And this include numerous things, for example, timelines and etc. You will see from now, or learn from now, for the last year, that we have been busy, how our rebuttal and engagement with the department has ended up in various issues. So this is a very important issue, and I'm glad, Honorable Molatsane, you have raised the question for us to have a sound understanding of the content of this particular document. This is a very huge department, if I may use that word. It has numerous entities that we have to, guard against when it comes to our role as members of parliament. Honorable Mataung, I saw a hand.
No, I wasn't raising my hand. I was responding to what you are saying, to say, yes, it's really a big task, because of whenever we talk about sports, arts and culture, we're not only talking about soccer. There's a lot of things that are there, a lot of activities. So we need to look at this with a sharp eye to say we need to nail each and everything in a good manner and make sure that we execute it very well.
Cool. So it's decision-making here, is the impact of our decision, and what are we as a committee going to prioritize of what is presented here? You may proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for that input. Just to go through a little bit into the legislation, I don't want to delve too deeply into this, but just to say that certain legislation, for example, the National Heritage Council Act provides guidance as to how the National Heritage Council gets appointed, and all of the councils and boards of these entities reporting to the department are appointed by the minister, with exception of the PANSAB board, where Parliament plays a role in the shortlisting and interviewing of candidates. So all the other boards are basically within the control of the minister. And then with PANSAB, the minister makes the final decision. So that's just as a little side note. For today...
Just a second for us, Honorable Potgieter. Honorable Mataung, can you just switch off the mic?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to find out, sorry, I apologize, you've probably gone through this. The National Sport and Recreation Amendment Bill, what are the State Law Advisor and Legal Services engaging on?
So thank you, Ms. Potgieter, for that question. So that bill has been coming on, that amendment bill has been coming on for a while. We're actually waiting with great anticipation for that bill to be tabled in Parliament. We need to get the details about that from the department, because actually this was from the department's strat plan, where they mentioned that the State Law Advisor and their legal services are engaging on the bill. And I would guess, I don't want to make pronouncements, but I would guess that they're getting to a point where the bill will either be approved by Cabinet or tabled in Parliament.
Yeah, I also think it's, Honourable Potgieter, is very, it's actually broad. It's governance, it's advising on policy, advising on criminal justice law. It's very broad. But the question I want to ask, following Honourable Potgieter's question, I think in the past that members, when we started, these copies were given to members. If possible for the new members, if we can get these copies, because there is a fine line when it comes to what is happening out there with the entity if we don't have this content. If we don't have this content, then a minister or the department can do as they please. These are the directives, and here is the crux of our oversight role, that where we have the right to ask questions. If we see anything happen within these entities, we are meeting NFVF. There is a booklet for that. There's guidance for that in terms of their operation. So for each and every department that we have pertaining to those particular acts that is presented to us. So it is important for us, for members to have this. You'll find that something happened. Decisions are being made by the department. And we sit as members and we are not asking or interrogate those questions in line of what the Act is saying. So people can actually trick us when it comes to their decisions. So for our oversight, it's important to have that as a Bible or a file with us when and whenever we are dealing with some of these entities. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the entity, for example, we're seeing today is the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport, SAIDS. So that legislation, when the entity reports to the committee later today, we'll have to, keep that at the back of our minds. Then, Chairperson, to move on to the strategic considerations with regard to the planning of the committee.
So second, Honourable Mataung.
Chair, just wanted to ask something. Is there a bill for actresses and actors? Because of the reason why I'm asking this, our actresses and actresses, we find out that after a long period of time of not working and anything, they suffer a lot, and we tend to go for donations, and which is very alarming, especially whenever it comes to that.
Fiona.
Thank you, Mr. Matung, for that question. There is legislation that's supposed to protect performers and practitioners in the creative industry, and that is the Performers Protection Act, Amendment Bill, and the Copyright Amendment Bill, which resides firstly with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Those two pieces of legislation have been through a long process in Parliament to get it just right. It's been passed by the House, by Parliament. It was sent to the President, and the President referred it to the Constitutional Court where it's currently sitting because there are concerns about constitutionality. So there are pieces of legislation that should be protecting practitioners in the creative and cultural industry.
I think if we have a time, Honorable Matawing, we have to, because this also, Honorable Kobane and Honorable Mtetwa, they have a sound interest in this. And what is transpired lately, if we follow the news and everything, there are quite numerous protests in terms of, as to whether there are laws and whether there are contracts that protect actors. And I think the key issue for actors here is to promote fairness in the entertainment society. So this has not been through Parliament, you say, this act that you are mentioning.
Chairperson, the Performers Protection Amendment Bill and the Copyright Amendment Bill it's gone through the parliamentary process, including public participation, rewriting certain clauses of the amendment bills, and it's just stalling, basically. So it's now, like I said, it's with the Constitutional Court, and we don't know just yet when they will make a judgment on the concerns regarding its constitutionality.
Some homework for you members to engage with this, because there's an outcry. There's an outcry when it comes to artists on all of these issues we've seen. What has happened?
Just to add, Chairperson, I know the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has been involved in making input into the amendment bills. So there is that cooperation, but ultimately the legislation resides with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So just to highlight that we don't plan in isolation. We look at international plans, regional plans, national plans, and then also Parliament's strategic plan. So just to go briefly through the policy mandate that we're supposed to be working within. There's the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that needs to be factored into the work of national government and also then the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. There's the African Union's Agenda 2063 that needs to be taken in consideration, particularly Aspiration 5, which envisions an Africa with strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values and ethics. Then there's the National Development Plan. We are in the last 5 years of the NDP, and the department responds to Chapter 15, if I'm just trying to get to the point in the document. Yeah, Chapter 15, and it's actually the lead department for social cohesion and nation building. Thematically, 3 focal areas are highlighted in the NDP for the sector, that is sport and physical activity, i.e. the promotion of sport in schools, the creative industries and the arts, the economic impact thereof, support for artists, school arts curriculum, social protection, etc. And then, as I mentioned, social cohesion and shared spaces. Then we have the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, or the ERRP, which was designed in response to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which had devastating consequences for sports, arts and culture, the sector of sports, arts and culture. And so what the ERRP does is that it, through the work of the department, it enables access to local and international markets, monetization of cultural and creative sport industries, the enhancement of the sector in relation to tourism, reviving the economy through infrastructure development, and job creation using the employment multiplier model. And I know Mr. Mtetwa has something to say about this.
It looks good on paper.
Yeah, that's why it's a draft. And that's why we must put the proposals.
All this, I mean, Chair, you were with us doing the oversight. If I could ask you what job creation, local and international market, who is being taken internationally to market themselves? But anyway, pie in the sky, it's okay.
Proceed to Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Mtetwa. Yes, it's planning, and I think the crux of it all lies in the implementation thereof. So we can have all these big plans, but in terms of implementation, are we achieving what the plans intend for the sector to achieve?
Chair, through you, Chair. Is there a document, though, that speaks to this? Because I've never seen any document that speaks to ERRP. I've been asking this question even from the previous minister, Natim Ted. During COVID, I was saying, where is this ERRP? I've never seen the document. With dates, maybe time frames, what's going to be happening when. And I've never seen it. So I don't know whether maybe you can confirm you have seen a document that speaks to this.
Can we do this while this question is now being raised? It is a draft. Hold on to that point. Before the 16th you said, the 19th, you can put it in as a question, whereas after this, whether such document exists and what are the complete content of that. Honorable Portgitter.
Thanks, Chair. It does exist, but I think it's very difficult to find. I just want to understand the definition of short-term recovery plan, because we're now putting this into a long-term strategic plan, but that particular recovery plan is a short-term recovery to COVID. And if we have not done short-term recovery to COVID by now, I think we're just recycling ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that can also be a adding to this document. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, yes, so in response to the ERP, the department has what is called the grant funding, which is the Presidential Economic Stimulus Program, PESP. PESP. Yeah. And we're on PESP number 5, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Should be on PESP number 5. Okay, then in terms of planning at a national level, we have the MTDP, the Medium-Term Development Plan, which was announced during the 2025 SONA. It integrates the GNU Statement of Intent, as well as the National Development Plan, providing a bridge between immediate actions and the nation's broader development vision. The MTDP contains less interventions to make it more focused and places greater emphasis on development outcomes. So it should be a high impact plan. It includes results frameworks for each strategic priority, which outlines interventions, indicators, baselines, targets, as well as institutions responsible for implementing specific targets. So the MTDP proposes 3 strategic priorities, which is drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and build a capable, ethical, and development state.
Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I've gone on a little bit further on. I find it interesting because I come from Public Service Committee, and one of the cornerstones of the Government of National Unity at the moment is the professionalisation of the public service, which to me is very diluted in this. They refer to enhancing the skills of officials, and they refer to building a capable, ethical and developmental state, which is to me a very generic term that was used for the last, couple of decades. Whereas the statement of intent on professionalisation, for me, is very relevant to this particular portfolio, and I think it needs to be stated a little bit, stronger. Because to say that you're going to enhance skills or you're going to build a capable state, it doesn't really say anything. It's not something that, in terms of oversight, you can actually, push on. The wording in the statement of intent is a lot stronger, if I'm making sense, Chair.
Yeah, no, precisely. On Friday we meet, and some of the characteristic that will come out there is the impartiality of allocation of funds, etc., vis-a-vis competence, respect, accountability, and I think it's a very important point that you are raising when it comes to that, and we need to start delve into that, in particular this department, when it also comes to, because on Friday, what will actually come to light on Friday, if Honorable Kubani was now here and Honorable Mtetwa is here, we will find that the words of integrity will play a big role in this particular meetings. You may proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Potgieter, for that input. I've made a note of it, just to pull that out a bit more. Just to see how the department fits into all of this planning. So an outcome of a strategic priority 2, which is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, is social cohesion and nation building, and this is where the department plays a lead role on a range of interventions of the MTTP. And then, as I mentioned before, the PSP also creates work opportunities in the creative sector. So I've listed which, let me just check where I am now. Yeah. Which strategic interventions the department plays a lead in. And that is to create high quality work opportunities through public employment programs. And so you'll see the targets. So for midterm, they should have created 20,000 work opportunities. At the end of the term, 40,000 work opportunities. And this is done in conjunction with presidency, which is the PSP funding. Promote and protect South Africa's diverse languages and cultures. There are targets set for that intervention. And this should find its way into the department's strat planning. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but it should ideally find its way into the department's strat planning, and that's where us as support staff, the content advisor, the researchers need to make sure that the department's plans are aligned with national planning. Okay. Okay, just to carry on a bit. And just to note that, as I said, that the medium and end-term targets of the MTDP will enable Parliament to monitor the overall impact on society, and that's the most important part of oversight, is to see what impact all this planning and all the implementation has had on the ground. So the challenge for the committee is to ensure that the department delivers on the MTDP and ultimately the NDP. And then I also included the priorities of the GNU and the 9 priorities that the 7th administration should focus on. So it goes a little bit into all those priorities, and this is where Ms. Potgieter's point comes into play. It's the building state capacity and creating professional, merit-based, corruption-free and developmental public service, restructuring and improving state-owned entities to meet national development goals. So I just wanted to highlight that, and just to say that it is in the document, but perhaps we should just pull it out a bit more. And then priority 8, which is what the department plays a lead role in, is strengthening social cohesion, nation building, democratic participation, and undertaking common programs against racism, sexism, tribalism, and other forms of intolerance. So there's quite a bit of overlap also in terms of what some of the entities that report to the department do. So for instance, PANSALB and the CRL, there's a bit of overlap there. There's a bit of overlap between the National Heritage Council, the South African Heritage Resources Agency. So all those things we need to tease out as the committee conducts its oversight. And then to look at the sector-specific policy frameworks. This includes the revised white paper on arts, culture and heritage, which was endorsed by Parliament in 2020. The creative, or the cultural and creative industries master plan, which also, as with the Performers Protection Act Amendment Bill and the Copyright Amendment Bill, resides with DTIC. So they are the custodians of this master plan, but obviously it has an impact on the sector. The white paper on sport and recreation for the Republic of South Africa, and then the National Sport and Recreation Plan. And we can see with the National Sport and Recreation Plan, this influences the department's planning because these are all sub-programs within the department's strat plans and annual performance plans.
Winning nation without money.
Yes, it should be building pathways and support systems toward high performance excellence. So that's where all the federations and their funding come into the picture. And just to also note that because South Africa is a state party to international sports, arts, culture and heritage treaties, the country is bound by legal obligations enshrined in those treaties. And these include implementation, domestication, reporting, and other legally binding obligations. And the department is a custodian of a range of international treaties, including, for example, UNESCO's conventions. Yeah. Just on a note, I did mention this later in the document, but international treaties are one of Parliament's, and we'll look at the strategic focus of Parliament in a bit, but one of Parliament's strategic priority areas is also international engagement. So I will go through that a bit later. So then looking at the strategic focus of Parliament in the 7th Parliament, the strategic plan for the 7th Parliament encapsulates the institution's approach to working through its vision, values, culture, and strategic priorities. The plan is the embodiment of the African philosophy of Ubuntu. By embracing Ubuntu, Parliament promotes humanity, interconnectedness, mutual respect, understanding, empathy, treating others with kindness, as essential elements in building a harmonious society. And then I just listed the vision, mission, values for Parliament.
Before you just go a little bit down, some more. Yeah, I like the caption on the strategic. What is that? Strategic process for the 7th Parliament. How do we factor in the legacy work of the 6th Parliament that we have dealt with? Where can we factor this in?
Thank you for that question, Chairperson. So that is coming up a bit later in the document, where the strategic priorities of Parliament does factor into oversight areas that were raised during the 6th Parliament. So pursuant to Parliament's strategic plan, Parliament has, and maybe I'm just getting a little bit ahead, but we can go through that anyway. Parliament has developed what is called the Oversight Priority Plan, which looks at broad themes, which then came out of, matters arising from the 6th Parliament. Chairperson, would like me to continue, or should I just skip to that? Okay. So Parliament has identified 3 priorities for the 7th Parliament, which is to strengthen oversight mechanisms, enhance legislative process and public involvement, and improve public appointments and international engagement. And then just to...
Potgieter?
Thanks, Chair. I think we were aligned there. Is there a deeper explanation or elaboration on these, priorities? Because they have technically always been the priorities, but there is a lot of arguments as to what oversight, or where the line of oversight is, or where the line is in doing oversight on appointment processes. So for me, it needs to be expanded on. And I'm sure you've seen we have these arguments in parliaments all the time on overreach. For me, it's never overreach. Unless I'm interfering in how you're appointing somebody, once it's passed, we're performing oversight. But I think possibly it needs to be expanded. So I don't know if there is a document that does that. Thanks.
Chairperson, yes, thank you for that input, Ms. Potgieter. So Parliament has developed the Oversight and Accountability Model, which is quite an extensive document on how Parliament does what it does. And then, now I forgot the question.
Whether there's a broader explanation of this.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I was getting to. So what I've done is to just extract information from Parliament's strategic plan, which is still, I should have said this at the beginning, it was just still in a draft form. So there's a strategic plan. I think maybe we should send that to the members if they don't have it. There's a draft strategic plan for Parliament for the 7th Parliament. Planning is a bit delayed because of all the changes in the government. So we're still working with drafts at this point. But we do need to do this, we do need to carry on with this process, just so that we can, monitor and evaluate the committee's work as well.
We should also you know, with all of these austerity measures, be mindful on the allocation of resources, and when it comes to money, I think I'm just mentioning that it's good to say this is what we have to prioritize, but then we are gagged when it comes to the execution of these tasks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, and that is identified as a risk by Parliament. It's the constraints on the national fiscus and, you know, the reduction in budgets, and, you know, that may hamper Parliament's oversight mandate. But we can be a little bit strategic about how we do oversight and, you know, think about how to save costs while still being effective. Okay, so based on Parliament's strategic priorities, it has developed 5 outcomes, and that is just illustrated by this little figure here. So what Parliament ultimately wants to achieve is to raise the quality of life for citizens. And the committee should then follow suit, being an extension of the House. So then, as I mentioned earlier, Parliament has developed an oversight and priority plan, which will be piloted in this Parliament. And there are 7 broad themes that they have provided.
Please read them out. Read them out for us.
Sure, thank you, Chairperson. So the themes are governance, capable and development state, which links to the MTDP, social services, economic recovery, infrastructure development, security and justice, environmental protection, and international relations. And these are all themes based on the issues emerging from the 6th Parliament. So just to indicate that this committee has been selected to participate in the oversight, the piloting of the oversight priority plan, but the focus should be on infrastructure development. Sorry, Chair.
Which one?
Water and sanitation. That was my question to my manager, because I did indicate to him that we deal with soft infrastructure. So, but I mean, it's been a focal point for the committee since the beginning of the 7th Parliament. So we've been looking at sports stadiums, we've been looking at libraries, we've been looking at the Sarah Bartman Memorial Centre. So it is there. But they do not, for some reason. for some reason, sport and heritage infrastructure is not. It hasn't been spelled out in the OPP.
You know, let me tell you something that has actually derailed us to make an impact, especially from sports, arts and cultures side of things. It is always in between the line. We must read in between the lines. Not even the president in his State of the Nation address mentions this sector. Not this. Have you ever heard of a debate, serious debate on this sector? Our issues always are packaged within the social cohesion. Social cohesion is not a development. It's a reconciliatory process. It's us saying, let's get together and be peaceful. Now, you have the actors that he's talking about. And I need to educate this, before I strangle her. This honorable member, that's what I wanted to say, before I strangle her. You see, you expect people who are not well paid, who have problems, who cannot express their feelings, emotions, because they must be smiling, forever smiling in public, because it is in the public's interest that I cannot tell people that I am going through a certain situation, because I'm a public figure, I'm an entertainer. Now you expect these people to go and coerce people socially to enjoy, be in good mood, be celebrating. And when the curtains, what I normally say, when the curtain drops, when it closes, the reality knocks. When the lights are not there, the cameras are not there, the reality comes. That's why most of these actors and artists, they get into drugs to escape this reality. Now that I have to go back home and go and tell my children I come from work, but I did not get paid. I'm still going to be paid maybe 2 months or 3 months later. It's an issue. And this is the education that is not there. That is why even our policies are not digging into. That is why a member of parliament can ask me the question, why should we be considerate of artists who appear once and then they want to say they don't have money? They chowing money, they are driving this figure. We can't paint people with the same brush. It's not everybody who's irresponsible. But that education is important. So if we continue to want to put things in between the lines, it's not going to solve it. It's not. So I think we must be radical about it and say infrastructure we must state because it is part of the NDP. We have cities that are unequal. You go to the township, it's different story. You go to the rural areas, it's different story. You go to the urban schools, they're still building even better schools in the urban areas. Kuro is one of the best schools that you can find in urban areas. But they are saying, no, we can't do anything in the schools that were existing before 1994. We can't upgrade them. We can't take them up, double-story, triple-story schools, because there's no space. How can you say there's no space? Because you can build upwards and put a pool underground. You can do those things, but because that is not directly and explicitly stated by us that we want to do this, we want to rectify what was done previously. I wish we could really be explicit about this. For now, when you talk infrastructure, and I see water and sanitation, it doesn't say the sporting field. Not at all. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moratani. Switch on your mic, please.
No, I was saying, Chairperson, I'm not going to respond to Honorable Mteto, even if I can respond. He did not vote for me. He did not vote for me.
But respond to him. Maybe he will vote for you.
you know, Chairperson, let me raise this, then after I will raise what I want to raise regarding the item where we are. I'm saying to Honorable Mteto that, you know, with the issue of actors and actresses, I think at some stage, like me, I'm not in that industry. I will have my own opinion, and the people who are in that industry, they are having their own opinion. My worry is only one, that I regard those people as employees, because before they can do whatever that they are doing, they sign contracts. And when you are not happy with the contracts, you raise it before you can even put your signature on that contract. And I'm saying to him now that majority of them, when life it's shiny and rosy and everything, they will keep quiet. why can't you save for the rainy days? I will just make an example with my immediate family, and he knows the guy very well. He used to sing the Senemitsim Timkulu. When life was rosy and so forth, he left us in Zamdela and go and stay in Joburg, living a fleshy life and so forth. But immediately when everything goes south, he wanted to start complaining that we were not paid well, the producers or whoever robbed us and so forth. Why didn't you raise that when things were still okay? The same thing, these actors, he or she will just appear in one episode of a certain story. The next thing, he's starting to blame the government. No, the government doesn't assist us and so forth. Like I'm saying that they are the employees. They've signed contracts. You know what the details of the contract and what is expected of you in that contract. Why didn't you raise your issues before you sign the contract? You know, really, Chairperson, even if Honorable Mtetwa can educate me with the issue of actors, actresses, musicians, and so forth, yes, maybe it will be a good thing. But I will still have my opinion that I need to raise, because really, it can't be right that everything, when it's okay, money comes in, everything, the person is quiet. Immediately when the pockets run dry, that's when they start to complain. Let me just pass that.
Yeah,
Chairperson.
thank you, Honorable Maratsani.
Can I go to my next? I think, Fiona, you've talked about the priorities of the 7th Parliament. I just want to check how as the committee are we going to achieve all three of them? How are you going to achieve all three of them? Last week, I saw the Department of, in fact, DSAC, they went to strategic session. And I was asking myself that, when are we going to have that as the portfolio, so that we can be able to package our things to know that this is what we want to achieve. And to achieve that, we need to do 1, 2, 3. And my work was that they went to strategic session as the DSAC, and they left us outside, and they will expect us to come and approve everything that they do, only to find that their interest and our interest, it's two different things. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. Before I'm going to give to Honorable Mataung, this debate is very wide, Honorable Mtetwa. It's wide, and you've said it. There is a lack of communication. When and wherever we're going to gag this, but this needs like a full discussion. Communication. We talk about, and you raise the issue of resources. There is numerous things that we can address here. You even raised the issue of planning, which is like that. And you'll find amongst members as well, when they leave Parliament, and if you see your colleagues outside there, they walk next to their shoes. And some survived. So there is some sort of education needed, amongst us to take us to all these processes. And I'm using the example of parliamentarians who have been given the opportunity when they close shop and resign today and get off today. They have been given some breathing space for 3 months. And I think the idea before was the thought of doctors and professionals that was members of Parliament. They had to go back and they had to come on their feet again. And if this is the issue raised by Fiona, where the crux is social cohesion, how do we contribute to that? And also in terms of our responsibility and towards what we are doing now, is a very serious question. How are we going to fit all of these three in? Because some of it it's deep, some of it it's shuttle, some of it is just like, you know, it's a floating for us. Yeah, and we need to perhaps go in deep into this, because at the end of the day, we must also have some sort of a report on our successes and how we have dealt with this. Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chair. You know, it's paining because of when we talk about actors and actresses or anyone regarding to sports, arts and culture, it's almost one and the same thing. Even a soccer player, you could find that person, you know, being down and out like nobody's business. And some of the people, they laugh about it. It doesn't matter whether that person had signed a contract or what. But in terms of the education and making sure that these guys, maybe they are guided in a certain manner, or there is money that could be put away for them. It could be a money that could be put away for them through maybe, let's say, for instance, I'll make an example with the sports guy. Maybe from SAFA, they will take a certain percentage of an amount because of they know that a career of a sports person, it might last for 5 years also or lesser. If the person breaks his legs, that means he's not going to play soccer ever again, but there will be a pension fund somewhere. So in regarding to the actors, honorable member, bear in mind, there's a thing that we call rates. There's a call rate. So the call rates are not the same. So you might find out that that actor that only appeared once, he only received only 1,500 rand. And that 1,500 rand, it was a call rate that was used in 1998 or 2006. And they're still paying that rate even now. So this thing is very sensitive. Same applies to music. Eugene knows about this. That's why he had to chain himself, you know, at somewhere and stuff. Because we know it's very sensitive. The monies that's supposed to go to actors, musicians, and everyone, they don't come back. So it's very paining. This issue is very sensitive. It really needs to be debatable in whatever way, because of, truly speaking, our musicians, our actresses, our soccer players, actually across all the spectrum in terms of the sports, arts and culture. And when we say sports, arts and culture, have you ever thought of swimming? No. Rugby? Yes. Hockey? No. So we only call sports, that's soccer, that's rugby for us. The rest of the other sectors, we don't consider them. So that's where you see a lot of suffering. And again, on sports again, the Paralympic guys, they are suffering like nobody's business. That's where we need to put also our mindset to say, how do we support all these guys, you know, across all the spectrum? I submit.
Thanks. Honorable members, I'm going to allow 15 minutes, the most now, for this session on here. We still have to deal with the adoption of minutes as well as as some other things. I'm going to give Honorable Potgieter, you raise your hand, and then Honorable Mtetwa again, and then Honorable Molatsane.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to the document. I second the fact that actually sports is not included in this oversight. I don't even know what would we check for. I get that they're trying to link it to infrastructure, but it's not linked to the oversight issues listed. It's not linked there. So, I mean, for me, it more aligns with governance. If you're going to look there, the professionalization of the public service, they've got big issues in terms of appointments within, across the board, and local government performance with regards to grants that are given to take care of public facilities, and that is a big issue. But I'm not seeing it under infrastructure. I wouldn't even, what would we ask them or question them about? Because it's not listed. Therefore, they can abdicate responsibility at any time to say, well, it's not specified, so what actually are we supposed to do?
I think, sorry to interrupt you, I think it's the interpretation thereof. You go to a golf course, infrastructure, water. Yeah, I'm talking about water now. You go to a swimming pool. If there's no water, there's no swimming pool. If there's no infrastructure, there's no swimming pool. To soccer grounds, if there's no water to wet the fields, it is wide. But what I would like perhaps us to do is to argue the fact to have a specification on our role, because water is actually it's deep, it's low. You can't identify what we actually want to do. Although I know and members know that we are that is part of our cluster. So it is a difficult one. I think they need to specify and be much more specific. Honourable Tetwa.
Thanks, Chair. No, I won't be tempted to debate the issues. That's why I said it's for another day, the education that we must give, because it's based on perception. I think this calls for one of the things that have been missing in policy making and the implementation. It is the interpretation. There's that missing link in terms of interpretation. I suppose what we should ask ourselves is, here's the 7th Parliament. It talks about Ubuntu. We must give it our own interpretation as the Portfolio Committee to say, to us, Ubuntu, it is responsive, interactive, caring. Okay, we need to respond urgently to the issues, interact with the people. Remember that we are eyes and ears of the people. We are not eyes and ears of government. One of the things that we must also factor into our approach is us going to the people to find out from the people so that we match what government comes and report to us. Does it match with what the people are saying? What are the people's expectations? The sector that you're talking about, as Parliament, as the Portfolio Committee, we must have an engagement with the sector. Just the sector, without government, and say, what are the issues? What is it that is happening? What is it that is not happening? You know. So it's one part of it. And then secondly, one question that we must also ask ourselves is the issue of what causes our responsibilities to hold government accountable. But where do we fail? What causes failures in how we hold government accountable? One of the things that I think it's said by one writer, one scholar, it's Mbata, in his journal, he says the issue of poor reports. And he links these poor reports, our reports as committee, as Portfolio Committee, not the government, not the department's reports, our reports as Portfolio Committee, that it short changes us in terms of holding government accountable, because if the reports are poor, we'll not be able to find the right things to follow on. So it is important that we improve in terms of that. And then he links it with the poor reports, he links it with monitoring, failure to monitor them. You see, we've been told this is what we are going to do by this date, we are going to give you this, but we don't have a system that enables us to follow up whether on this date, it's the 25 today we're expecting. We rely on Zolega and them to follow up Shame, and they are doing that. But we need to have a standardized approach. That says, you remember that system that I spoke about, that it's a manual one would be a flow chart. A flow chart that says, what do we take as a responsibility for us to tackle what type of matters. If something happens today, what prompts us to act as the portfolio committee? Is it a call from somebody saying this department is doing this or this entity is doing this? We need to have a clearly defined, a list of things that would prompt us to act. And once that has been reported to us, how many days or how long does it take for us to then get feedback from it? We need to have something like that. I think that would help us to be very tough in terms of holding government accountable, because we just sit into these meetings, they give us their promises, and then the minister turns around and says, no, I didn't say that we are doing any forensic. Okay, when you have lied to Parliament, what we call statutory offense, what do? When we find out that Minister Mkhunu, you lied, Parliament, and you said you don't know this person, but now you are coming back and you're saying he is a comrade. What do we do with statutory offense? Do we open cases? Do we arrest people? Do we have the powers? I think those are the things that we need to look into in terms of us being effective as a committee. I'm actually talking about this because I'm busy doing a study on how to improve accountability in government. So that's why I know that there are these journals that have actually stated some of the things that we need to do. Indeed, austerity measures are a challenge. Especially when it comes to this portfolio committee, it is one committee that has been put at the back because it falls under entertainment. So it's an afterthought, oh, by the way, So, I think those are the questions, Chair, that we need to, when we look at this, we must interrogate it in that fashion that we say, what questions do we pose here? What are the issues that we must take and improve and elaborate, not to take it from them saying this is what we must do. We must find our own expression to this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Fiona, are we only falls under, what is it, 0.6? 5?
Chairperson, in terms of the oversight priority plan,
Only?
it's infrastructure development. We've been flagged, we've been
Yeah,
selected to participate in the pilot.
I don't know to what extent we can ask for a revision of that.
It's a draft plan, Chairperson.
Okay, yeah, we need to change this because I'm looking, there's another, I looked up now and I saw economical growth. I don't know at which, is it point, where do you see it? Yes. That falls under what? Now, my take on it is when you look at economic growth, you look at, I've made a point here, job creation, the arts, it's coming, soccer players, honorable, revenue plays a big role when it comes to economic growth, job creation, infrastructure. It's our responsibility. Infrastructure and even tourism. When people come here, they decide to come and go on a tour. So we have to change it. I think we have to change it, listening to the inputs of members. Members, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give 10 minutes.
Chair, can I just elaborate on what you are, just give you an example of everything that is there?
Yeah, it's what?
Governance. We have a challenge with governance in all the federations and what. So you cannot talk about governance. Second is social services. You have people who are sick. You have people who need grants, but they don't earn a salary, so they don't qualify for certain benefits within our sector. We have not been defined as workers, by the way, by the Department of Labor. So we don't have salaries. We don't access that. Those contracts we are talking about, they are still in the language that people don't understand, because education was not. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying what gets missing in the process. It's interpretation. We have to look at it and say, economic, what does it mean to our sector? Economic recovery. We have international issues, the treaties. But we don't know. As an artist, I go and perform in Israel, then I find myself in trouble because I don't know what the bilaterals that our country has with that. You have your UNESCO preferential treatment. I don't know what happened to that one. Cultural diversity. I don't know what happened because nobody has taken that time to say, let's sit down and talk cultural diversity. What does it mean? There's monies there that are available. You can go security and justice. People who are doing piracy. The challenge of us addressing piracy was the problem of justice not understanding what piracy is, what a counterfeit good is in terms of our sector. But when you counterfeit money, you get arrested with immediate effect. But when you counterfeit a city, even police are buying the counterfeited cities and whatnot. So it's where we must sit and say, okay, what does it mean environmental? What can we do? What does it mean if it is health, education? We have people who are not educated in our sector, yet they can have access to go to varsity and do MBA, because MBA allows you to do MBA if you've been in business for a period of time undisrupted, 10 years. We have people who have 20 years, but they don't qualify, they don't have any qualifications because there's nobody who understands that this is what we can do as government. So, sorry.
No. It needs a debate. That's why I allow you. If you take health, we're having an event where 20,000 people participate in Pretoria. What are they spending, Dr. More? What, 10 million, 20 million a day? It also falls under us. So that things that they have there with us for water, no, they must take it out. Okay, so can we ask you in terms of the inputs to make that necessary revisions, and also I'm requesting members who have a sound input on that also to submit those, because like Fiona have said, it's a draft. Fiona, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to quickly respond to the issue of the OPP pilot, we are still awaiting further instruction from the House Chair on how to proceed with. So it's not final. I mean, it's not, our focus on infrastructure development is not cast in stone. So I think that's a conversation we need to have on our side with our managers, and also perhaps Chairperson with the House Chair. But I will include it in the strat plan, the draft strat plan. Just to mention this support of artists, I think I sent this to my colleagues. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has advertised a tender for the appointment of a service provider to provide flexible insurance solutions for South African artists and athletes on behalf of the department for a period of 3 years. The virtual briefing session will happen on Friday. But insurance solutions. Yes. So we had the Silapa Wellness program, and this now the link is no longer available. But I think from what I remember when I looked at it, it also covers stuff like group life, and then also a wellness program and so on and so forth. So there are initiatives, but we need to obviously interrogate.
Not hey.
Let's do this. Let's give her 10 minutes. Then we're going for it. Honorable Daniels, welcome. I have made the apology, yes. Can I ask her to just finish, and then we can go for the last round, and then we'll go with the other two items, if that is fine with you, unless it is very, very urgent.
No, Chairperson, it's just that I've asked the issue regarding a strategic session as the portfolio committee, in order for us to find a way to meet those three priorities of the department, of the seventh administration.
Yeah, there is a strategic. I was just trying to assess the time and the date. When is that?
2 to 5.
2 to 5 December. for the fourth term. But we'll come to that. We'll come to that. This is the program.
Yes, but for the fourth term, not the third.
That's the program for the fourth term.
You know, Chair, I don't know. I'm getting worried when you say 2 to 5 December. The department has already done their strat session last week. And we are going to be expected to work according to what they've resolved on their strat session. By the time we are going to have our strat session, it will be a fruitless exercise, Chairperson, because they will be pushing us in the direction which they want, Chair. I think if it was going to be something that was going to be done earlier, so that we can be able to correct whatever that they want to bring on the table. But 2 to 5 December, it's a fruitless exercise, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Moratsane, I hear what you are saying, but I think we're also bound. I'm not too sure whether this will fit in the program, but this is the program from Parliament. And I don't know why the stretch session is that late also. What we are doing now before we kick off is important. And I would also argue that we should have that simultaneously with the department. Fiona, can you proceed, and then we're going to finalize this.
Chairperson. So maybe we can have a bit of a conversation outside of the space about certain matters that were raised. Okay, so just to run through quickly the situational analysis and what we need to take into consideration when planning for the next 5 years. So the department is, as Molatsani has indicated, they have embarked on strat planning session after the strat plan has been tabled. So they're looking at sector-specific issues within sport, arts and culture. They've invited people last week to Birchwood to flesh out issues that will then inform the strat plan, because remember, strat plan is not cast in stone. You can amend it as you go along through your APPs. So just to also bear that in mind, that it may not be as fruitless as a fruitless exercise as it seems at the moment, because we will have the opportunity to plan a bit better and have more involvement from the sector in terms of planning for the next now 4 years, not 5 years. So it may not be as fruitless as we think it may be to have it in December, but that's up for discussion. So just to have a quick look at the situational analysis, and I won't go through everything. Just to highlight that there are critical challenges within the sector, and those pertain to infrastructure backlogs, budgetary constraints, as we've also mentioned earlier today, and then the urgent need for inclusivity of women, youth, persons with disabilities and rural communities in planning and implementation of these plans. In the budget vote, the department has been selected by National Treasury to look at gender responsive budgeting, and that element is incorporated in the committee's budget vote report, where we have indicated that while the department has submitted the plan to respond, for the budget to respond, to be gender responsive, the targets that they've set do not, match the intention. So we need to question whether they are intentionally responding in terms of gender, or if it's just a matter of compliance. Just to put it out there. And then the question about the issues from the 6th Parliament came up earlier about, what is outstanding. from the 6th Parliament, and this is based on the legacy report, which I think we should also be sharing with the new members who joined the committee. So the oversight areas are infrastructure development, inclusivity and transformation, financial and non-financial performance, and international agreements, as Mr. Mtetwa raised earlier. Then also the governance of entities, and that includes, appointment of boards, recycling, in quotation marks, of council members, which means like council members are moved around or they're appointed in several boards simultaneously, etc., etc. Policy implementation, which looks at the two specific white papers and what has been achieved. We need to monitor and evaluate where the department is in terms of implementation of these policies. And then benchmarking and international best practice. And so in the legacy report, it's noted that, so just a little bit of a background, the two departments, Department of Sport and Recreation and the Department of Arts and Culture, were merged in 2020. In Parliament, there were two separate portfolio committees looking at each department. We were also then subsequently merged, and neither of those two separate committees have been on an international study tour for the last 10, possibly even 12 years. So there's no way that the committee can make informed decisions and plan in terms of what is out there internationally. All we get are the international treaties. It's all paper-based information, but we haven't been to see what is happening on the ground internationally. And so this will probably form part of activities for the committee over the next 4 years, 4.5, 4 and a bit. And then also just to raise the issue that the Speaker mentioned in a budget vote for Parliament. She highlighted that there are several reports and recommendations stemming from these reports, as Mr. Mtetwa also indicated, that are still outstanding. So there are recommendations. So specific to this sector is the report of the ad hoc committee on the review of the Chapter 9 and associated institutions, which is commonly known as the ASMAL report, because Kada Asmal was the chairperson of that committee. And that report made quite a few, actually 4 big recommendations around the Pan-South African Language Board, which is an entity that reports to the Department of Arts and Culture and responsible for language development, monitoring of language rights issues, etc. And one of the major recommendations stemming from that report is that the minister should play no role in the appointment procedures because it infringes on the independence of that institution, being a constitutional institution. So that is something for the committee also to think about in its planning, possibly to introduce a committee bill to amend the Pan-South legislation and to give the Parliament more power in terms of the appointment of the board. Then just to quickly run through the priorities for the department for the 7th administration. So the department has 5 outcomes, which is a diverse, socially cohesive society with a common national identity, which is linked to MTTP priority number 2, increased economic impact of sport, recreation, arts, culture, and the heritage sector, which is linked to priority number 1, inclusive growth and job creation, transformed, capable, and professional sport, arts, recreation, culture, and heritage sector, which is linked to a capable state. accessible sports, recreation, arts, culture, and heritage infrastructure and information, compliant and responsive governance nationally and internationally. Then just to quickly go through an analysis of the external environment, the GNU reflects on a mandate for collaboration and social cohesion, aligning with the sports, recreation, arts and culture's nation-building role, international compliance and reputation factors. So these are all things to consider in terms of what sort of activities and meetings and oversights the committee undertakes. The extended suspension of the Sadokol lab, or that based in Bloemfontein, which has lost its accreditation, WADA accreditation, which has implications in terms of testing for athletes, professional athletes. So it means that testing will cost more, there will be delays, there's a risk of contamination, there's a risk of all sorts of things that impact on the athletes and sport federations. There's the domestic fiscal pressure, which may limit new heritage and or sport infrastructure builds and upgrades, and places pressure on the operations of public entities, which are already under immense pressure. I mean, some of them are spending 60 to 70% on employee-related costs, so which leaves very little for operations. And now with added pressure on the fiscus, it means there's even less. And then also factor in inflation, all those things. It's and it also, the financial pressures also place constraints on the range of products public museums and theatres can offer. So it means less people will visit because they don't want to see the same things over and over. So less revenue will be generated. The cycle continues. There's a persistent high unemployment rate, which constrains households and household demands for goods and services from the sector. But also at the same time, it elevates the sector's job creation significance. The power supply situation has improved, but it still presents risks for operations, especially in relation to events, museums, broadcast production, etc. Then also just to highlight the proposed or implemented tariffs on South Africa may dampen broader growth, sponsorship markets, and discretionary spend. The cultural and creative industry size and resilience remain material, underscoring its economic potential. So again, it's the sector has potential, and I know the South African Cultural Observatory has highlighted that the sector contributes more to the GDP than agriculture, for example. So it has great potential, but yeah, that needs to be managed better, I think. Anyway, strong policy focus on social cohesion and inclusion aligns to the sector's mandates to reach out to vulnerable groups, but persistent inequality threatens equitable access. And all these efforts are hampered ultimately by unemployment and poverty, poor service delivery, perceived corruption and low trust in political institutions, structural injustice, land and economic inequality, spatial fragmentation, unequal education and crime. Then there's also the matter of post-COVID-19 tourism recovery, which is a positive for heritage and events tourism. Then as I raised earlier, it's the copyright and performance rights reform. And just to note again that the matter these two bills have been referred to the Constitutional Court, but the outcomes will directly affect the creators' income models and sector investment. Then looking at climate risks, as far-fetched as some people think it might be, these are very real risks to infrastructure and sites, particularly in the heritage sector. And they raise potential adaptation and insurance costs and can disrupt events and visitation. And then the internal, just looking at the internal environment, again, financial resources are under strain. Parliament's budget has been cut, so its baseline was adjusted downward for the past financial year up until the end of 2026-27. And this can make, as I mentioned also before, it can make Parliament strategy challenging, or funding Parliament strategy challenging and requiring cost reductions and subsequent reprioritization of resources. Tracking and monitoring of resolutions. There's a need to review internal practices with a view to simplify and optimize processes to ensure the committee's resolutions are implemented. And this speaks to Parliament's priority, which also looks at resolutions that were taken in the House that need to be monitored and tracked. So monitoring and evaluation and tracking needs to be a bit more focused in this Parliament. Infrastructure, there's the constraint we have with physical meeting venues. And until the rebuilding of the fire damaged buildings has been completed, the number of venues for physical meetings are very limited. And then Parliament has also flagged that this may have the potential to hamper Parliament's constitutional mandate. It also has the flip side in that, you know, meetings are now being streamed on YouTube and they're more accessible. So you don't have to be in Cape Town to attend a parliamentary meeting. You can watch it from home or wherever you are. And then I included the issue of Parliament's programming, which may reduce the time that's needed for, you know, greater and deeper oversight. So that is something we need to think about a bit more, about how to plan a bit better so that we achieve everything that we plan to do. And then just to run through, these are the strategic priorities for the 7th Parliament that I came up with on my own, but they're obviously up for discussion and they need to be tweaked when we have our bigger strat planning session. So for the committee, and this just reiterates Parliament's strategic priorities for the 7th Parliament, then the committee's focus, I thought, should be under the following themes: oversight and accountability, infrastructure development and access, economic empowerment through the sector, transformation and inclusion, safeguarding of South Africa's heritage and languages, promotion of nation building and social cohesion, and international relations and global positioning. Then stemming from those themes, big themes, these are the proposed strategic objectives, which is to strengthen oversight and accountability, enhance legislative and policy development, improve international relations and global positioning, increase public participation in the transformation of the sector. And this is where Mr. Mtetwa's suggestion of having, you know, sector stakeholders coming in and discussing with us what their needs and their challenges are. And then to strengthen the public appointment process, and that, as I mentioned earlier, relates to the shortlisting and interviewing of the PANSALB candidates only. Maybe. And then this just links the committee's strategic objectives to Parliament's strategic priorities, which is the question that Mayor Moletsani had. So how do we respond to each of the strategic priorities that Parliament has set for the 7th Parliament? I tried to see how to do this, and maybe we should just look at it again. So strengthening oversight, we do that anyway through all the meetings that we have, through the reports that we write. Enhance the legislative process and public involvement. We need to monitor if the department is going to table any legislation in Parliament during the 7th Parliament, and that will be, how we then promote public participation in the legislative process. Strengthen the public appointment processes that I've said just a bit earlier, and then increase public participation in the transformation of the sector. Strategic priority 3, which is to improve public appointments and international engagements. Again, I mentioned that there's perhaps a space that for the committee to truly interrogate the range of international agreements that the department has, it's either bilateral agreements or multilateral agreements, and what the impact of those agreements is. And then I'm nearly done, Chairperson. So then I just took all of those and then developed some targets for the next 5 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And this, this is so okay. So indicators like a number of committee meetings, number of oversight visits, number of reports on quarterly performance, submission of the reports on the budget and the APP, the BRRR, and joint briefing sessions, which I think is also a way that we can work more efficiently in Parliament, as to have joint briefings, reduce costs in that way, and then also collaborate a bit more across the two houses, the NA and the NCOP, because what the department does have an impact on provinces. And then just to highlight, the indicators. This is just a suggestion, as I said earlier, when the Speaker announced that Parliament should be looking at all the outstanding recommendations from reports tabled in Parliament. And that is just a suggestion to introduce a committee bill in relation to pencil.
My apologies, Fiona. Can you go one back? Joint meetings. Is that the NCOP committee?
Chairperson, it doesn't necessarily have to be the NCOP, so I just left it.
I'm
open.
asking. My experience throughout the country, Honourable Mtetwa, at some stage, somehow, somewhere, we have to call all the MECs around this table here, of the whole country. If you go to do your oversight, I've done some oversight in Rustenburg. Phew, it's terrible how the provincial government, local government, and the district neglected communities, which they have a fair share of amount of contribution pertaining to budget to that community. So everyone is just looking up north. Is it south? Where are we? To Cape Town. They must help. Cape Town must help. So nothing has happened there. And I want to mention it. I have visited a arts and culture place in Rustenburg that is empty since 2020. It's never been used. Over 34 chalets. Over 34 chalets. It's never been used. And I can tell you tales of being there and visiting. We have, I don't want to waste your time, we have a stadium in Rustenburg that has been turned down by either PSL or SAFA for Albert College to play there, who have reached the PSL league. In the Northwest Province, there's no single soccer ground compliant to accommodate those games. So this is the things that we are going through on other levels. So at somewhere we have to also, in our programs, honourable members, summons the MECs here, and they must come and explain how they use these grants, how they use these monies, and where we have to put them in there. I think that That's a very important thing for me when it comes to that meetings, because they are partners also of government. They must come. I went to the Northern Cape. There's a rugby grounds. They pay over 130,000 rand a night to just have that floodlights, the lights. They must play their games during night when everyone is at work. That is what happened in front of our eyes in terms of that oversight that we have discussed now, infrastructure and all of that. So we need some serious engagement. And for what it's worth, you know, I don't want to overreach now. We must have the premiers also here. They must come here. Thank you, Fiona.
If I may also add on to that, Chair. Arts and culture resides in 7 different departments. So it's some of these committee meetings, joint meetings that we should have. You have tourism that has never talked about cultural tourism. Yet it is happening and they've got a budget for it, but they are never in the picture. You have communications. In the current amendment bill, there's communication rights that are going to be introduced. Your TikTok is part of that. And communications is not talking to us. Trade and industry, performers, and the master plan. If you were to bring trade and industry and ask them, what have you done with the master plan? They will struggle to tell you what they've done. So I think these are some of the joint sittings that we can have with other committees that relate to those departments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. Yeah. Fiona, you done? 2 minutes, and I'm going to give members an opportunity. The last opportunity we have to do the minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm basically done, so it's just to run through, you know, the expanded targets over the next 5 years. One thing that the committee needs to do is to look at the appointment or the shortlisting and interviewing of the panel of candidates. So there's certain statutory things that we can't get away from and that I've included in the plan. But the specifics we need to include in the annual performance plan for the committee. Chairperson, I do take note of your comment about inviting the MECs. There are 2 conditional grants that we need to do oversight over, and that's so the department transfers to the provinces. So it's the community libraries grant and the mass participation, the MIG. Yes, yeah. So there are grants that we do need to do oversight on. And then I've made notes of what Mr. Mtet was saying in terms of the joint meetings, tourism, communications, trade and industry, I added basic education, higher education. Yes, labor, and yes. Then just quickly, I listed some risks and mitigation measures. I don't know, Chairperson, do you want me to go through those? I just said that I added some to the plan. I added some risks and mitigation measures.
Please mention those parts.
So the risks, is which I mentioned before, is the lack of physical infrastructure in terms of parliamentary physical meetings. And then just the mitigation measure would be to host virtual engagements, decreased funding, which we've talked about before, limited accessibility and attendance for marginalized community never reached before. Okay, yeah. So we need to look at, you know, is the reach big enough? Yeah. So for that we could then maybe plan targeted stakeholder participation, and then insufficient time to conduct meaningful oversight, which I've also mentioned before in terms of Parliament's programming. And then for that, we need to put our heads together to develop an impactful oversight plan. Resource allocation, we need to just, between ourselves as with the committee secretaries, we need to complete that table in terms of budgetary allocations, in terms of what we're going to be doing over the next few years. And then this is just a section that deals with the resource management, who we are, and what support we offer to the committee. And that's basically it, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send you to do some presentation on the TV for us on who we are. They're doing it through Parliament. Members from Honourable Mtetwa, we're going down. Honourable Potgieter, Honourable Nkosi, Honourable, almost say Ace.
Thanks, Chair. I think it is clear this is just a scaffold that we would need to look into and say, how do we expand and put flesh into the bones? I'm quite happy with the approach. But further, there are certain things we must always remember also that we are policymakers. I would like us to look into the policies that are existing and see how we can improve them. You see the issue that PANSALP is it's the only one that needs, I think, in dealing with the problematic thin line between influence and corruption. We need to look into that, because either you have SABC that sits and gets interviewed, people get interviewed publicly for such positions. And I'm saying that because the challenge in our sector, as you've noticed, Chair and everybody, that the skills that you are talking about, there's a great lack of skills. We need to do skills audit. And if these processes of putting board members are only dependent on the minister's decision, if I'm a politician and I come from EFF and I'm the Minister of Arts and Culture, what would prevent me from removing people who are there, the board, say it's board that didn't do anything, and wanting
We'll get that later. We're going to get that later.
I'm just saying, what would stop me from creating, issues where there are no issues, in order to open a space for my comrades? Cadre deployment continues. It's not only from ANC, but we know that there's that pressure that we often have, that our members, in order for somebody to vote for me in the next, what I must give them something in exchange for that vote. So yeah, I think that's one thing that we need to look into. If it were, according to me, it would be across the board. All the boards, they must have these checks and balances. They come to us before they go to the minister. All of them. Because we have a challenge, honestly. We can't avoid that. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on the situational analysis actually backs up the proposal to change sports positioning in terms of the OPP, because it links directly to economic growth. And if you go to the medium-term plan, it also links directly to social cohesion and governance. So it's interesting that they put us in infrastructure when both the national plan and the medium-term plan link it to three other priorities. So that might be a motivation for that recommendation. Just on the electricity issue, electricity and water are both still very much a problem. And just because Eskom has not done load shedding, I have now in the last year, for example, in Joburg, which is a metro municipality with the biggest budget in the country, and you are experiencing persistent water outages, for example, in Santon for the last year or so, where pipes are bursting 10 times in 1 week. It severely affects the ability of museums and facilities, etc., to be able to operate. So I think it's a little bit narrow to say Eskom stop load shedding, everything's okay. The impact of municipalities' misgovernance, or bad governance, if you will, is having a severe impact on sports facilities, arts and rec, you name it, it's happening. And then there is also, I think the department has stipulated priorities that where they're working with, like the Department of Basic Education. So I think a number of them were already listed. But just with regards to the joint oversights, if we're doing oversight, we're obviously oversighting on what they've got planned. And there's the CSIR, for example, that they're working with the Department of Basic Education, but also local municipalities in setting up sports facilities and various others. I can't remember exactly what it said. But perhaps maybe we take that into account when we're looking at those joint oversights. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anything, Honourable Nkosi?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues and the officials that are with us here. Chair, I think one must welcome the presentation made by the content advisor. Chair, there's a lot that has mentioned in the presentation, but I just want to check, because I see that we don't engage with the issue of the strat planning of the portfolio committee. That is a serious concern, that we are going to have a strat planning on 2 December. Yet the department has done theirs. According to my understanding, we were supposed to have that strat planning before, so that we can be able to guide as well. But indeed, it will be seen as if we are going to be following what is happening here. Another thing, Chair, I am aligning myself with you with what you have said regarding the meeting with the MECs. Because what is happening outside there in our local municipalities, it's very much painful. You even mentioned the issue of the grants that are given to the municipalities. As it was indicated that we must play an oversight as this portfolio committee. I'm worried as to say how are we going to do that if we don't meet them, because you'll find that in the municipalities the grant is given to them, but they are not using the grant for what is expected for. You will find that the grant is paying some of their, or it's assisted them for their operational things. And if we do have meetings and get exactly what is happening in playing oversight, I think it will assist. Lastly, Chair, my concern over the funds that are being spent in activities that we are having in our departments. It's very much painful to see how much are we spending versus the empowerment of our youth in all the activities that they are doing. There are those that are doing cultural things and they are not getting help from the department. But when there are activities, hey, there's a lot that they are spending. I think we need to, as the committee, make sure that we play an oversight over those things, because those monies should at least empower our own kids down there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matau.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think some of the other things Honourable Mthethwa has covered in terms of saying we are the ones who are making policies and we need to make sure that those policies they stand as is. And one concern again that I had is more based on the funding module, you know, that we'll be having, especially now because of we going to the 24th of September, which we call it our cultural day. You will see the funding will be spent like nobody's business and nothing will be delivered, you know. So those are some of the other things that we need to look at to say when the monies are going to this local government and when they fund, how do they fund, which criteria do they use? So it will be advisable for real if they come here and sit here so that we can understand in terms of their finding modules, how do they work and how do they do things and how do they distribute everything. Because I believe, yes, education is the key. And when we talk about monitoring and evaluation, that's the most important thing that we need to look at it with an eagle eye. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mataung. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm very pleased that you have just used Rustenburg as an example of challenges faced within the DSAC department. And it's not exclusive to Rustenburg, as we know. So having mentioned that we have to bring in the MECs and others to come and account to us, we're sitting with the power. We need to make sure that we don't just say so, but that we come up with a date to bring them here sooner than later, because the longer we leave them to do like they've been doing all along, the more damage they are going to cause. Because if truth be told, Chairperson, there's no province, not 1 out of 9 provinces who can raise the hand and say, this doesn't happen in our province. All over where you go, we've got the same problems, the same challenges, and meaning then that our communities are affected adversely in the same way. It's just different levels of being affected adversely. That's what it is. I'm not even going to make examples of areas, but there's one thing that we need to be cognizant of, and that is because of the fact that will be charged for interference should politicians get involved in the administrative side of things. One of the biggest problems that we do face is actually the officials. The MIG funding, the municipal infrastructure grant funding is made available, then we find that some of the funds have been sent back. Now you as an MMC or an MEC, when you talk to the officials and say, listen, this is what I believe we need to do, then they will tell you differently. Then they will start threatening you by saying that they're going to charge you for interfering in what they're supposed to do, because we don't control. We can advise on how we believe things must be done, but the actual control is the officials. So that is one of the major issues that we have, and we need to get our heads around how we're going to address that. I said I'm not going to make any examples, but I'll make one, just one. When we turn our gaze to Nelson Mandela Bay, you're sitting with a football club, Chippa United, who relocated to Nelson Mandela Bay more than 10 years ago. But every year they get paid relocation fee by the municipality to the tune of 6.5 million rand relocation fee, which contributes to the total package of 13.5 million rand per annum every year. That doesn't make sense. How many times do you relocate? So when you start asking those questions, and then they say, no, it's an administrative thing and there's an agreement between Chippa United and who? The agreement is not between Chippa United at local level and the councillors. It's between Chippa United and the officials of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. That is where the agreement lies. So our hands as politicians are somehow tied, begrudgingly I'm saying somehow tied, because it shouldn't be that way. But that is how people get away with murder. They signed a contract in Buffalo City, how many year contract? A 20-year contract in Buffalo City, where they pay like a lousy 1,000 rand on or about, I may get the figure wrong, but that's not far off, per month for the facility. They've now asked for Wolfson Stadium in Nelson Mandela Bay. They want that stadium too. So you have got people who are very well politically connected, who get all these jewels within the municipalities for next to nothing, because the politicians don't have much to do or to say for not having to interfere or because they can't interfere. And that is the frustration we have. So I believe, Chairperson, in conclusion, that let us really, really, really not just be a talk shop, but let us genuinely look at a date to bring those MECs in, because most of the times you will find they are in cahoots with the beneficiaries of what's happening with projects and so forth. And I'm glad that Honourable Mthethwa has mentioned that it cuts across different directorates. We cannot just bring the people from sports in, we have to bring everybody else in, from labour, as mentioned, to infrastructure and so forth. Everybody. And we have to summons them to come. All of them, and it's not a one-day event when we sit, or session, shall I rather say, as an event. It's not a one-day session when we do that, because we need to give credence to it. Let us do it once, let's do it right, and let us set the tone and the standard for the rest of the country to benefit from such engagements. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chairperson, on the issue of bringing the MECs to the Portfolio Committee, you know, we could have done it on our first oversight meeting. We could have done it from the first day when we were in Eastern Cape, on the things that we see happening there, so that we can be able to point them out that we are from this area with you. What is your take? What are we going to do? Why are we in this state of issues in this part of your province? I think we need to do it every time when you go to this oversight. MECs, they must be part of us when we arrive there. Your MMCs responsible for infrastructure as well as sport, they must be part of us when we go to oversight, because you go to oversight, they will just bring an official who doesn't even have an idea what is happening in the municipality. Remember, on our first oversight in Eastern Cape, we had to fight with DSAC, bringing someone who was clueless about the DSAC projects. The same thing, we went to Northwest for oversight. The mayor was not even there. Everyone was telling us about the opening of the legislature, as if we are just there to do what? To tour Western Northwest. I think we need to be serious, Chairperson. We can't be the boardroom tigers. We always talk. We always have the recommendations. At the end of the day, we fail to implement on our recommendation. Like as we are saying now that we are going to call the MECs. What Honorable Malone has just said, that sometimes the poor MEC sitting there and the official is the one who's telling the MEC what it's supposed to be done. He's telling the MEC about all these acts so that they can be able to cover themselves, knowing very well that at the end of the day, the person who's supposed to come and account is the MEC. So when we call the MEC, they mustn't come alone. They must bring their HODs. The HODs must be here so that they can be able to account. You know, this officials, Chair, sometimes we are sitting here grilling the wrong people when we're supposed to grill the officials. I think that what I'm talking about, we are going to have a clear example in our session after lunch, where we are sitting here. Things are happening. We are busy grilling the board. The CEO is there, and everything is happening in front of the CEO, who's running the show from Monday to Friday. So let them bring their HODs. Let them bring the director responsible for infrastructure in the municipality. Because at the end of the day, when those infrastructure is going to be built in the municipality, directors are there to ensure that definitely the funds are doing what they're supposed to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I've just been informed by the Portfolio Secretary that even the invitations on our oversight, Honorable Molatani, have been sent by the Chair of Chairs office. Now, we do have on a regular basis meetings, the chairpersons. I will definitely bring that one up, and it is high time that these MECs and various structures come to the party. Honorable members, I think the presentation has clarified the objectives. That's why you are a content advisor. You have seen our objectives, you have put it together. I would like to say thank you for, communicating the ideas of the committee. We appreciate your time. The presentation for us was clear and very much engaging. So there's quite a number of things that will come out from there. And I want to thank the professional staff for advocating the committee's direction and the committee's vision in this regard. I've made a few notes here pertaining to some buzzwords for this meeting that we are having here today. It's to do with some deliverables. So we have to take note and also sensitize and have a clear eye on our deliverables. It has to do with timelines and also what you have said, risk. But it's also important for us as a committee to mitigate all these risks that we are facing. And also members talked about priorities and the stakeholder engagement. That is indeed important for us. And even someone talked about, I think it's Honorable Matahung, who just spoke about the sports and rugby. And perhaps we should swift a little bit much more also, Honorable Mtetwa, your favorite, the arts and culture side, because they are most being financed as when it comes to our budget. Now, Honorable members, on a quarterly basis, chairpersons are being called in, and they are appearing before huge entourage of news media. This include television et al. Then we communicate the success. Now, at the back sits Sibongile. If you can just raise your hand. He is assisting me. He is the media person. And he is also dealing with numerous other portfolio committees. So while we were engaging here, and I was thinking of the issue of communicating our successes, I am collating most of the stuff, and then I have that speech in front of all the media pertaining to our successes. I also want to invite members then, as well as the staff members, to have a central point through the portfolio secretary, submit ideas, and also successes that I might, as the chairperson, miss, to communicate these successes through the portfolio secretaries, and in order for us to have that message out there as far as our strategic priorities and objectives is concerned. With that said, we are going to the next point, honorable members, which is, but if possible, don't forget to send, if you can just put your email address again on the group, Fiona, some further changes. The document will be then sent. This is a draft document. You will have your inputs, and then we will finalize the document then. We will also, Honorable Daniels, for those who could not be here earlier, have this document sent to each and everyone. Go through it. There's a very important, numerous pieces of legislation that we must have with us as a Bible when entities appear before us. That is also guidance for us to see whether entities that appear before us act within within the act that we will have in your hands. We are now going to consider and adopt the third term committee program. Management have said there are issues outstanding. There are also some of the entities that engage and indicate their non-availability. We are not going to let them off the hook. We are going to see them again. We're definitely going to see them again. A case in point for me that is very worrisome is how this committee is going to deal with those coming to Parliament lying under oath. A particular point in case is the Athletic South Africa case, with also the constraint of budgets. I have engaged with the president of SASCOC. He is unable to do a forensic audit or investigation due to finance. I actually got so hot under the collar when I got that message. So this is the issues that we are facing. So there is a forensic audit under investigation and instruction by this committee. And as we are sitting here, it never materialized. Pertaining to the program, and let me deal with it, as well as invitations. We, as a committee, receive official on invitations, which is paid from the committee's budget. It was my view ever since day one that I must have, in most particular cases, one of the researchers with me, either Lindy or JJ. Very important, because they are picking a lot of things up on the ground when it comes to engagement and what is happening when and where at these particular events. Most, if not all of the times, I am invited in my capacity as chairperson. Other times, the whole committee. I engage with the chair of chairs and his advice to us, with particular reference to the latest invite, is to consider forward the invitations and rotate members to these particular events, because as things is, our budget are not in a position to make a provision for every member to attend some of these events due to the cost factor. My personal view on these events, with particular soccer games, rugby games, cricket games, I don't miss that games, I can tell you, and I'm not going to miss it in future. And Honorable Molatane will tell, it is here, it is there, where you as a member, you pick up a lot of things. Simple example, I went to the game, Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates. Was it Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates where you lost? Not, okay. I'm a Sundowns. So I could see it's going to be 10 minutes and 5 minutes from here to there. It took me almost an hour. I don't want to speak about Honorable Malachana. Hers was longer. It took me an hour, and I could come back and say, hey, Safa, what are you doing? Access control. People driving down, people driving up, people walking out, down, people walking up. And there's an act that states these things, how they must deal with all of these things. So you can come back and you do these kind of comments. So it is important that I used to say, I'm not going there for nice time. I'm going there to play an oversight role at these particular games. I went to a particular game, and I won't mention where and when, but then I look at all of these things, and I look at the act in terms of, to a number of things, and I said, President, if you come to Parliament, are you telling us these stories, what is here? Ooh. So it is important that we go to these events. It is important. And also the issue surrounding the latest event, I don't know what is the beef between this committee and DSAC, but we will deal with it as time comes. We are the portfolio committee, and if need be, the way we have been treated, I don't feel anymore to go to these events, especially the ones that we were recently, where there's no recognitions of no one, no members. The one-day sitting arrangements was good, fine, and all of that. And the next day, you find Honorable Daniels and his partner is standing. There's no seat, there's no direction. But we responded. There's emails that went through. So I don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to cry about it. I just want to mention it. But I think the department should also be taught how to deal with the portfolio committee. Otherwise, we don't have to go there. We are portfolio committee. We sit there at number 43. And you've seen. But I really, Honorable Molotani, open this for a debate. We must create a platform, I don't know where, but we really have to create a platform where we will address this so that they must understand. DSAC must understand that they must respect this committee and they must deal with us with the necessary decorum. We have made our ways, we've cut our finances to being 27 kilometers from the place, and even there we could have utilized those places to network with people in and around close by. But there's a lot of things that we have to discuss, even us as members, when we have cordial discussions pertaining to that. I have now opened the gate and I have talked about it. So to be fair and honest and towards you, I must now give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, Chairperson, I'm still going to say what I've said before. The problem lies with the officials. We allow these officials. We gave them too much powers. They even forget whom are they reporting to. The problem lies with the officials. Because I remember I managed to engage few of those officials. And as always, they will think that I'm arrogant. And one thing I know is that I'm not arrogant. I'm raising what I'm supposed to raise. I'm not going to beat about the bush when I see something it's wrong. I will say it the way it is at that time. I think these officials of DSAC, I don't know, Chairperson, we need to be hard on them. We need to be hard on them. The same thing that I was complaining about, to say that as the members of parliament, we are being told that the invite is only for you. And for those invitees, your other invitees, they've brought the whole. It's Honorable Molotani with the whole entourage of people behind me, and with us, the members of parliament, we were being told that you must come alone. Chairperson, it can't be. Really, it can be. Of all the things that happened on that day, the only thing that makes me angry is to fail to recognize that the portfolio committee members are here. Full stop. I don't need to be mentioned by name, but just to say portfolio committee members are here. End of story. And the worst part is that, remember, we are not only members of portfolio committee, in this portfolio committee. We are having other portfolios that we are attending. And we start to compare the reception that we get in the events of other portfolios to this one. Listen, this portfolio, they don't take us serious. They don't take us serious. And we don't need to have any platform where we'll be able to raise our issues. Our time is today. The DG will be here today. She needs to know before she leaves this place that we are not happy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malchana. Then we'll deal with it, and later I will create an opportunity. The consideration and adoption of the third term committee program.
Chairperson,
Honorable Daniels.
I don't want to talk on the same item, Chairperson, but you've raised something just now. I was hoping that I'll get a chance to sneak in when you spoke about the forensic audit. Can I just drop one line, please, Chairperson? Thank you. Chairperson, you said that you've spoken to the president of SASCOC, And the president indicated that there's no funds and therefore no forensic audit can be done. Now, we must not undermine or undervalue the importance of that audit. So my clarity-seeking questions are as follows. If the president of SASCOC says there's no funds, what is the cost for the forensic audit? And can they present us their financials so that we can also do our oversight there and take an informed decision on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. Appreciate. Fiona, can you take us through the program? Who's taking us through? Note the program that will be presented. I am in possession of letters sent by Saru and Safa. I am in possession of those letters. So we have to just play around with the dates. I really would want us to accommodate both Safa and Saru because of the situation they are in pertaining to games outside South Africa. You can proceed. Huh?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to run through the program, the suggested...
Honorable Daniels, come take the seat quickly.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So just to run through the third term program for the committee, it's a very short term. As you can see, it only runs from the 1st of September to the 19th of September. First on the agenda is today's meeting, and we've dealt with the first part of the agenda. And then later today we'll have the briefing by the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sports, SAIDS. Sorry. Thursday will be the briefing by the National Film and Video Foundation on their 2025-26 annual performance plans, the appointment of the council, pending investigations, response to allegation of funding irregularities, mismanagement, nepotism, and other matters. Friday this week, we plan to have a briefing by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the SAU CCIF, which is a federation of creative and industry, cultural and creative industry practitioners, on the outcomes of the Mzansi Golden Economy Open Call. And that will be in the presence of the department, SAMIC, and all the groupings listed there. Next Tuesday, we should be having a follow-up meeting with the South African Football Association, NEC, the PSL Board of Governors, and the provincial federations on the audited financial statements, update on VAR implementation in line with the Minister's budget commitments, and outstanding matters emanating from the previous meeting with SAFA. Friday, the 12th of September, would be a briefing by the department on the 2024-25 fourth quarter and 2025-26 first quarter performance reports. Following Friday is the 16th of September. It's planned to have a briefing by the South African Rugby Union on their 2024 annual report, inclusive of the latest audited financial statements, a presentation on the PricewaterhouseCoopers report, and progress on the implementation of the recommendations emanating from that report. Friday, the 19th of September, there's a briefing by the Department, National Treasury, Public Service Commission, and other role players on the implications of the Minister's announcement to cancel the amalgamation of entities as per the white paper on arts, culture, and heritage. Okay. So, and that concludes the program for the third term.
Thank you so much, Fiona. I think let me do what the chairperson has done prior to him vacating. I don't even know where he's gone to. I think we must just check with him for him to disclose where he's gone to. But let's start here with Honorable Maletsana from the front and we just go down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me appreciate the presentation. Chairperson, let me just first by saying the issue of the Friday's meetings. We don't have a problem with Friday's meetings, but we need to be considerate, especially for those members, for an example, Honorable Makgato, Honorable Mutambi, whom they are from Limpopo, and the Limpopo flight, it's like the same one of Bloemfontein. It's only one flight per day. So why can't we have our Friday's meetings be virtual? So that at least on Friday morning they can be able to travel home. If that flight on Friday, they don't catch that flight on Friday, it means they will be sitting here the hele naweek. And it's not nice when we know very well that we have constituencies that we need to serve back home. So my suggestion will be, can the Friday's meeting be virtual unless that entity, we need to see it physical. Maybe in a case where we said that this one, it needs to be here physical. But any other meeting, my suggestion is that can we have those meetings on Friday? Number two, I'm seeing here the letter of SAFA. And I am not going to support this thing of SAFA coming up with an excuse that they are having. Are they playing game? Are they soccer players? Are they the players of Bafana Bafana? Or are they administrators of soccer? This is a lame excuse, according to me, saying that Bafana Bafana will be playing on that day. And when you check, the meeting is not going to be at 6 o'clock. Yes, all of us, we want to go and watch Bafana Bafana, support them emotionally, because we won't be able to attend the game.
So, excuse me, Honorable Member, you may take a seat. Okay.
And according to the schedule here, that meeting of SAFA, the meeting of SAFA, it's virtual meeting. It's virtual meeting. I don't understand this. And submission was done on the 22nd of August. And they only respond when. This one, Chair, to be really honest, I am not going to entertain it. Instead, I reject this excuse of SAFA. On that day, we want to see SAFA physically, because failing not to, things are getting more worse than when they are. I can see that now they are starting to play hide and seek with us. Unfortunately, we are adults. We don't have time for hide and seek. We are running the country here. It's either they come or else, yes, they shape in or else. Yes, we cannot be sitting here and at the end of the day, they will be implementing some things and will be expected to come, and when we call them to come and account, it will be like they are being attacked. You know, the issue of SAFA, it's a national issue, because the day SAFA was here, all the media houses, we couldn't even answer our calls on that day. Everyone was calling. You were not knowing whether it's a member of the public or what. When you answer the call, it's a media person. So they must come, chairperson, they must come and account, they must come and finish the business that we've started in the past. The other issue, Chair, that I want to raise is the issue of ASA. I can see ASA is not here, but it's the issue of ASA. We cannot just leave that as it is. We are aware that the Athletic South Africa president, Mr. James Moloi, he was not. In fact, he lied to Parliament. He lied to Parliament on certain issues on the day when the portfolio was engaging Athletic South Africa. And it's worse because now things are getting more. In fact, we are from better getting to worse regarding the issue of Athletic South Africa. Every day in, day out, we will receive an email from a certain member of Athletic South Africa. It's either with a letter that they have been suspended. It's either with a letter that they have been threatened with a legal. I mean, we cannot be sitting here and said we'll wait up until the last day, then we'll be able to talk about issue of Athletic South Africa. I remember the same day when we were discussing that, the minister said, no, we are going to do the forensic audit on the issue of Athletic South Africa. And Chair, I just want to check a certain clause, because when you lie to portfolio committee, we're supposed to charge you with perjury. The guy has lied not once, more than once, and a certain information, we have the proof that he lied. So can the issue of Athletic South Africa be featured somewhere on our program? I don't know how, but it needs to be featured on our program so that we've started this. Let us conclude so that when we move to other item, this one it's already closed. We can't be having so many open shops that they are not doing anything. We've opened this. Let us conclude it. The issue of SAFA, let us conclude so that when we move to other entities, we know very well with this one, everything it's been sorted. And if you allow me, Chair, I just want to sneak one last item through the window, but it's affecting the department also. Last time, I remember at some stage we talked about the issue of the big work, that the big work must be taken to your area of previously disadvantaged, where we are not going to spend any money in hiring the venues, where people can be able to walk in to come and participate in huge numbers. And I remember when I was raising that issue, specifically I was raising the issue because the first big work was here in Cape Town. I will remember the area. And almost we've paid a lot of money to hire that area. Presently, I saw something on the social media and someone sent me a WhatsApp. Same thing regarding the big work. This year, big work, they are taking it to Rondebosch. Hi, guys. They are taking it to Rondebosch. It's a private area again. The area in the suburb again. We have to spend money on the transport again. And I don't think the people from Langa and Nyanga and so forth will be interested to go and attend that big work in that suburb. What is so difficult for us to take that big work to a central area where we are not going to pay for the venue and so forth? Because this is going to increase the budget that we were complaining about the last time. Members, I think it's time that some of the things that we've talked about, and then we have recommendations, we need to implement our recommendations. We can't be taken back and forth as if we are at the preschool. No. This thing, I think, Chair, it needs to be attended. It can't be right. We've talked about the issue of the big work, taken to affluent areas where we pay for the venue, you pay for the transport, and at the end of the day, it doesn't reach a majority of community. It's happening again this year, right in front of our eyes. So something needs to be done, and I'm not going to support this. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honourable Slani. Let me just verify with Chairperson, because I don't want to create an impression that I've expropriated the space. Yes. Are you good to return to your seat, Honourable Chairperson? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels. I've listened attentively on the additional issues being mentioned, but perhaps we can accommodate those issues mentioned by Honourable Molatani. But in principle, for us now, what is important is to approve what is in front of us. And I also want this committee to deal with natural justice. And in terms of the developments of SAFA and SARU and their positions, it is important for those presidents to attend elsewhere. That is important, it's a given. And imagine Honourable Molatani to witness the Springboks playing elsewhere without the president being there. There are a lot of things being done at these events, ceremonies, handovers, and the absence of presidents. I think it will not work out. I'm giving you an opportunity now. I would really plead to members that we accommodate to these entities. It will not be SAFA and it will not be SARO. It will not be the first time that we accommodate a particular entity. The big thing is the entity will not run away. They must come. As much as you feel about those, I'm feeling the same. And with SARO, there is an issue that we have to discuss. And I believe that the DA has prior SARO on a report. We must engage. This committee must engage with SARO on that report. They are going to come here, do or die. They have to come here. There's other processes outside. That process must go forward. But this committee has an obligation to the country to engage with SARO, because there's also a potential threat whereby members of SARO has lied to this committee as well. We're going to get an opportunity. We mustn't be in a hurry. We're going to get it. And even the same with SAFA, and even the same with Athletics South Africa. And I like the comment what Honourable Daniels has said on Athletics South Africa. I gave up almost on Athletics South Africa when I phoned the president. So we should not lie down, and it's whether it's a tactic, whether it's a strategy, they will appear before this Parliament. Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Can I, and I don't know quite how you work it, but can I suggest that you possibly switch the briefing by SARU with the briefing by the Department of Sports on the 19th? Because SARU have indicated that they are back on the afternoon of the 16th, which means they will be available for the Friday the 19th. But just to note as well that it's not just the PwC report, there is also an ENS report. And I'm hoping it's not them presenting it, that it is actually the firms that have done the investigations that will be presenting it. It seems to me counterproductive to have SARU present on forensic reports that essentially are investigating, events within their own ranks. And then the SAFA meeting possibly could also be switched with either the Friday the 5th or Friday the 12th. So, I mean, I don't know if you can do a direct swap, but that seems to me to open up their availability, and then we don't really have a problem with the schedule and trying to get them here. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll come back to that now. Is there any other honourable member? Honourable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to Fiona for presenting as well the third term program. Chair, I want to support, actually let me start by saying we don't have any problem to adopt the program as presented to us. But Chair, I think maybe before we adopt, we as the committee, we can make amendments as the committee, because this program is going to guide us where to and what we need to do. Chair, I would like to support the Honourable Mletsane on the issue of Friday meetings that are supposed to be set physically. We don't have any problem for those meetings to sit on Fridays, Chair. But really, we want to plead that let us put the Friday meetings virtually, because of the reasons stated by Honourable Mletsane. But even us, we are not comfortable really to be here on Fridays physically. I want to be honest, probably we're not, because we are sitting this side, It's workable for you.
Well, I'll respond.
No, I don't expect you to respond, Chair. I was just saying it on a lighter note, It's not workable for us, but indeed you want to be part of the meetings of Fridays. But if we can look at the issue of the virtual meetings, so that we'll be able to participate, all of us. With regards to SAFA, I understand that the invitation was made long time ago, and they knew that they'll be having the game on that day. So the meeting is starting at 9 to 1, if I'm not mistaken, according to their program. So I don't see any reason that will make SAFA not to attend the meeting because of the game. I'm also supporting my honourable member is to say, let's meet SAFA on that day in the morning, then after they will go to the game, because we will be also interested to watch that game. Lastly, Chair, the issue of the Athletics South Africa, as Mletsane said, is that we request that it must be put on the program. On the issue of the big work, Chair, I think when we are meeting here, we want to raise our voices to be heard by the department. We are not doing just a lip service. We've got other things that we are supposed to be doing, but we decided to prioritize our meetings. And when we took decisions we request that those decisions must be implemented. We are not doing a lip service here, or we are just talking for the sake of talking. We want to see the results. If we said we want to do this and we agreed upon that, that must be happen. And that way we are not going to ask one and the same thing as to why are they not implementing our resolutions as taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just to come back to some of the issues, I'm going to give you an opportunity now, both members, is that when we engage as the management committee, the only omission here, when we engage, and on those particular day, what we haven't mentioned was to say that SAFA on that one particular day have an NEC meeting as well. That was the issue. And I can tell you, when it comes to issues of this nature, planning is important. I'm going to give you a clinical example on planning. I think a month ago we have invited the department and the minister on Friday. The minister will deal with it, have sent an apology on Friday. But now here I am. I can get angry and say, we sent you an invitation and why are you not here and all of that. I'm now busy trying to arrange with the minister and the portfolio secretaries to have it as a hybrid to accommodate one another, because the minister has an official engagement, even now, safe to say, a month ago. So there are various factors in all of this that I think we must accommodate. There's another thing I want to inform you. When it comes to SAFA and SARU, and Honorable Molachani should actually be present. When it comes to SARU and SAFA, every member wants the meeting in person when it comes to those two entities. And there were days where we have these meetings on Friday that every member wanted to, and at the end of the day, we could not form a quorum at some time. Now, work is Parliament. We are scheduled Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We are unfortunate as a portfolio committee to have our meetings on 2 days due to the amount of entities that falls under us. That I understand. I understand that members still have to fly home. So members of Limpopo have to fly sometimes to Joburg and have to drive to Limpopo. I take cognizance of that fact. I don't have a problem at all, Honorable Nkosi, to even have the meetings on Tuesday and Friday on the virtual platform. I don't have in person a problem with that. The mere fact that it is much more cost effective, first and foremost, and also there are numerous factors that play a role when we have these meetings. We do have, and if you speak to Jabu, one of the portfolio secretaries, her view is that meetings hybrid or on Zoom are most viewed by the public, and there are a lot of engagement by the public. Sometimes we don't get a venue where the meetings have been screened. We are fortunate that this particular meeting have been screened. But in terms of also the content and issues of the day of the week, portfolio committees have been given preference on particular issues that has to be screened. I am mindful and I will consider that we have these meetings on most of our time on Zoom. But here's the issue of negotiations, Honorable Nkosi. Negotiations is give and take. So I give in on the issues of the Fridays and Tuesdays, and I would like to appeal to yourself and your colleague to give in that we move SARU and SAFA. And we can even have them as well. Why shouldn't we have them also on Zoom? There's nothing wrong, it will be screened. And a forensic audit, Honorable Potgieter, doesn't matter who presents it, whether it's SARU, whether it's the entity or whoever. A forensic audit is a forensic audit itself. It will be given to us. We will deal with it later as well. Because numerous forensic audits as Parliament been dealt with. So they must present the audit and they must tell us what actions, remedies they have had on those forensic audits, whatever the case may be. These audits, forensic audits, will be sent to members of Parliament. But if there is a serious plight from members to say this is our wish, I will grant that wish, because as Parliament we can invite anyone to this meeting. If you would like to have someone here for clarity, or a previous minister or a previous director, we are allowed to summon them to this particular platform. So I'm going to ask the secretary to present to us the possibilities. What also goes along with these things is, let's take, for example, the meeting of Friday. I think they were also applied for having this meeting in person. But there are really some of these meetings that we can have on Zoom where everyone will be present. So there is dates been given, because sometimes if you give dates, in this particular one of Friday, hotels has been booked, accommodation has been booked, flights has been booked, so we can't really do anything on that. And it's not only us that are privy to change things as we wish. We have to go out again and check what that particular entity can we not. They must check their diaries. But again, it doesn't matter whether it's now, tomorrow, or next week. Those changes that we are made and those two particular entities is a priority to this committee. So we will go with Zoom meetings as much as we can. We will go with Zoom meetings on Friday. I'm happy. There is a possible date swap, but we have to confirm with SAFA, is to swap 12 and 9, meaning that SAFA on the 12th and DSAC on the 9th. I think it was Honorable Potgieter who mentioned that. Yes. So there is a possibility, but that is subject to availability, unless we must give management the opportunity again to change it, because it goes a lot with a lot of arrangements from the professional staff. Then also to replace SARU with Athletics South Africa on the 16th. And the input by members should be noted, Secretary, pertaining to the lie under oath, and the second issue is the forensic audit. So it looks that we can only accommodate SARU the first meeting in the fourth term. It will give us enough time. In terms of prep, there's a lot of developments that will happen. So that is the proposals at best that we can come to pertaining to those changes with SAFA as well as SARU. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Just clarity on the presentation of the forensic report. It would be impossible to ask SARU for clarity on a forensic report that is about them. And that is my concern with it. Of course, they can give a report on the progress in terms of the recommendations, but I've had this experience before where the entity being investigated presents the report and gives their own interpretation of what the contents are, which are not the actual truth. So I think for our benefit, if we are interrogating the entire report, that somebody, or at least a representative from the organizations that have done it, are there to provide that clarity. But I agree with you that SORA provides, progress on their recommendations, but they cannot be the subject and the presenter of a forensic report.
No, I take note of that, and one should also realize, I think, on the feasibility thereof. We are having a delegation here on Friday that comes from our budget to the tune of almost 60,000 rand, I think. Am I right? So we should consider that. I think that's a serious consideration on the argument that you put on the table. But one should also, perhaps have a discussion with the chair of chairs, and that should be throughout all portfolio committees. It's actually a good idea, but then there should be serious consideration as to whether Parliament will pay for that as well. Honourable Mataung, followed by Honourable Daniels.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think I'm covered with a lot of things. Wanted to dwell more on the report because I was thinking if they do bring the audited report from a different company, can't we verify it with our own internal, just to verify, to say, okay, this report, is it in good shape or not? So those are some of the other things that we need to look at whenever they bring the report, whether it's presented by whoever. But if we have our own internal auditors, then it could be much more easier and we'll be able to move forward.
Thank you, Honourable Mataung. Honourable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think let me start with the back end of what my colleague has just said. These forensic reports, it can be that it's like a legal opinion. Two different firms, two different opinions. So we really need to zoom into what the colleagues have said here. I've got one issue when I was chairing the session just now for that brief moment with Honourable Moletsane. Honourable Moletsane has covered everything. So now I don't have anything more to say. I want to say that I concur with everything that's been said with my colleagues. But I think the one problem I don't know, and I'm asking for a friend, is there anybody who informed SAFA that the former Member of Parliament, Liam Jacobs, is no longer on this committee? Because I'm beginning to wondering why there's so much gymnastics from SAFA and the dates that was proposed way back, and now they're coming with these excuses. SAFA normally do have yes, the calendar is already set for the season, and also they also have virtual meetings. I've heard them confirm that they do have virtual meetings also. So I really cannot buy into the excuses from SAFA, and I'm very happy for a very great proposal in asking for us to play around with the dates to accommodate them. That is really progressive, because we need to get our work done, and they are the spanner in the wheel when it comes to our work that we need to do. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Noted, Honourable Daniels. Is there any other dates that might give us a problem? All of those are invited for the term.
Maybe the Friday meeting.
Let me address the issue of Friday. Same stage, where the minister is unable to attend. We receive a letter. This is a very important meeting of Friday with MGE. I'm engaging with the minister since yesterday and even asked, but I also see that the DM has also challenges with the family. So it's more unlikely that the DM will also not be present. This is a very, very important meeting where I really would like the minister or the DM, someone must lead the delegation here so that we can hear the plight of the people out there. It's best having all of them in one room. Now I am engaging with the minister even during this meeting, and there is a possibility that he is able to have and to take the meeting on Zoom. I have checked with the portfolio secretary. We are busy. If you perhaps, are you able to speak to it, Jabu?
Yes, Chair, we are trying to get S12A for Friday for hybrid session. So the minister can join via hybrid and then members can still be in the venue with the representatives.
Thank you for that. That will be of great help. It will solve a number of issues, and it will solve numerous WhatsApps directed to most of us. It will at least have the potential to solve those problems. So we will hear from the Secretariat pertaining to the Friday meeting, but something must be done, even if I had to go myself to Honorable Frolic. But it is imperative, it is important that the Minister attend this particular meeting. Tell me, due to time, the Minister indicated that he will be here 1:30. So I engaged with the Minister, and his flight is delayed. So he is arriving 1:00. So he will be most probably here 1:30. If it's possible for us to deal with the minutes on Thursday, sorry, Jabu, I have to do this to you. And perhaps start, what time? We can't start 1:00, it's already 1:00.
We're supposed to start at 2 on Thursday.
Oh, on 2, yeah, we're supposed to start on 2 on Thursday. Is it possible, honorable members? I know there is already other engagement with other members. Can we start at 1:00 on Thursday? Okay, we're only going to deal with the minutes. I will excuse you. Yeah. With the minutes and then the program. Okay, Honorable Molatsani.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson,
Apologies, we have a venue for Friday. It's confirmed. So I have reached out to have the meeting on Friday on Zoom. Please reach out, Honorable Molatsani, if you address me, that we have the change with Saru and Safa. Thank you, Honorable Molatsani, for that cooperation.
Chairperson, please.
Hybrid, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we are in agreement regarding changing the meeting of SAFA and SARO. But my last question on that one of SAFA, according to the schedule here, are we still going to invite the same people that we've invited, or what is going to happen regarding the issue of the invite? The reason I'm raising the issue of the invite, Chairperson, as the meeting is going to be, it's going to be virtual.
No.
No, I'm talking about the SAFA.
The SAFA, okay.
Yes, that the invite. Remember, we've said that with the invite, we are going to. It was. Let me
give you the names who will attend, Honorable Molatsani. SASCOC, SAFA, the NEC, PSL, the EXCO of them, as well as provincial federations.
The invite is still going to be the
Yes.
same way?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, Chairperson.
Yes. We can't change that.
Okay, Chairperson.
Thank you. You happy? Negotiations, great. Honorable Daniels?
I think I've just missed. So Friday, we are going to have virtual and hybrid. Is that correct?
Friday is hybrid, but my request to members, those who are here, please attend in person because the whole entourage of MGE will be present here. How many? Six of them. So if we can, yes, it will be hybrid. Yes. What is the time? I think it's 9 o'clock.
9:30.
9:30. It's 9:30. Honorable Molachani.
Chairperson, I want to take advantage because, when the meeting are virtual, I want to take an advantage because those meetings are virtual. If it was physical, then I was not going to take an advantage. Because here we are dealing with the issues that are very serious. Is it possible for us on that one of SAFA to invite certain individuals who were having position in SAFA who can be able to, we don't want when they say that, no, this was not done by me, it was done by Eugene Mtetwa when he was still a technical director. Eugene is not there to answer. It's virtual. Can we be able to include other people?
I will only budge for those having former positions.
Yes.
But not individuals, because then I'm going to open the gate to invite, sorry for my term, every tiktomaneri.
No, it's fine.
I think let's do that. We have noted that we can invite. I think we are entitled, but I think previously I was requested, I can't remember, and I said no, we are not going to. Then anyone will come. Hey, this one knows this. Come, let's invite the former. That's fine.
Yes, that's what I don't want to invite Matsolo because no, I'm saying the former. Yes, Chair.
I'm happy to do that. Honorable members, I will now close the meeting. We will have the meeting on Thursday, 1 o'clock. It's in person here. And then we will deal with the minutes, and we start an hour earlier. We will now break for lunch break for half an hour, né?
Yes.
For a half an hour. Enjoy lunch. Yes.
So, was she working in Parliament? Yeah, she's coming. Oh, you were MP now? Oh. I think you started as an MP. She's from Human Rights. Recently.
It's so hot in here though.
General. Abafana bakasi sana. JJ, 4 Dragon Street, 1 street. Dragon Street. Very short. Back street. Snale Absa. Boxer. Wena makula manzinzi. O tla fela makula da.
Still have to get a lot of media attention. I don't recognize any face other than the chair that was.
I recognize him and I recognize her. The others, I think they are new.
No, like from the previous computers that.
Apparently, she saw me yesterday at the airport. Apparently, she saw me yesterday at the airport. But she was like, she wasn't sure if she should say hi or not.
Just squeeze past, going there next to the water. Can I sit there?
Yeah, you may. That's yours, DJ.
Oh, come. Why are you sitting there? Hello, I hope it's for this one.
No.
This is low.
Oh, you have
You know the name. You know the name. You can sit here. No, you know what someone said that you are in Pretoria because
Are you going to respond?
Wait, one page.
One page, I will kind of question. But I think one page. We're going to make one question. That's why I revise
DJ, how are you?
I know if in Toyam, I'm in a paper and
What happened to your check?
I forgot all weeks. I forget it this week when we are holding so many things. I changed back. Going to this bag. So I had to go.
Your key, just put you on the car keys.
I changed my laptop bag and took this one. And put a hamba on my son.
Hopefully we'll finish by 6 o'clock.
What time is it? I know if it's at 8.
Honorable members and guests, the Minister, the Director, welcome to our meeting. I just want to make a few house rules before we're going to start. And I am asking for your indulgence, the fact that we have started late. We might also going on a little bit above our time. So I'm going to ask members to introduce themselves, but before I'm going to do that, I just want to say that we have a very important meeting here today. The same applies to Friday. There are some concerns on the meeting of Friday. I've engaged with the minister who have official work, and I have indicated earlier on that we have to be lenient, safe to say that this notice has been given out, I think, for more than 30 days. But we take cognizance of the minister's program and his engagement. And as a committee, we do not have any problem if the minister or the deputy minister lead the delegation. The minister has indicated for the meeting on Friday. We also have a meeting on Thursday, Minister. I don't know whether you have seen. On Friday, so we are trying our utmost best to have a hybrid session. And I want to say thank you to the minister for making himself available in that fashion. If we have to, we rather can go Zoom or hybrid to see to what extent we can accommodate both the ministry and perhaps the members. We have dealt with quite a number of issues on the agenda for today. We have done apologies. We have done the adoption of the agenda. With that said, I am going to ask members from my right-hand side to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, DG, the DSAC staff, SAIT. Good afternoon, members. My name is Matsulo Molotani. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. I'm from Sasolburg in Free State, and I have been deployed here by African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues, Minister. I nearly said acting DG. Officials of the department, SAIDs, honorable members. My name is Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I am deployed by Obvious, the red color, EFF. And yeah, I think that's all I can say for now. I come from Soweto, born in Soweto, GP, Gauteng Maboneng. Thanks.
My name is Imran Musa, Member of Parliament and also member of the Portfolio Committee in Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm from the Al Jamaa Party, and I come from Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, officials. It's very nice to meet you. I'm new to the committee. I've come from public service. My name is Leah Porchita. I'm from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, the Minister, DG, and the officials, our support staff, and my colleagues. My name is Ethel Nkosi. I'm deployed by the African National Congress from Mpumalanga, and then I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to the Minister, my colleagues, supporting staff, and the SAIDs. My name is Gift Mutaung. I'm the member of this portfolio committee, and I've been deployed by MK Party. Soweto, Johannesburg, Siakwazi.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Honorable Minister, DG, congratulations. It's nice to see that the DG is now no longer acting, and it's more encouraging to see that it's a woman that has taken up this position. So congratulations. To SAID, I trust it's going to be a very good meeting. I anticipate that the temperature is going to be a bit high, but I'm pretty much sure that the decorum will be maintained and the respect will be there, and that nothing is personal, whatever is said in these meetings. My name is Marlon Daniels. I'm a member of the fastest growing party in South Africa, which is the Patriotic Alliance. I'm also the...
There are by-elections somewhere.
Yes, definitely, definitely, Chairperson. There is. I'm the Chief Whip in Parliament. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm also the National Chairperson of a Patriotic Alliance. So to me, it's a great honor to be entrusted to serve here on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all the members of the esteemed portfolio committee. Also, I'd like to welcome Sportgitter. I think it's the first meeting we had together. From my side,
order, Chairperson. May I? I think the Minister says Sportgitter.
Yes, Mr. Sportgitter. Also, like to thank you, Chair, for your indulgence in accommodating me today. And today, I want to welcome the staff from DSAC also, and the SAIDs, the people from SAIDs. And we are very happy to be here so that we can ventilate whatever issues there is and answer all the questions that the portfolio committee has. Thank you very much.
Let's start from the DG and then Department Sports, Arts and Culture, and then the staff of the portfolio following the professional staff of DSAC.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and the members, to the Minister and the members of SAID's board, former board, and CEO. My name is Dr. Stella Khumalo, or Cynthia Khumalo, the Director General, Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Tebo Tebehai, the Acting DDG for Sport. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Now I'm following you. Afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, DG, honorable members, SAIDs, and colleagues. My name is Bosiso Tsanyane, Acting DDG Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development.
Good afternoon, Minister and honorable members. My name is Mabetara BP from the Office of the Director General.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister DG, Sunita Ramanan, Director Internal Audit, DSAC. Thank you.
Ulelwa.
Afternoon, Chairperson, and the members, and the Minister and the Department. My name is Bulelo Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Minister, honorable members. My name is Ntati Hlongwane. I'm the support staff from the ANC caucus. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, DG, members. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob Morwe, the researcher for Sport and Recreation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, DG, Portfolio Committee. My name is Chad Kramer, Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Lindinxiwa Mahlasela, Researcher, Arts and Culture.
Botani Kamalam Guzoleka Kula, Committee Secretary, Sport and Recreation.
Good afternoon. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honourable Members, Minister, DG, members of SIDES and the Department, and colleagues. I'm Tracy McGiven. I'm from Parliamentary Legal Services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tlantla Hlombe. I am a language practitioner within the Parliamentary Service. Thank you.
Sates, I left you for last to gauge and to see and to perhaps also inform us about your testing after seeing everyone.
Sorry, apologies, I can't hear so well. I have the flu, so apologies for that. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Minister, colleagues. I'm Khalid Khalant, the CEO of SAIDS, and I'll hand over to the different board members to introduce themselves.
I'm Shoaib Manjra and the ex-board member of SAIDS.
Good afternoon, Minister, Chairperson, and members. I'm Dr. Hajira Masheho. I was part of the dissolved SAIDS board.
Afternoon, Chairperson, Honourable Members, Minister, and colleagues at DSAC. My name is Wafika Beg Jassim. I am the Legal Manager at SAIDS.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon to the Honourable Minister and to the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as our colleagues from DSAC. My name is Onkengwane, and I am the CFO at SAIDS. Thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself for the record? Just get to a mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Hirsch, and I'm a freelance journalist for Ground Up News.
Thank you, honourable members. Let me do the official opening and remarks for this meeting. Good afternoon, honourable Minister, esteemed members of the Portfolio, Sport, Arts and Culture, as well as fellow stakeholders. I would like to welcome you to a very critical meeting where we will scrutinize recent developments and decisions affecting the department. Today we will discuss the dissolvement of SAIDS board, and it is for us as a committee to prioritize and to be transparent and also to ensure that there was accountability and fairness in the process. We, as members of Parliament, today will seek clarity on various issues, including the investigation process and the impact on stakeholders and the rationale behind the dissolvement of SAIDS. Regarding the allegations of legislative overreach, I want to categorically say that I'd like to reiterate our constitutional mandate as the Portfolio Committee. It is this committee's duty to exercise oversight question the executive, and hold them accountable. This includes investigating potential abuses of power, ensuring transparency, and protecting public interest. We as a committee act as a microcosm of this Parliament, processing and deliberating on various issues and reporting on our findings and recommendations to this House. More so, if a perceived abuse of power or political manipulation by the executive, including the President of this country, it is our responsibility to ask questions. We do have a constitutional right, while we are a constitutional state that is governed by laws. The request for the forensic report, including SAIDs, in this meeting is legitimate and it is necessary. This committee, including Parliament, handled numerous forensic reports and have a legislative responsibility to deal with it in a dignified manner. It is also our prerogative to determine our own procedures and invite relevant parties to Parliament. I want to emphasize that our oversight role is not confrontational. It's about ensuring accountability and transparency. The public has the right to know the truth behind the board's dissolvement, and it is our responsibility to provide oversight and guidance. Therefore, the forensic report cannot be classified as a top secret. We have to work together to ensure that our proceedings are fair, that they are transparent, and that they are accountable. We are committed in fulfilling our constitutional mandate and serving the public's interest. Basically, because we were not taken into confidence, Minister, by the department on what informed your decision to dissolve SAIDs and withhold the forensic report from us. It would be amiss to have the Minister only here today and not members of the dissolved board present. And this is to explain to Parliament what triggered the Minister to dissolve the board in less than 10 days when the board responded amid denying them the opportunity to the forensic report. With that said, I would like to give an opportunity to the Minister for his opening remarks following the presentation by the Department Sports, Arts and Culture to this committee. Minister.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I will have the department speak, but before the department speak, I also want to go on record to just state, in South Africa, I used to cry, like many other South Africans, about money being spent to have forensic audits to investigate people. And when that audit, when the results come of that particular forensic audit, and the principal does not like what has been found, those reports are then being put one side. I took over a department with a lot of reports that has not been actioned on. The investigation against the SAIDs board, I didn't do. I didn't interfere. When I became a minister, I found this investigation ongoing, like any others. And as the minister, I said to myself that the professionals that are investigating everything that was perceived to be wrong, I as the minister shall act on all the recommendations by the learned people investigating people. I got a report which implicated not only the SAIDS board, but also implicated members of DSAC, senior members of DSAC. I immediately did what is required of me by law. I gave the SAIDS board an opportunity to respond. It is untrue that we didn't give them. They were given a redacted, or my instruction was that they were given a redacted part of where they're being spoken about in the report. But because of the POPI Act, I cannot, if the report speaks about other people, I have to redact it. I'm here today to tell the committee, I've given them time to respond to allegations. I hold no candle or have no hatred towards anybody. I'm just doing what I think has never been done. A report is investigation, money has been spent on investigation. That was not even done by me, Chair. That was done by the previous minister. The report came. If that report said there was nothing wrong, then there was nothing wrong. And I'm here today to come and tell the portfolio committee that if I didn't act on the recommendations of that report, it would have been another issue. Oh, he's protecting the people on the SAIDS board because he knows them. So I'm here, and I'll be guided by the committee. But I did what I think every minister, every official should do. When you institute an investigation, and the results come back in that investigation, and you are not happy with that, you should still have the conviction of your courage to say, these are the recommendations by these people, let me do it. Thank you very much. For now, I'll give over to the DG. Thank you very much. That's my part.
Thank you, Minister DG.
Thank you very much, Minister. The report would be, the committee will be taken through the report by the director responsible for the entity oversight. We have, as you heard during the presentations, also here with us the Chief Audit Executive under whom forensic investigation falls. She would also then assist further, but the presentation itself can I, through you, just ask the director who's acting DDG today, director, to then take the committee through.
Thank you very much, DG. Yeah, I think we can go to the first slide, but Chair, this is the presentation which relates to the process that was followed before a decision to dissolve the board was taken. It's not a long presentation, Chair, because we've also supplied the attachments or the communication between the minister and the former board of SAIDS. I think it was after the decision to implement the recommendations of the report, the investigation report, where after, because of our responsibilities as entities oversight, we are facilitating the issues of governance between public entities and the governing structures or the boards there. That then on the 9th of May 2025, there was a communication sent to the erstwhile board of SAIDS, which was affording them an opportunity to make written representations on the findings on the report as indicated earlier on by the minister. There was also an extract of the report that related to the board, which was included in that communication. There were annexures attached to that, Chair, and the board, the former board responded indeed on the 15th of May And the response there was asking that they be furnished with the full report to allow them to make those representation. On the 18th of May, a response to the request was sent indicating that the department was not in a position to provide the full report due to keeping with the provisions of POPI Act, as the minister has indicated that the report in itself, there are other affected parties or people who had not been at that stage been supplied or even been given an opportunity to respond to the findings against them from the report. And that response or that communication also emphasized that the date for the response still stands. And then indeed the board then responded, the S12 board responded on the 21st of May 2025, upon which those representations made were then reviewed, and then a decision to dissolve the board was then issued to the Board of States, which now is a former board. So, Chair, there are annexures, and I believe that members do have those at their disposals, but I'm not sure because of the volume and the words therein would not, I don't know if we'd be able to read them or members would read them by themselves, but we just attach them so that for records, Chair. So that's the process that was followed, leading towards the dissolution of the board. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe in future to just send them page by page. You know what was the problem? It was printed in the office in that font, so I had to take my binoculars and read. Okay. DSAC, who's next on the program, SAIDS. Welcome to have your presentation flighted if you'd like to. Gary, that was the shortest presentation ever. Compliments to the new chef.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Minister and members. Thank you for the invitation to the committee meeting to provide a perspective on the World Anti-Doping Code non-compliance matter that affected South Africa. Yes, I'll do it. I'm Dr. Hajira Mashego. I'm the Deputy Chair of the previous SAIDS board, the one that has just been dissolved. The chair, unfortunately, could not make it, as is overseas, Dr. Ephraim Nematwarani. And with me is Dr. Shoaib Manjra, who has served on 3 SAIDS boards for the last 3 terms. So he's got the context of what happened before the current board. Prior to serving on the SAIDS board, I was a senior official in the then Department of Sport and Recreation. During my tenure, anti-doping matters were part of my portfolio, extending as far back to when the South African government became a signatory to the UNESCO Convention Against Doping in Sport. Similarly, Dr. Manjra has served 3 terms on the SAIDS board, with 1 term as the chair. He accompanied the past ministers of sport to various international anti-doping forums as a technical advisor on anti-doping and sport medicine matters. The SAIDS management is represented by the CEO, Mr. Khalid Khalant, the legal advisor, manager, Ms. Wafika Bech Yassim, and the CFO, Mr. Onkengwani. Our presentation today will entail the context of code compliance provided by the management. The representatives of the previous board will address the issues responding to the ministerial decision to dissolve the board. Thank you. I'll flight the presentation now. You can start in the meantime.
Thank you, Ajira. And again, thank you, Chair, for the invitation. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, members. As Ajira mentioned, we're going to sketch a context of compliance, basically what it entails and what the overriding or arching compliance global policies and legislation that is formed part of this issue and the timeline of how we came to this matter. Again, apologies for the sniffing and the coughing.
He disconnected us, now we're struggling.
If I recall correctly, while she's busy, I wanted to start out again just with the SAGE mandate, that the mandate is drawn from the SAGE legislation. The important aspect that I want to draw the committee's attention to is that the SAGE legislation, the original SAGE legislation, is from 1997, so it predates the establishment of WADA and of the signing of the South African government to the UNESCO Convention Against Doping in Sport. Why I'm mentioning the date of 1997, again, that South Africa has always been, in terms of anti-doping, an innovator, a pioneer on the African continent, and has led from the front on anti-doping policy matters on the continent and within our global sports environment. South Africa is one of the founding members of the World Anti-Doping Agency in 2000, under then Minister Balfour, and then Minister Zofile went on to serve in the later years as the Vice President of WADA. So we've always had an integral role. The 2013 World Conference Against Doping in Sport, where the World Anti-Doping Code is adopted on a five-year basis. That was hosted by South Africa in 2013. This year's one is hosted, will be in December 2025 in Korea, and the last one was 2019 in Poland. South Africa is one of the first African countries to become the signatory to the UNESCO Convention, and as I mentioned, being a pioneer on the continent in anti-doping matters. The South African government, through the Department of Sport, has always committed to the anti-doping principles and aligned national policies, whether it was the anti-doping legislation or other sports policies, to comply with the UNESCO Convention and the World Anti-Doping Code. The establishment of SAGE and the acronym that is used as SAGE for a body like SAGE in the code is a National Anti-Doping Organization, or NADO. This is the body that gives effect to the government's signatory to the convention and implements the World Anti-Doping Code through adopting national anti-doping rules for South African sport. So SAID is an independent agency in South Africa. It's a public entity of the Department of Sport and has jurisdiction over all sport codes in the country. Again, as we've mentioned, the World Anti-Doping Code was really came into effect in 2000. So in terms of anti-doping in sport, it's a fairly new policy field and policy development. So it's still, it's not static, it's dynamic, there's constant changes. The revisions from the 2001 code has been periodic, 2009, 2015, 2021, and the one that we're going through now, the 2025 period, which will become known as the 2027 code. That's when it gets enforced. So once a code gets adopted, like in 2025, the NADO, which is someone like SAID, has a year to adapt its policies or legislation or whatever to come into compliance with the code. In 2021, there was a particularly new standard that became a component of the code, the International Standard for Code Compliance by Signatories. Now, this is the one of the complicated matters in terms of a signatory that causes confusion. In terms of the code, SAGE is a signatory because WADA is a non-governmental agency. But in terms of the UNESCO Convention, South Africa is a signatory because UNESCO is a government entity. I mentioned the different iterations of the code because the current issue that governments global around the world are struggling with the code in terms of the compliance issues is that a non-governmental entity like WADA can impose or has the ability to impose sanctions or consequences on a sovereign nation in terms of a government. But I'll touch on that later, and Wafika will touch on that as we go through the timeline why that issue is relevant. Keeping on the road to compliance, in anti-doping, as a public entity, we spend a considerable part of our percentage of our budget, close to 20% on compliance. So the compliance that an entity like SAIDS has to adhere to, obviously PFMA, we go through the AGSA, then there's the ensuring the UNESCO compliance for the government, which we're the implementing agency. There's the code compliance, and then we have the various other compliance matters, quality assurance matters that we have to comply with to ensure that the quality of services is delivered at an international standard, and that we can that we discharge these services, deliver these services also without fear or favor. In Africa, SAGE is recognized as a Tier 1 agency by the World Anti-Doping Agency. There are two Tier 1 agencies on the African continent, South Africa and Egypt. Egypt became a Tier 1 agency in 2015, and South Africa has been a Tier 1 agency since the start of WADA. SAGE was audited in 2018. Based on that version of the World Anti-Doping Code. We passed that audit. We also passed compliance to the UNESCO Convention. Again, this was before that little bullet point I mentioned earlier, the International Standard for Code Compliance by signatory. So that in 2018 was not yet a standard that we needed to comply with. Excuse me. Then comes 2021, which is the standard I'm now referring to, which now the bar is a bit higher for NADO's anti-doping organizations, where we have to comply with additional parameters in terms of our policies and complementing legislation. What that means is when you have non-compliance, there are consequences, and during this period, Tier 1 agencies are prioritized. So it's not, it is, you get penalized if you're big or good, but also that there's greater scrutiny on you in terms of compliance. Again, I mentioned earlier on, SAGE was established in 1997. We can recall in 1997 what the state of sport looked like in South Africa. And it predated WADA. Sport is very, very different in 2025. And again, the decision post-2021 is, do we adapt, just change those little words to take into account new vocabulary in the sports environment, or do we innovate and look at long-term solutions? The alleged non-compliance to the World Anti-Doping Code. I think at this point I'm going to hand over to Wafika so that I don't repeat the dates. In terms of the non-compliance process started in 2022, and Wafika will go through then what the different steps of that non-compliance. Before we go to that non-compliance timeline, So you're asking probably the question, so what's the big deal of non-compliance? What happens? Well, there are consequences to non-compliance imposed by WADA, and as I mentioned, one of the weak links in the global policy is that they're non-governmental agency imposing sanctions on a sovereign country. SAGE loses its WADA privileges until reinstatement, so that is any involvement that we have as a country with the agency or serve on any commissions. The key thing, South Africa will not be awarded the right to host regional, continental, world championships and events organized by major event organizations until SAGE is reinstated. South Africa's flag will not be flown at various, so it starts from the regional right up to the continental and world sports events that the flag will not be flown again until compliance is achieved, or and when SAGE is reinstated. Specific mention is made of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games, since that flag ceremony and issue is of a much higher profile nature than some other continental and sports events. Chair, at this point, in terms of the timelines for this non-compliance, as it unfolds, I'll hand over to Wafika Beg Jassim, our legal advisor.
Can we switch off one of the mics?
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you, Khalid. Afternoon. So we will go back to the reason why we are here today. On the 31st of October 2022, WADA had issued a notice. This notice is what we refer to as corrective action report, informing SAIDS that there are non-conformities found with regards to the SAIDS Act, and that the SAIDS Act, there are certain changes that are required to be made in its act so that it can be aligned with the World Anti-Doping Code 2021 version. Together with this corrective action report or notice from WADA was attached the SAIDS Act with the suggested changes to the Act. This letter, corrective action report, and recommendations from WADA on what needs to be changed with the Act so that it's aligned with the code was forwarded to DSAC on the 7th of November 2022. The first time DSAC and SAIDS were able to meet to discuss these non-conformities and possibly amending the legislation was the 2nd of June 2023. On the 1st of September, the first draft of SAIDS amendment bill was then sent to WADA. So DSAC as well as SAIDS worked together on different versions, trying to get that version of the bill aligned with the code. Between the 4th of September right up until the last hour of the 22nd of September, there were 5 versions exchanged of one piece of legislation between ourselves and WADA, with content checks and final approval. The deadline was the 21st, 22nd of September. We literally missed that. We did not miss it. We had submitted a version. However, the meeting that WADA had with its foundation board was in China, so the hours had set us slightly behind. The recommendation of the Compliance Review Committee at WADA to the WADA Exco was to place South African SAIDs as non-compliant and then enforce these consequences that Khalid had made reference to. Keeping in mind that WADA's compliance department already had our latest version submitted to them on the 22nd of September, they only replied to us on the 25th of September and said, well, this version that you've submitted to us on Friday, the 22nd, is actually a provisionally compliant version of the legislation, how we wanted it. So WADA had confirmed that. They just wanted now to know what the next steps is. What are the parliamentary steps that will follow to adoption? So if to explain, when WADA took the decision to place South Africa and as non-compliant, the only way to challenge WADA was to appeal. And under the international standards for code compliance by signatories, it tells you the steps that are required to follow. So you have, SAIDS has 21 days to file a notice to WADA directly and say, we intend to defend this matter and appeal it to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. So we have to do that within 21 days. And we went ahead with that. Had we not proceeded with this step, the consequences that Khalid had just flagged would have been implemented, and there wouldn't be no stay of proceedings. So, for example, at the time this was happening, we had the Rugby World Cup happening in Paris, and had South Africa did win. The Springboks won the World Cup. But as I don't know if you remember, when they stood on the podium, Cheslin Colby held up the South African flag. Had we not filed this appeal, you would have been prohibited from holding up the South African flag on an international stage. And that would have caused major embarrassment for South Africa. So we formally notify WADA of our intention to dispute this allegation. And former Minister Zizi Kodwa, the SASCOC chairperson Barry Hendricks, myself and Mr. Galant attended a press conference to explain how this appeal procedure would work. That was on the 10th of October. The next steps that needed to follow was for the provisionally compliant version of the bill to be checked by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. According to our timelines, but we stand to be corrected if there is any mistakes here, on the 11th of November 2023, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor certifies a version of the bill. So they had made amendments and changes to a provisionally approved bill by WADA. But they had certified it and sent it off to Parliament. On the 16th of November, WADA provides to SAIDS its feedback on Oxley's version. So what needed to happen was when we receive, DSAC and SAIDS receive Oxley's version of the bill, it needs to go to WADA for final checks. So WADA will say, if anybody changes what we already provisionally approved, you need to give it to us and wait for us to give you a response. Because at any stage, someone could make this version non-compliant. And then, unknown to us, this version went straight to Parliament. And WADA had only provided its version, its comments to Oxley's version on the 16th of November 2023. And because WADA had sight and had seen, okay, we had worked day and night on this back and forth, 5 versions. Now you've got another non-compliant version of the bill. You are not taking us seriously. We are going to proceed with this appeal before the Court of Arbitration for sport. So WADA is the party or the applicant that formally files to the Court of Arbitration for Sport in Switzerland. And then this was filed on the 21st of November 2023. So between those periods, 1st of December to the 9th of May, that's the whole parliamentary process that took place. And then the President had assented the bill into the SAIDS Amendment Act on the 31st of July. So what happens in the proceedings before CAS? While the parliamentary process was running, we had to back and forth with WADA's lawyers. Number one, we are working with the compliance division, WADA's compliance division in-house, and then we're working with our lawyers, trying to negotiate with WADA's lawyers to postpone any sort of court proceedings for as long as possible, so that before a hearing takes place. It was in everybody's interest to make sure that the legislation is passed as soon as possible so that we can avoid a hearing before CAS. And so parties between ourselves had said it will be passed by January 2024. Then there was March, and then May. Parallel to this, we are constantly updating WADA's compliance division and through our lawyers, the parliamentary program, so they can see that we are making good with our word, that we are trying to push this through to get compliant. On the 7th of June, both parties agree to the suspension of the arbitral proceedings until the 31st of July, and then in hopes that the President would sign by then. And that is exactly what happened. So WADA withdrew their case.
Just for clarity.
Yes.
Are you implying that DSAC sent the bill erroneously to Parliament?
They should have waited for WADA to provide their feedback and comments to Oxley's version before sending it off to Parliament.
The department?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So parties withdrew, WADA withdrew its case in July, and then at the court there are formal proceedings that happen. The appointed arbitration panel has to still render a ruling, a written ruling containing the facts of what happened, and then make an award on costs. The ruling on award on costs was only provided to us on the 19th of February 2025. And then whatever monies was left over from the advancement of costs that was paid in 2023 is then split. Yeah. So this matter came to a final conclusion only last month in terms of dealing with costs. I'll hand over back to Khalid unless you have any other questions.
Thanks, Wafika. I do want to include, Chair, a slide just on hindsight, instead of just giving the timeline and what happened, but with everything that we do, we always do what we call a post-mortem. What did we learn? What can we do better? And again, with hindsight, as we say, is 2020 vision. One of the so these are just a couple of points that we picked up in terms of after the conclusion of this process. Again, we felt we were caught a bit between 2020 and 2022 with the amalgamation of the Department of Sport and Recreation with the Department of Arts and Culture. Quite a few of our correspondence and memos got lost in the amalgamation, and decisions took really, really long to come from the department. We also take some responsibility for maybe not articulating hard enough the seriousness of code compliance and the consequences, and that that may have not made it being lost in the combining of the two departments. The information was. By the merger of these departments, we felt our information was diluted and lost in communication. Again, we respected the communication protocols. As a public entity, we always go through the department, the administrative arm, and we don't, how can I say, leapfrog to the minister in terms of these administrative issues, though that should have been a consideration when we weren't getting traction on some of the issues. Again, in terms of the legal interpretation from some officials in the department, we should have advised them earlier on that compliance wouldn't be solved through a ministerial decree, which was considered at that time. There was also the assumption, especially on our side, that WADA would show a higher empathy or respect for the legislative process. When we informed them this is the innovation that we're doing in terms of the long-term solution versus a short-term just amendment. But even a short-term amendment has a specific time frame in terms of the parliamentary process, and that was in the last year before the old parliamentary session, and we informed them that they should only come basically possibly on the table in this session. Again, there wasn't a lot of sympathy from WADA on that. And the last point that I mentioned, again, these lessons that we learned in terms of a non-governmental entity issuing consequences to a government, and the rigidity of the standard for signatories in terms of compliance, and some of the input that we've given to the revision of the World Anti-Doping Code in 2025, and specifically to the international standard for code compliance, and also our engagement with the UNESCO Convention, which has its COP10 this year. And a key part of that discussions in the COP10 this year will be giving more teeth to UNESCO in terms of holding government accountable, and WADA can hold non-government accountable, like SAIS as a public entity, but not impose consequences to governments across the board. Chair, with that, we don't want to belabor that process more. I'll hand back to Dr. Mashego and Dr. Mandra to make their comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, Khalid and Wafika have spoken on the technical issues that happen up to date, but I just wanted to highlight what our role as the board was, and therefore leading to the dissolution. I'll try to summarize very quickly. So for ease of reference, the dissolved board, which is us, office started from 1 December 2022 until 2025 when we were dissolved. So you will note that most of these things happened before our term. The new board came into office on 1 December 2022. We had no board meeting in December and January, and in January, all the members of the new board were invited to DSAC to attend to induction. So we only met as the new board for the first time on 25 to 26 January 2023 at the DSAC offices. Then in February, we met with the old board, the previous board, I should say, which then handed over to us and explained our role and where they have ended up and where we should continue. So all matters that are stated in the redacted report that predate December 2022 fall outside our board's term of office and outside our compliance and our accountability. So I'm going to refer to the matters that we were responsible for, which starts from June 2023. So in June 2023, paragraph 5 of the forensic report states that the decision to focus and prioritize the amendment of the SAIS Amendment Act was...
Just a second.
Yes.
Are you in possession of the forensic report?
The redacted report.
The redacted one.
The redacted report, Chair.
Okay, just mention the redacted one, because I
yes.
thought now you... Okay.
Yes, no, the redacted report. It's the summary. Yes, the executive summary, the redacted one. Yes, yeah.
A high-level one.
Yes, yes. We only have access to that one, Chair, yes. So it says the decision to focus and prioritize the amendment of the SAIDS Amendment Act was taken on 2 June 2023 during a meeting between SAIDS and DSAC. That is us, Chair. That's when we started working closely with DSAC. And that's because, indeed, the new board was in communication with DSAC to make sure that this process needed to be expedited, notwithstanding the fact that it had to go through all the necessary parliamentary processes needed to amend the bill. So we came into an urgent matter. We came into running and figuring out how this thing should be sorted when we came in. So in 1st September, which Wafika has already alluded to, the first draft of the bill was sent from DSAC. From 4 to 26 September, we worked on the edits that, the 5 edits that Wafika referred to as well. 22 September, we were then placed on the non-compliance register. And on 25 September, we then ran with working on the SAIDS Amendment Bill and the World Anti-Doping Code. So this accepted version of the SAIDS Amendment Bill was a result of a good collaboration between DSAC and SAIDS from us, who were both trying as much as possible to speed up the process of making sure that the bill gets promulgated speedily. It was a lot of sleepless nights just trying to go through the 5 and getting it provisionally approved. So on 26 September, we incorporated the final edits of the bill as suggested by SAIDS, but as mentioned by Wafika, we were then failed by the Office of the State Law Advisor, which then changed the provisionally approved bill and sent it through to Cabinet. So on 4 October, Cabinet then approves the onwards passage of the bill to Parliament, and on 10 October, SAIDS formally notified WADA of its intention to appeal, because we realized that if we do not appeal, we are going to get banned as South Africa from participation in international events. And that was as a result of the meeting that Wafika referred to, where our board representatives met with SASCOC, the SAIDS CEO and the SAIDS legal manager, and that was the decision that the minister agreed to, that we should appeal in order to delay the process of us being banned as the country. So in 2 November to 30 November, we received the...
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask that you say the minister, you must say which minister?
Okay,
Yeah.
former minister.
Just for the record.
Yes, former minister Zizikotwa.
Yeah, because you're implying it is Minister
yes.
Mackenzie.
No. Yes.
And Minister Mackenzie think you imply that you're not guilty. Proceed.
It's the former minister Zizikotwa. So 2 November 23 to 30 November 23, we were working with, we received the amended draft bill from the Office of the Chief State Law, and I won't go further about how that led to us being non-compliant and triggering WADA's legal team to move forward with lodging the request for arbitration to CARES, because now they thought we were not taking them seriously, because they had agreed to the provisionally approved act, but then the Office of the State Law Advisor, then Chief State Law Advisor, then changed it again and amended it. Then on 24 November, we discovered on Facebook that the bill had been published and gazetted, and we were alerted to that by the manager of WADA, the Africa manager of WADA. That's when we woke up to the fact that we were actually in the wrong again. And but when the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor was alerted to this, they said it was too late. They could not change it, as they had already certified the bill for iteration. And that's when the SAIDS lawyers had to write to WADA's lawyers to request and motivate for mediation, because we had now gone into the red with WADA. And in 5 December 2023 to 9 May, we then went through the parliamentary process to amend the SAIDS Amendment Bill. And in 8 December, we then had a meeting with in DSAC's parliamentary office with former Minister Kodwa, in attendance with the ADG Sumaya Khan, Benedict Mukubedi, the legal advisor of DSAC, and Mr. Ngube, and from SAIDS it was our chairperson Khalid and Wafika. And the minister then agreed that we should go with the legal proceedings and begin with WADA for mediation process.
Chair?
Yes.
I think Dr. must not forget former minister.
Former minister, oh sorry ma, former minister, yes. Minister Kodwa, I'll mention him by name, I think it's better.
And it's Mr. Kota and not Minister Kotwa.
Okay, former minister, I think I'll go back to that. Then during this whole appeal process, we then sorted out the amended bill, and we provided WADA with the amended bill on 5 June 2024. And 7 June 2024, the parties then agreed to a suspension of arbitral proceedings, yes. Then in 31 July, the president assented, as you saw, and 21 November, WADA then withdraws the arbitration. So in summary, CAS then issued a summary of the case and award on cost. The legal fees as well did not come to 1.4 million as stated in the report, but they amounted to 1,001,000. So there's an error there as well. So the current board had to take these measures to defend our country and our sporting codes. Subsequently, no sporting code was affected, so we do not think this was fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Actually, we think we worked very hard to save the country from embarrassment. The expenditure was the only route that the current board could take to prevent South Africa from being banned. And the new board did its best and was successful, I think, at doing so by working with DSAC through the period of March 2023 to its final conclusion. And I'd also like to state that, please note that SAIDS get audited by the Auditor General of South Africa every year. Just as we did in previous years, we received another unqualified audit outcome with no material findings. We got a clean audit for the period 1 April 2024 to 31 March 2025. The AXA report was signed off on 28 July 2025, reflecting another clean audit for SAIDS, which then goes against the allegation. Please also note that no member of the board was interviewed, so our side of the story was not shared with the audit company or person. So the investigation was one-sided. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just hand over to Dr. Khalid, because he was, Dr. Manjra, because he was part of the previous board as well, and he then was present during the time when the other occurrences happened. Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. All protocol observed. I'm going to speak pretty directly and summarize. You've got lots of information from all our members of our team. And Minister knows that our first meeting with him, I was quite direct and honest and open. So I'm going to just try and bring everything together to try and summarize it and kind of highlight the important points. The first point is that SAIDS was an institution which was formed in 1997 and enacted through an Act of Parliament, which is Act number 4 of 1997. So SAIDS is 28 years old. I've been involved in the organization in different capacities for most of its existence. I've served 3 full board terms, and I was serving my 4th one when I was dissolved. But I also served on the appeals board. I served as a doping control officer. I served on tribunals. So I've been involved with SAIDS for over 20 years, of its 28 years of existence. SAIDS has been a model public entity. That in our 28 years, we've had a clean audit every single year. In those days, for members too young to remember, Department of Sport and Recreation had 2 public entities, Boxing South Africa and SAIDS. Boxing South Africa never had a clean audit. SAIS always had a clean audit in 28 years. So SAIS was a model entity all of the time. We've earned the respect of our international peers, and we punch well above our weight internationally because of the respect we've earned over these 28 years. And that's no small part due to the ministers we had early on who invested in anti-doping. And we've had numerous ministers, and I can say with certainty that 3 of them had a firm grasp of our work and challenges, and who played an important role internationally as well. Those were Ministers Steve Schuette, who was a founding minister of SAIS, by the way, and Khalid was the first CEO of SAIS in 1997, Minister Nondi Balfour, who appointed me as chair, and I was appointed by chair the second time by Minister Makenkesi Stofile. So I served for 10 years as the chair of this board. And I had the pleasure of working with these ministers very closely, but also with the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. We had a wonderful relationship, and they looked up to us because we had a clean audit every single year, and we were doing fantastic work for this country, which we continue to do today. And this committee was chaired by the legendary Buti Kompela, and his deputy was Cedric Frolic for much of that time. Since then, we've had ministers who's come in for short periods of time with little understanding of the history of this organization, the evolution of our work, the challenges we face, or what we actually do. And that is why we are in the position we are in today. But let me add that many of us serve on the board in a voluntary capacity due to our commitment to free and fair and ethical sport. Board members, those of us who serve, in the 2025 tax year, we earned an enormous amount of 16,000 Rand for the entire year. So largely we serve in a kind of voluntary capacity. We're not here to make money. Okay. I'm going to start with my conclusions, and then I'm going to go through the narrative of what I want to say. The first is that the decision by the minister to dissolve the board of SAIS, I believe, and I contend with evidence, was irrational, unfair, and unjust. The second is that the decision and the mode of decision-making violates the very basic tenets of PAJA, which is the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act 3 of 2000. And the third point, that this is a blatant manifestation of an abuse of power. In terms of procedural failures, the minister wrote to the board asking why the board should not be suspended or dissolved. The minister based his opinion on a forensic report by a chartered accountant, not by a legal firm, by a chartered accountant, Ngidi Incorporated, which was commissioned, as he correctly said, by the previous minister, Zizi Kodwa. This was a very flawed report, and frankly speaking, they did not have the competence to understand this complex non-accounting work. So it was a flawed report. So to conclude that we had to work on the basis of the findings of this report, which was fundamentally flawed, is probably not very wise. The SAIS board was never interviewed during this process. So here you've got a forensic investigation where there's consequences for the board, where the board was never interviewed during this process of investigation by this firm. Neither was the previous board. Now let me add that the previous board, where most of this happened, where these non-compliance issues were being raised, was chaired by Judge Lex Mpati. That's the previous board. So much of this happened during the chairmanship of Judge Lex Mpati. The only reason Judge Lex is not here today is because he's quite ill. But I want to make that point because we need to take that seriously. The current minister expected the SAIS board to respond to a redacted version of an executive summary of the full report. Now, this is grossly irregular. The notion that the POPI Act prevented you from providing a full report just doesn't hold, because you could redact a full report and still comply with the POPI Act. The abuse of the POPI Act is a shield so that the full report is not available to us. And therefore, as a board, we could not provide a full report because we don't have a full report. And there's many people implicated within the report. So the POPI Act just doesn't hold water. Notwithstanding this limitation, the board responded substantively to each allegation, convincingly putting forth its position. It is apparent that the minister did not consider the responses in any detail, as he confirmed his decision subsequent to that without considering the merits of the responses. At no point Even after this, that the minister endeavored to meet the SAID's board to discuss the matter in hand prior to his heavy-handed decision to dissolve the board. In terms of the procedure, if you read again the SAID's Act, the SAID's board does not have power in terms of legislation. That resides with Parliament. Okay. In terms of substantive failures, the minister's allegation against the board revolves around three interrelated matters. The first is SAID's failure to engage the department on the need for legislative amendment, consequence to legislation being non-WADA compliant. And we've spoken at length about that matter. The second is, so the first is about non-compliance, which is being put at the door of the SAID's board. The second is that SAID had spent an enormous amount of time and effort on an alternative legislative model, which caused them to pay less attention to non-compliance of the SAID's Act. And the third is that SAID has spent an enormous amount of money in challenging WADA's non-compliance finding at CARES, which he frames as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, even if this is laid at the door of the SAID's board, the dissolved board inherited this from the previous board, during whose term most of this had transpired. So again, there's an irrationality in the action by the minister. Now, remember that this letter from WADA in terms of non-compliance had come to SAID in October 2022. Now, there was an entire process before that about non-compliance. But
Order, honourable member.
October.
Honourable Mtetwa, the information is given by them. You can
it was on the
interrogate later.
31st of October that SAID had received it. It was forwarded to DSAC on the 7th of November. Okay. But that's not the point. The point I want to make is that the current board took office in December 2022. So it took office after that. So the point I'm trying to make is an irrationality in terms of the actions by the minister. Okay. So, I mean, much of this happened in the previous board. The current board inherited it and tried to kind of remedy it in the way in which it did, and which Dr. Mashego has pointed out to this. And all these allegations are demonstrably false, as the evidence shows, and which was detailed in SAID's response to the minister, which the minister chose to ignore. It may be that the decision was already predetermined for whatever reason, and an outcome was determined, and we were just merely going through the motions. Now, let's begin with the first allegation around non-compliance and placing the blame at the door of the SAID's board for non-compliance of our legislation. Now, SAID has no authority to draft, to promulgate, or to pass legislation. We have the capacity to advise, which we have done many, many times and many years ago. And Khalid has already spoken about the advice we'd given and the fault by the state law advisor who changed it, who submitted it to cabinet, which was deeply flawed. How can you ever place the blame for that at the door of the SAID's board? Okay. For 10 years when I chaired the board, this is going back maybe about 15 years, I constantly appeared before this committee and ministers and the department, and we constantly told them that we needed significant legislative change in this country. Because the legislation is outdated, it required major amendments or an entire new act that considers the changing landscape of anti-doping. And this was ignored as the act was just tinkered with. It was never substantively changed until it was no longer code compliant. Similarly, SAID has produced evidence of communication with the department on this matter, and failure to amend is not the responsibility of SAID or the SAID's board. Even after this, the department, whose competence is openly on display, or rather incompetence, produced a draft which is still non-compliant. So even after bringing it to their attention, they produced a draft, not consulting with SAID, which is non-compliant. How can this be placed at the door of SAID? SAID's compliant that they were not consulted earned them the ire of the authorities. While SAID does not have the authority, it has the expertise. Okay? The authority resides with the department and with the minister. So it is simply not true that SAID did not pursue its mandate. The second point about SAID following an alternative trajectory of legislation, and I'll come to this in a moment, I'll explain this in a moment, and that we spend so much of time on an alternative model that we ignored the issue about non-compliance. Now, that was the argument, that the notion that we had traversed an alternative legislative path to the detriment of code compliance, again, is entirely false. That ensuring code-compliant legislation and an alternative model were conducted in parallel and has been the subject of engagement, again, with the department for many, many, many years. And they were not mutually exclusive, as claimed by the minister. So one did not impede the other. They were not mutually exclusive, they ran in parallel. Now, this approach represents two paradigm shifts in anti-doping. And here I need to go back historically just to kind of get an understanding of how anti-doping has evolved and why our legislation needed to evolve. If you consider what we did 20 years ago, all we did is urine testing at events. We moved from there to out-of-competition testing. We moved from there to testing blood, to biological passports. We moved from there to intelligence and investigations. So the whole notion of anti-doping has moved now, that we deal with intergovernmental agencies, we deal with the police, we deal with intelligence services. We moved from simple urine collection at events to now dealing with intelligence agencies, looking at cross-border movement of drugs and performance-enhancing substances. So this is a huge paradigm shift that's taken place. Our legislation has not caught up with it. So that's one paradigm shift we speak about. The second is we've done smarter testing as well. So, you know, before we used to just test individuals, now we look at a passport. We look at a passport of a person so we can predict whether they're doping or not. The second paradigm shift that happened is that previously anti-doping was looked at in a silo, that this is anti-doping. But Canada and Australia, who are leaders in the world, began to look at anti-doping as part of a broader ethics in sport. And for example, the Canadian Anti-Doping Agency is housed in an institute called the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport. Australia has a similar one. And we were looking at a model for South Africa to be a leader, again, setting up some kind of ethics, Centre for Ethics in Sport, where anti-doping would be part of it. That's the alternative legislative model we were looking at, which was groundbreaking and which was a new paradigm we were looking at. We should be commended for that rather than condemned for it. Okay, because we want to be leaders in this. So it is clear that the minister had no understanding of these matters, nor sought to understand them through engagement with the board or the CEO. Now, on the third matter, because of the failure of the department and the minister to ensure that the act was code compliant. Now, I'm not speaking about the minister sitting next to me, I'm speaking about ministers. This has happened over a long period of time. So I'm not putting the blame at the door of a single minister. Because of the failure of the department and the minister to ensure that the act was code compliant, South Africa faced suspension from international sporting arena. And as Khalid had said, the only way we could avoid this was engagement with WADA. Having failed that, the only option open to us was to go to CAS. And if we did not do this, South Africa would not have been able to host international sporting events. And we were hosting a Cricket World Cup in South Africa at the moment, at that point in time. And I know that because I was the chief medical officer of that World Cup. And we were panicking because we potentially would not be able to host it if we were not WADA compliant. And the Rugby World Cup was taking place in Paris at the same time. So we would not be able to host international sporting events, nor compete internationally under our flag. These were the consequences. Now, we had to go to try and protect our country, and we had to take this matter to CAS in the national interest. We did so in consultation and encouragement from the previous minister, Zizi Kodwa, and the department. The cost benefit, to say this is a wasteful and fruitless expenditure, is just, it's bizarre. Because here we were doing something which was in the national interest and protecting our sport on the international stage. It cost us just over 1 million rand to challenge us in a court based in Switzerland, and we had the best international lawyers from the UK who fought our case on our behalf, and we had South African lawyers as well. And in this, we succeeded in preventing South Africa's suspension from international sport. So that was a critical step for us. To call it wasteful and fruitful expenditure, I think it's criminal. Anyway, the consequences is that the dissolution of the board is not a financial concern to board members. As I said, we earned 16,000 Rand for the full year. to serve on the board and attend many, many meetings. It's not a financial consideration, but a reputational one for every one of us who have given a lifetime to anti-doping in this country. The irrational actions of the minister may cast a shadow on the integrity and the competence of members of the SAID's board. This would be a travesty considering the lifetime commitment of many of us, not only to anti-doping, but to sport in this country. So why do we come here, Chair? Why do we come here? The board could have sought remedy through the courts, but we did not have the appetite to do so, not because we didn't have a winnable case, because we don't have board liability insurance. We would have to put money in our own pockets to fight this case in court, and the minister would have used public funds to fight this case. So we didn't have the appetite to do it. So we come here, it would have made poor sense because, I mean, we've come here because this is an oversight body to seek remedy against irrationality and abuse of power. We ask that this body investigate the merits of this case or appoint an independent legal firm or a retired judge to investigate this matter, and we are open to fully cooperating with such a transparent investigation rather than a false, flawed, and opaque process on which the minister has chosen to rely on and had serious consequences for us as individuals who served on this board with great integrity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Let me explain the procedure. I've given the department, yourself, opening remarks, SAIDs, former SAIDs. I'm going to give members the opportunity. After that, questions. Any style. If you would like to have an answer immediately, please do so. If you would like to go on, note it. Then I'm also going to give the minister then an opportunity to respond. So, Minister, if possible, hold your rebuttal or comments after everyone then is done. But before I'm going to give opportunities to members, before I'm going to give an opportunity to member, just to clear the air, I want to ask the following direct questions before members is going to start. Minister, given the developments and the discussions, also the letter signed by you about allegations of this committee overstepping or overreaching their oversight role, I would like to know on behalf of the committee whether you still hold that view. I hope it's no. If it's yes, I will respond.
Chair, I have subsequently been advised to say no, that the board wasn't, the committee wasn't overstepping.
Thank you so much. I'm asking the question, Minister, because as a committee, again, we want to reach out. We have this one-of-ones, we only met once, and we should exercise. That's why I did not respond to that letter. I actually wanted to speak to the people behind the letter as well, because the tone and everything. Now, the second question, is there any person of DSAC been given marching orders after this report by you? But did you fire anyone?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, and then Dr. Masejo, when aware about SAIDs, if you look around the table, except the fact that Ms. Sumaya Khan was the custodian of all of this, who was involved that you know with this matter? Is there anyone around the table and anyone within the department?
No, Chair. We were working with Simpiwe Mncube and Spacey Mtshali as the line function that was responsible. But then Mr. Sbusiso Tsanyani got involved when he came in on the entity side of things and the legal advisor as well. But we were not involved with the... What's his name?
Chair, I think it was our Director of Legal Service, the late Director of Legal Services.
She's still with you?
She's late. He's late. He passed
Okay,
on.
then Dr. Mandra, you actually respond to the issue of the court case. But during this debacle, where was testing being done? Was testing still being done by SAIDS? Okay. I'm going to start from the beginning here, right down the line with the members. Honorable Molachani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For the first time, I just want to check, Chair, before I can go through with my questions. Because the last time when we met SAIDS, I think it was last year, they had a problem regarding the testing of the samples which were supposed to be taken somewhere in Europe, yes. And my worry is that while we are busy fighting this issue of the reinstatement or whatever that we are dealing with now, my worry is the athletes. Are we still be able to test their sample in time? The reason I'm saying in time, it's because presently South Africa is on a high form. Our athletes are on a high form, and I don't think any other country in the world which we are now competing with are happy with the performance that we have as the country. I will make example with athletics. Akani Simbini, I think last week he got position 2, and it was very rare in the past for South Africans to find ourselves being in those positions. My worry is that are we able to test the sample early? Because for Europe to make our athletes not to perform, you can send the sample today, and then they can test the sample a day before the event, and then athletes can receive the results on a day of the event, and by that time, he's still here, maybe he's supposed to be somewhere. Are we already doing that? Which is the most important thing presently, before we can even talk about the dissolution of the board and so forth.
Have a response to that? When,
yes,
where,
Chair.
how, and the quantities?
Yes, Chair. The Honourable Malatsani is referring to last year, the presentation where we came to present our annual report, but part of that presentation was the director of the South African Doping Control Laboratory and the Vice Chancellor, or one of the Vice Chancellors of the University of Free State, on the status of the laboratory as a service provider to states. The laboratory subsequently has lost its full accreditation. So no samples are being analyzed in South Africa. SAIDS continues testing, obviously at a reduced rate, because it's much more expensive to send our samples now to accredited laboratories overseas. Your question on terms of the time and the results, it does take longer. So athletes are suffering in terms of the turnaround time, because the sample has to travel first overseas and then analyzed, which so the turnaround for samples is anywhere from 8 to 16 weeks in terms of the results from collection, and that is because of using overseas laboratories.
Before you go again, the procedure, there was a Springbok player now recently. How is it that it get past SAIDS?
What I don't understand what gets past SAIDS means.
He was tested by SAIDS.
I think Wafika.
He didn't get past SAIDS because we caught him, Chair. So he wasn't tested in competition, it was out of competition. And that is the best time to actually test. So testing at times can be intelligence. We use intelligence targeting, not specific person, but what's happening in rugby at that time and what to expect, who's new, who's performing, etc. So there's a lot of factors and criteria that is taken into account, and I think he's only got his second cap with the Springboks, and so we actually caught it early.
I think the concern was the operation. Proceed, Honorable Malata.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I also want to check. I think Dr. Mashiko was saying that there was this report which they only saw it on the social media, and they were alerted by WADA. I'm just asking myself, when all this happens, when there's the report, you saw it on social media and so forth, where was the CEO? Where was the CEO? Because the only thing I can hear, Chairperson, it's only the board. I think the board, they are working with the CEO. And some of the things, some of the issues, CEO who's there from Monday to Friday, 7 to 4 or 8 to 5, supposed to be on top of the issues. And the CEO is supposed to assist the board with the day-to-day running of estates. But it's quiet. Nothing has been said. I'm getting worried that he or she is not assisting the process. And then the issue of the report, this redacted executive summary report. How do we end up finding ourselves having to dissolve the board minister with the report? Is it not possible somewhere around to I don't know, every time we'll be saying Poppy Act, we are afraid to take out the report because we'll be talking about the Poppy Act. Is there any way that the report someone can go through the report? It's fine even if we are not being given the report, but for people who are supposed to know the report, the board, to go through the whole report, then the judgment can be made after going through the whole report. After reading this report, Minister, you know what came to my mind, and it's not for the first time. Now I'm starting to go through each and every issues that transpired in the department. I'm really worried that someone in the department is misadvising you. I am really worried. There are many instances where I can be able to quote them that on this day this happened, on this day this happened, and when you go through those, you have officials that are reporting to you, that are running the department day in day out, who's supposed to make you aware of the issues. If you are my principal, I need to be open to you, even if how bad is the issue, so that you can be able to know what are you dealing with, which kind of an animal are you dealing with in this. But I'm getting worried that some of the issues, when you read the report and you compare, I just ask myself, who's advising the minister? Who is advising the minister? Because some of the issues, it means someone in the department who is responsible for a certain item needs to be on top of the issues. Two, I don't think minister can just, from the previous minister finding that the report was already there, the investigation was already been done, as the minister has just presented that he was acting on what he found in the office. It's not something that he decided out of her own to say, I'm going to start with the forensic audit. The officials, they were supposed to explain all these things, that here are the dates. Things were happening from these dates up until this date, and the board has arrived on this date, finding that all these things have been done. And my the other question, did the board receive sufficient information to prepare for the meaningful responses? That redacted executive summary report, I just wonder if it was being given as it is to the board to go through it, the board, were we going to find ourselves in this situation, Chairperson, where we find that the board has been dissolved or it's going to be dissolved? I'm not sure whether it has been dissolved or it's going to be. Presently now I'm drunk more than before, because I don't know where we are standing. And Chair, this issue of saying that the current board members were not interviewed, how do you conclude with the report before you can hear the other side of the story? There is two sides there is two sides on a coin. In location, we'll say it's a head and a tail. And my worry is that the board here said that we have not been interviewed. How do you conclude on the report without getting information on the other side? We are sitting here, we are going to question each other, but the main culprit who was supposed to be here to assist us is the person who was dealing with the report from the onset. Because really, I cannot start to accuse that minister is wrong on this side, the board is wrong on this side, whereas one person has been interviewed and then the other has not been interviewed. How do we conclude with the report before we can even interview the whole people who were supposed to be interviewed? It's a very difficult, Chairperson. Lastly, I just want to check, since this current board, the board that was appointed in 2022, when was your last when was the last date for board to finish? When was it? Was it going to be a 5-year? 2027, it's a 5-year term. And Chair, all that the board has did from the day they ascend the office regarding all finding that there was a problem with a WADA and so forth, till up to now, according to me, they did a work that I will say you worked for us not to be able to raise our flag in an international games. It's a big disappointment. For us not to be able to host any international game, it was going to be a big disappointment. I think I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
You want responses now or later on, Honorable Molatani? Honorable Molatani, you want responses now or later on? Any response? Minister, there was a direct question to you as well.
Yes. I think we must just say words are important. We didn't send a summary. We sent every allegation related to the esteemed board to them. So that's not a summary. Every allegation pertaining to them, and they were given a chance to respond. What we didn't send them, didn't mention them, and had nothing to do with their names. So we sent every allegation pertaining to them. I just wanted to clear that, the first issue. First question that you have. I don't know if somebody from DSAC wants to add something else.
Can I please just add? Chair, in the presentation that was done by Wafika, and I think that is what also Honorable Mulatsane is actually talking to in terms of the processes, etc., that were followed. Some of those particular details were refuted by the officials that they did mention that they were working with. We couldn't bring those people here into this meeting because they are implicated, and those are the ones that Minister was saying, or maybe he didn't say that. Those are the ones where consequence management has then been initiated. The 2 officials that still remain in the department, the other one retired at the end of May before the report was issued. So those particular things, because they are not here, we cannot be able to then go into the detail of saying these are the areas that they refuted, but they did. I'm aware that some of the things they were refuting, including the version that went to the Office of the State Law Advisor and all those things. The basis on which the action has now been taken is the report, the Ngidi Business Advisory, I think it's called, report that actually the chairperson is saying it was done by the accountants. That's the report that based on which these actions are being taken against the officials of the department, but also against SAIDS, because it's not just the board, it's SAIDS as well. In terms of the recommendations that are contained in that particular report. I just wanted to add that, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo, are you saying that the redacted report that is submitted to the portfolio committee is different from the one that is submitted to SAIDS? It looks like
No,
that.
Chair. I'm talking about the version that Wafika was talking. I'm not talking about the investigation reports. I'm talking about the version of the legislation, the piece of legislation that went to the OCLA. That's what I was talking about, where some of the things that Wafika just said were refuted by the officials that were working with SAIDS. But they are not here to then defend themselves because we couldn't bring them here because they are implicated and there's consequence management against them.
Response for Fika.
I can respond. I do not know what is being refuted because that is redacted out of the report, and refer to a summary report because that's the heading on the document that was issued to us. It actually says summary. So if something says it's a summary of a larger document. But if that is the document in itself, then we can accept that then as the document. But it was not brought to our attention that if someone issues you with a summary report, you are under the impression there is a longer report. With regards to, I have prepared a full lever arch file of documentation and emails. I can assume maybe with one of the items that was refuted, for instance, these versions from Oxler to DSAC directly to Parliament without passing. I can read you an email which I have here in front of me, printed 26 September 2023. Dear, I'm not sure if I should
hold on to that. We will get to the bottom of this. Dr. Kumalo, is there any reasons why the forensic report was not made known?
We're talking about two things here, Minister. I'm talking about the legislation amendment that was done and submitted to the Office of the State Law Advisor. I'm not talking about the report. I think Minister did respond to the issue of the report, and I saw him switching it on, and I think that's what he wanted. So what I was talking to was the issue of the legislation that was said to be a wrong version that was sent to Parliament. That's what I was talking about, not the investigation report. I think Minister wanted to speak to that.
Understand.
I just want to say it's not only the Poppy Act that prevented us. It was the fact that there are other implicated people that needed their own chance to respond, that are implicated in the response. I mean, there's just labor law practice and procedural fairness. So it's not just only the Poppy Act. If there's some people that's in the report, their names are in the report, and they see for the first time, or they see their names in public. So we have to protect people and say, just as much that we would not give them the information about the people in the department, we would not give them the information about the members of the SAIDS board. So I just want to say it's not only the Poppy Act, Chair. But, you know, Chair, sitting here, we're going to be talking up and down about this report. I think from DSAC side, we must take the committee in our confidence and give you that report by virtue of the position that you hold and what you've sworn in Parliament to do.
Minister, thank you for that. But why we were not taken into trust before? Even to an extent where we as committee members can sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. We are happy to do that. We would like the minister, the executive, to take us into confidence where we can sit around the table and discuss these. I think that is important for us. So I would be happy if we end this meeting today here, that this committee will be in possession in that report, sign a non-disclosure agreement, go through this report, and then we will be able to make an informed decisions. At the end of the day, this is an issue of national interest. It is out there in the public domain, and that is a result why we are here today. We have a former minister of higher education that has been given the marching orders because of this. We have the Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille, that's facing the same scenario here today. So we, in our attempt here, as members of this Parliament, we want to prevent that. And I can see that you are certain that once we peruse that, we can make informed decisions. And then there was also no need, perhaps, to have a meeting of this nature and let the process unfold. Because what to me is very worrisome is that there's an act against an entity and its members, but not DSAC. We have on several occasions engaged with the director, Kumalo, pertaining to disciplines and what was the reason. What we are discussing here today, I haven't heard or seen any of those extensive documents where members of the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture has been investigated due to a SAIDS-related, I always want to say guilt or whatever the case may be. So I think, members, we are busy having a direction now. And we also have the undertaking from the minister that that report will be shared with the members. But members, you wanted to follow up, and then I'm going to ask Honorable Mtetwa. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just make my last follow-up to the minister. I think this board, minister, it's my opinion that they've performed to their best of their ability, especially on saving the South Africans, where we're supposed to perform, where we're supposed to stand in a podium, having the flag of the country in our hand. I just want to check with the minister. What happened? Why did minister act so harsh to dissolve the board, even though they have done so much work? And we have other board. We have other entities where the boards are already, where the board member, they are already misusing the funds of the entity, and it's a known thing, something that we all know, and minister did not act harshly or on those one. You know, I was expecting that we'll be sitting here, they'll be coming back to say that minister said, no, I'm dissolving this board because of mismanagement of funds, that we all know that someone take the money to go and do something that is not related to sports. That's my last question, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott Minister.
Chairperson, thank you through you. I think we should go with the full report. The reason why I'm saying that, this is a very dangerous area where ministers can change recommendations after ministers has instituted an investigation. I didn't act harshly. I just followed what's expected of every minister. So I want to clear that one, that I acted. It brings me back to what doctor said. He said he doesn't know why, is it maybe, did I target them? And I just feel there's just three things I have to answer here, Chair, by what my learned friend has said here. Firstly, it's not only the board that has been implicated, it's also members of DSAC. But something was said here that I just think I will not sleep well if I don't address that. That was said right here, and that's just not me. The doc said, and because I expect other ministers must come up for me when I'm no longer here. So I'm not going to let him get away with his statement, because he act like the professional, he act like the professional that knows who knows what they're talking about and who has experience. Number one, there's 4 things he said here, which I cannot walk out of this room not addressing. He mentions 3 ministers that knew what this portfolio was about or what SAIDS was about. Now I want to come up for the previous ministers. I will never stand for that. That you can cast aspersions on people in their absence and say that these 3 knew what they were doing. They were the only ones that had an acute. He's been there for 20 years, as per his own words. That's not good governance. That's not good governance to be on a board more than 2 terms. Secondly, aspersions have been cast on the state advisor, chief law state advisor, and they don't have a chance to come here and protect themselves. That is an entity of the state. That is the heart of the state. Thirdly, in Gidi, I don't know the company. I've read the profile right here, but they are a black company that he just makes out like it's some backroom company to say it was a chartered accountant there, and he casts aspersions on Ngidi. This is a company of professionals, and he makes them out as they got one advocate. The previous board, blame the previous minister. Now, Chair, with all due respect, he even decided which chairperson of the portfolio committee was a legend, implicating maybe the others were not legends. Because he is...
I hope that did not include me, Minister.
He didn't include you as a legend, I'm sorry to say that. Now, where I'm sitting, the only praise that my little friend had here was for the London lawyers. Those ones know what they're doing. That's the only praise he had. Now, I would expect whoever comes after me, if somebody casts aspersions, because did he interview them to know that Natim Tetwa, Zizi Kodwa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Secretary General of the ANC, Fikile Mbalula, and were not, according to him, up to that standard of the 3 that he mentioned? I have to just come up and say, we must not cast aspersions on people until you've interviewed them on a particular subject to understand do they know that subject. Then in conclusion, Chair, everybody, the state law advisor, the previous board, the DSAC, the current minister, we are all wrong. I write, for instance, that 1.5 million was spent They said it's not 1.5 million. But they're not telling us how much was spent.
1,000.
Can't be 1,000 rands.
1,000,000.
Oh, 1,000,000. Now, if you spend 1 million and 1.5 million, fruitless, wasteful expenditure is still the same, in my opinion. So I will propose, Honorable Moletani says, no, maybe the people of the department has advised me incorrectly. No, they didn't.
Did.
I can read. They said to me,
the letter that they wrote to me and to the speaker, I agree with her.
No, Chair.
But let's do this, Minister.
Can I say my last sentence, Chair?
Okay.
What I think there's miscommunication where we will talk with the department in the portfolio committee on that letter, because I think there was a total miss, which I don't want to mention the stuff here, but I will gladly do that with the committee and the department present. But here's my last point. I will never be. You talk about ministers that has been removed. I will resign. Then not going with if I'm expected not to go with the recommendations of a reputable firm that money has been spent. So I still stand by the advice that has been given that you should, this is the action you should take. I like the board, but this is not about who I like. It's about the recommendations by, imagine if every minister can say, I don't like this recommendation. No, this one is not fine. I like this one. We will soon be a banana state. Thank you very much, Chair.
The procedure now will be as follows. Members, in terms of what has been presented, will be given the opportunity to ask the questions. But I also want to be fair towards the board and the former board to also respond. I almost want to use the word defend themselves of what has been said. Let me give members the chance to ask their questions based on what was presented, and we get responses. Then we can go into a rebuttal on they say, we say, and so forth. The Honourable Ntetwa.
Chair. I was part of the process in the 6th admin. And the final comment by the minister and everybody was there. When we finished the work, we were commended to have done very well. With the very same board that has been dissolved, we were commended to have done very well. Minister, I told you some time ago, that your staff members are going to throw you under the bus, and I'm telling you now that you have been thrown under the bus. There's only one reason you can not give people information. Access to information is a constitutional right. And the only time you cannot do that is when you have a court order that says you cannot. If I am implicated in something that disturbs my life and I have to defend myself, the law allows me to have access to information. Okay? Now, I think the question, who is advising you, it is a very important question that you must take it serious. Not for me, but for yourself. Living here, live with that conscience that says, who is advising me? It's very encouraging to see that you are so willing to go an extra mile and dissolve a board for 1.5. When you have Downtown Studios that has wasted 90 million. When you have the CIFSAS that has a forensic report that you did not act on, the big report that you found at the department. You said you are instigating another forensic report, forensic investigation on CIFSA. You've spoken openly that they are thugs, they are corrupt, but you haven't acted upon them. But this board, that in its response, every line, they say paragraph 1, and you ignored their response. From paragraph 1, they say, the current board's term of office started 1 December 2022. They reported the matter 7 November 2022 to the department. I suppose it's the previous board, reported the matter to the department 7 November 2022. I deliberately said 7 November 2022 because I wanted to highlight that the department knew there was a situation. And they are correct. They are not lawmakers. And the process was indeed, it took 7 months before the department could act. The very same DG that you have today was acting in that department. We were working with her. All the members of the department, we were working with them. Yes, the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture were merged, but there was an acting DG, constantly an acting DG there in the place. That's why we are saying, who is advising you? It is very important. 2 June, that's when the department started working. And we spent days, even weekends, trying to fast-track this because it was an important issue that we did. And Minister Zizikodwa didn't see any reason to dissolve this board because it felt that you are actually saying, yeah, no, Zizikodwa didn't do his duties, his fiduciary duties. You are quick at dissolving the board, but you haven't acted upon the staff members. You are even scared to say that their names will be known and what. I don't understand. This is exactly what is happening at Sambro. The forensic report, what is it for? It is to find out what really happened. So the people who have committed crime or who have erred, they must know what they did. How would they know that these particular individuals, whatever that Dr. Kumalo is saying that the others refuted, what did they refute? They don't know. They don't have access to that information. So how are they going to respond? You have erred. Minister, you have erred in this one. Let me come to the board. I hope, I see you are doctors. I hope it's not honorary doctors. Is it medical doctors or academic? Right. To be a doctor is not a simple thing. These members now, their image has been tarnished because you didn't care about their image, you didn't care about their value, but you care so much about the 2 individuals that are in the department that you even protect their identity. But you don't have any problem with these ones that are sitting here in front of us, who their image has been tarnished. You have gone further to call for nominations before you exhaust this matter. That's how irrational you have gone. He's right to say you have acted very irrational, because what if this matter, it is reversed? What are you going to do with the ones that you have already nominated? What are you going to say? You have just caused something else. It's the first time I hear of something like this. And your appetite to dissolve this board so quickly, so hurriedly, it makes me wonder. I wonder who is in that list of the nominated ones now, who are ready to come and become a board before the matter has been exhausted. I want to ask these following questions. Having said that, I'm really disheartened. I'm really disheartened because you responded to me one day, you said, I want to resolve my issues, the past issues. that I couldn't resolve. And today it is exactly the issues that I've been raising that this department has never addressed. You have suspended funding for CIFSA, you have suspended funding for downtown. But when the chairperson asked, where are the forensic reports that you said you are going to investigate? Suddenly now, no, there's no such. I'm not investigating. The Athletic SA, there's no forensic investigation that has happened. Here are the people. No, you can't do that.
No, but you are wrong.
You can't do that. You will have your chance to respond.
But you're making accusations of something I never said.
Yes, you will
respond. When did I say there's no investigation
Please.
of ESA? When did I say there's no investigation of
Can I be
CIFA?
protected, Chair? You will respond.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond after. Honorable Mteto, proceed.
I just want to find out, where is the former board? Have you engaged the former board, Minister? Secondly, you said the names of the department officials implicated, which is very funny that they can respond and the board must wait for their response and know whether they are refuting in order to be able to respond fully. Doesn't make sense. You have already dissolved the board, but you are telling the board that these particular individuals refuted your version. The version that you're hearing today, that's what you are saying that they've refuted. So there's a desperate appetite. There's an appetite to have this board dissolved, whether it likes it. So one of the things that are principles, you give people natural justice. This board says it was never interviewed. What type of an investigation is that? Forensic investigation is that? You know, you talk of human resource ethics, standards. You give people natural justice to respond. You didn't give them that natural justice. You just based on what you have, regardless, and ignoring them, saying, we were not part of this board. When this happened, we were not part of this board. Every paragraph in their response, I don't know which response you read. I'm struggling to find out what is the real reason for the dissolvement of this board or dissolution of this board. Nobody has said this board has transgressed A, B, C, D, therefore. It's only what we are hearing, 1.5. And I can tell you there are so many other entities that have wasted so much money, in 29 million. They are still there, they are not dissolved. What is it that you have against this board? What is the hidden agenda behind you dissolving this board? We will follow it, and I'm sure soon we'll know about it. Now, do you have contingency base? Should your reasons that you have given, or that I suppose you know, you haven't given us, should your reasons be successfully challenged, what would be your contingency plan? How much budget in exercising whatever that you've done now that you would have spent? Should this board be told you didn't do anything wrong, therefore you need to be reinstated? How much have you spent in your nominations? What informed the nominations process? What is it that you are in a hurry to do? The CEO was there before. The CEO is still here, but the board has been dissolved. Why didn't you fire the CEO, the CFO, whoever was there? Because it means that why only the board? Why the board? Operationally, the CEO and the CFO would be the ones who are dealing with the monies. If they've wasted money, you would be saying, no, the CEO must leave. But you still have the CEO, you have the CFO. It's only the board that has a problem. I don't have direct questions, but I am just airing my views, and I feel that you have transgressed principles. Natural justice, you're supposed to give them natural justice, they must respond. They were supposed to be interviewed in the process, so the process indeed was flawed. I can tell you that if they were not interviewed, even the former board was not interviewed, I wouldn't take the outcomes of that particular investigation as genuine. I think you should do the decent thing and apologize to this board and reinstate the board. Otherwise, you'll have to go do another exercise, seek your own investigation, another investigation, independent investigation from this one. This one has misled you. If whatever that we are hearing is true, and again, I said it, officials have a tendency of misleading political heads, but the buck stops with the political head. And they know that. Government doesn't fire people. It's very encouraging that you have this appetite of consequence management. It's for the first time we are hearing that, yeah, the minister is moving. We're still expecting CIFSA's report, forensic, and all others that you promised. I would want, these ones were initiated by you. I would want to see you moving swiftly like you did with these ones. Thank you, Chair. No further questions, no other
Thank you. I actually want to give the Minister an opportunity to respond, but Minister, do you mind Dr. Masejo is going to lose her plane? Can I give her an opportunity at fine then the Minister? No, I thought you want to respond. No, if you want to respond, then you can leave. I don't have the powers to expel you.
Yeah, Chair, I trust Dr. Manjura to continue, and yeah, so I'm good.
Thank you for that, the Minister.
Chair, thank you so much. The Honorable Mtetwa mentioned downtown studios. He mentioned CIFSA. Downtown studios, we closed down. CIFSA, we stopped funding from them. So I just want to say, where he says that nothing has been done, I wanted to start there. But also, Honorable Mtetwa educated me about a lot of stuff sometimes. Allow me to educate him that as a minister cannot fire a CEO. It doesn't happen. No minister has the power to fire a CEO. A board can fire a CEO. That happens in companies, it happens in entities. The board, then, so I don't have the power to fire a CEO. And the last thing I want to just answer his question. I get things on my desk, and this is on my desk. This report given to me by the chief auditor, which is here today, that this investigation is done. I read through it myself with my advisors, and when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm going to feel the same way. Because I have nothing against this board. I'm just doing the recommendations. It cannot be. We shouldn't start that, where ministers, on the basis of people having done well and being accused of one, I would say, wrong thing, and then say, no, we cannot act because they've done so many things right. What I propose here, Honorable Chair, is read the report that informed my, as you said now, which gave me great comfort, that members will sign an NDA. And call us back here again Imagine if I didn't act on a report done by an independent company. And I know, Honorable Mtetwa, you think we're not going to act against certain people. I can tell you that I had a meeting with the auditor when she's here. I said to her, I want you to understand one thing. I'm never going to change one report of yours. Just bring them. Brought me a report last week, I think, or last week, the week before last, that implicates very senior people in the department. And I looked at the report. I said to her, trust me, will not change anything here. I know a person in that report, you always see them with me talking football and sports. We are going to, and that is what I said to myself. So I just want to say, if that report was saying that any other thing, I would have implemented it. So it's not that I've got a personal vendetta. You speak about the people that are coming. I want you to follow up, Honorable Mtetwa. But why are you wanting to make this a Gaten McKenzie thing? Did I write the report? No. Did I institute the report? No. Was I here when these things happened? No. What is my job as a minister? To do what the report tells me to do. So I despise the fact, Honorable Chair, where it looks like I'm the one chasing this board. I'm not. I didn't institute the investigation. If they were not interviewed, I then gave them opportunity to answer certain questions. And if they feel aggrieved that they've not been sufficiently, they have a right, like they are doing now, to exercise that right. But that's why you see the CEO, I have not, because I'm not eager just to take action and transgress what I'm allowed to do. Thank you very much.
Can the auditor, in very crisp, take us through the authenticity of this report and also whether they are credited and with whom? In very short. Okay, Honorable Musa, ask your question so long.
Mine is quite long. You want to let her finish up? Because...
Go for it. Go for it, Honorable Musa. We'll give an opportunity now.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and I really appreciate our two honorable members from the committee that has been candid with expressing fairness and justice. I think it is only appropriate, really appreciate, Chairperson, that in terms of ensuring the interest of South Africans, that fairness and justice is expressed in this committee today. The one thing that I have established during these hearings is that the confidence and the trust of this committee hasn't been taken into consideration. It is absolutely clear that this committee was not given the opportunity to ensure that those implicated that the minister talks about was presented to this committee, and that is of high concern to this committee. And that is why you see that yourself as the chairperson and our honorable members, Molatsani as well as Mtetwa, is questioning the minister in a way that needs to hold him accountable for the decisions that he's taken. So, Honorable Chairperson, in order to have the interest of fairness and justice in these proceedings to follow through, the explanation today presented, I think we should consider what the public's opinion and South Africans think of the dissolvement of this particular board and the reputation that Honorable Mtetwa has spoken about in terms of the image. And you can see the integrity of many of these board members coming from professional backgrounds and long-standing, good standing, to present the cases to say, why was this board dissolved? Now, one of the other situations is that the board makes it absolutely clear that they were never consulted. And Honorable Molotsani has also pointed out that in the interest of fairness, both when somebody is implicated, surely they should have been given an opportunity. In this case, they were not given an opportunity. Surely they were not given an opportunity. The board members that sit here were not consulted, and they make this explicitly clear, and the minister has not refuted it up until now. The members that are implicated, and I like what the Honorable Chairperson has offered, that those members should be basically with the agreement that the minister talks about, that the NDA agreement should be signed. And in that circumstances, then the trust is shown truly from the minister's side. The equal opportunity should be given to the board, and our concerns is how does this augur with the South African citizens? The minister has not also used his discretion in terms of dissolving the board. And I'm concerned about the transparency. There was absolutely no transparency and trust and confidence given to us. We require the names to be presented. This is not about changing a decision, Minister. The heart of the state is equally important to this committee. You talk about the heart of the city, the state. The committee is also committed to do its job as it's expected to do. And this is also not about legends. The member that has spoken earlier, Dr. Manjra, spoke about legends. It is his right. If he feels somebody is a legend in his personal way, tomorrow our chairperson will be a legend if he issues the right directives. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see a problem with that, Minister.
The chair is not a legend yet.
He will be. He will be. If he's moving in the right direction. So I admire his stance in terms of the way this meeting is being conducted. It seems that we all will be soon holding you responsible. Minister Mackenzie, you have committed to resign. And I'm going to hold you accountable to the resignation should you not apologize. Because it is clear from all the honorable members, and you see the board members here as well, that the integrity of these members has been compromised. And it is only fair that we cannot just leave it as a void. Honorable Minister, you were accused many a times, whether you were in Dubai, expenditure or whatever it is. And nobody fired you just like that. They needed evidence, proper evidence. Just with reports to come and dissolve a board is uncalled for. It is not equitable. It is not justice. It is not fair on the integrity of many of these board members. If the minister is serious about his commitment about resignation, then you will do the right thing, Minister. Is either, like some of the members has requested, an apology. If we've erred, we must stand bold enough to say we've compromised many of these members here presenting themselves today. I think it is only fair that we don't tarnish their integrity and their honor. It is unfair on their part, without being consulted, to dissolve this particular board. I also disagree with the minister's impromptu just making a decision on recommendations. It's the most dangerous thing you can do. The most dangerous thing one can do as a minister, you have committed to, Minister, and that is on recommendations, without applying your mind and discretion as to how should you issue a directive of dissolving the board. So I hope you realize the implications of the consequences of this particular decision that has been made. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm going to take another member, Honourable Potgieter. We'll get to the issue later.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, perhaps maybe I can start where my colleague ended off. I do disagree that forensic reports in their entirety should just be implemented because they are issued by a reputable company. Many forensic reports have been issued with ulterior motives. They have also been issued to target whistleblowers, at the expense of those that are actually culpable. I think it's upon us to actually, interrogate what we receive as forensic reports that are backed by evidence. It's very difficult, I think, for us to judge the forensic report in itself, but I understand that we will be getting a copy of that. But on the face of it, what it sounds like it set out to investigate was the 1 million odd rand that was spent in the arbitration court, which is why it came out with a finding against the current board. For me, the issue is not really the 1 million rand. The issue is the damage that was done to the country with what happened. And this started in 2018. Now, the presentation from SAID says that they came clean through the audit from WADA. But I'd like to ask whether or not WADA actually raised concerns in their 2018 audit with regards to the legislation framework that didn't align to the code and the risks that SAID had to address before 2021, because it sounds like in your report that everything was hunky-dory and you cleared it. But from what I understand, SAID, WADA actually started raising this 3 years prior to the 2021 date. Just to start, I think we've touched on the sort of POPI Act, but Chair, perhaps maybe a broader address of this is needed, because it is something that is being used routinely to prevent disclosure to Parliament. And the intention of legislation is what's important, not how people interpret it or what it's, how they think it should be implemented. It requires that personal information is processed safely and securely and that is not, utilized for nefarious reasons. What it doesn't protect is, or what it doesn't allow for is not disclosing to Parliament committees. That was never the intention. It's being used at municipalities, provinces, national, everywhere now. All of a sudden you can't get information because of POPI. And I've been advised by many an official that this is the case. So perhaps maybe from the Speaker's office or wherever it may be, the State Law Advisor, for example, that can actually give a briefing on the intent of the POPI Act, because I can tell you it's not, it'll make everybody's lives a lot simpler. And just with regards to the precedent that's been set in Parliament, the SIU reports into state capture during the PPE procurement, during COVID, the management reports and forensic investigations from the AG into ESCOM, municipalities, departments, SCOPA, also the COCTA portfolio, all of them have received forensic reports on various issues that contained labour and disciplinary matters that were pending or where people had yet to be charged. But because the oversight of Parliament is considered so important, it was deemed that these portfolio committees had to view those reports. So there is precedence, just so that we've got that on the table. And I think it's important going forward, because I don't suspect it's the first time or the last time that you're going to hear this. Then just going back to this issue with the SAIDS Act, I'm not understanding, there seems to be, we've received all this information, and you'll excuse me because I am relatively new, but it all conflicts each other. And that's my problem. I think the answer lies in the middle somewhere. The first issue is, how did the State Law Advisor get the legislation? And did he just decide on his own that he's going to go and certify it and sign it and send it to Parliament? I find that very hard to believe. So I'd like to understand who, between the board or the executive of SAID, who sent the legislation to the State Law Advisor, because he couldn't have just suddenly hacked somebody's computer and picked it up himself. So perhaps maybe the comment that he's not here to, to speak to it is something that needs to be included going forward. The signatory that you mention in your report, who acts as the signatory for SAIDS? Would it be the CEO or somebody else on your executive? I'd also like to understand what the executive's role was in this particular piece of legislation. And I think 2 of my colleagues mentioned it. The board doesn't act alone. They're not an entity that tells everybody what's happening. The executive of the entity essentially runs the operations, and should have been involved in it. There also seems to be this back and forth between SAIDS and the department about who's responsible. And to be honest, nobody cares. It was embarrassing. If you think it did no damage, you are exceptionally wrong. It created so much damage in the eyes of our citizens, never mind internationally. Let's not even worry about that. There's already so much distrust in government that this creates, I mean, I know people, and I hang out with people who don't like politics because this is a lot and you need, a space away from it, who were just like devastated by it. Because sports is the only thing that works despite government. And I tell you, if all of us fell over today, they'd still carry on working. So it caused a hell of a lot of damage, and I don't think anybody did a good job. But to say that the board is solely responsible for that, I find very hard to believe. This backwards and forwards without any evidence. I mean, even the letters that we got in this report are only the first page. So I can't see the rest of the minister's letter. I can't see the rest of the SAID's response. I can't see the rest of the board's response. I've got the first page. And I mean, if you submit evidence like that, I'm not quite sure how you would come to any sort of conclusion because you don't know what happened in the rest of the correspondence. After the code was enacted and WADA issued the non-compliance notice, who received that notice? And on the face of that, they then gave a deadline of the 31st of January 2023. Then in October 2023, SAIDS confirmed to this portfolio committee, from what I understand and from the records, that workshops were held with national sporting bodies to comment on the draft bill, and a deadline of May 2023 was given to them. Now, if WADA had advised that the 31st of January 2023 was the deadline, why then did SAIDS go and engage sporting bodies and give them a deadline that was 4 months later, understanding that you were going to not comply with the requirements? And I think that leads into why was there such a lag between the meeting on the draft legislation between the department and SAIDS and the actual first draft of the 5 drafts that you mentioned that went through to WADA? It's like nothing happened for 3 months, despite knowing that you were already over deadline. Then, now the decision to appeal the non-compliance, which was made, I assume, by the minister at the time and was supported, to me it appears on the face of it that decision was purely made to buy time. It wasn't actually because there was any belief that the non-compliance ruling was incorrect. It was because there had been such a delay in actually getting this legislation off the ground that you needed something to stall the non-compliance ruling in order to get the legislation to WADA. Now, for me, that is, maybe it's a good decision or not, Chair, I'm not quite certain, but it's not good governance. It's simply a tactic to stall something, which I don't know if that falls on the board or the minister, but I do think that the political head at the time holds a lot of responsibility in terms of that decision. Then, just with regards to this, the redacted version, I think I've covered, Chair. The comment that WADA needs to show empathy or sympathy, the crisis was self-inflicted, really. I don't see why. I mean, I feel that they had to issue non-compliance in order to force the department into action. If they hadn't done that, would we still be sitting with a draft piece of legislation that nobody had touched? Is really the question. And I think this sort of abdication of responsibility from the executive is very worrying. That legislation by 2010 was already outdated. It started in 1997. By 2010, there was so much advancement in sports and in terms of anti-doping regulations that legislation should have been revised during then. And whether that's between the board and the executive is neither here nor there. I think the question, Chair, is that the board seems to have been dissolved almost immediately. And the executive, from what I understand, is not even being questioned on this. Then there are certain individuals within the department who may or may not sit on the executive who are being investigated but haven't been charged. And essentially, all of these things are happening separately instead of as a whole. So now if you go and find certain individuals in the department guilty in 3 months' time and find out that it wasn't the board at fault, but you've already acted against them, then what do you do? And I think this speaks to my colleague's comment on a contingency plan. Because you cannot do these things in separation. And I do feel that the dissolution of the board was premature. I mean, understanding that they started on the 1st of December, it appears that the work actually started going from the beginning of 2023, because they already had the stuff in Parliament by May 2023, and it was, June 2023. So there was action during their period, and for us, I'm not understanding the reasons outside of this 1 million rand as to why they were dissolved, but there's still been no charges laid against, officials in the departments, and it is quite concerning. I'd also like to understand, and lastly, Chair, two last things. Sorry, the case that was taken to the arbitration committee in Switzerland. What reasoning was given to the minister at the time as to the purpose of going to appeal this? And I suppose there was a briefing or report or a legal opinion that was issued, if the committee can possibly get a copy of that. The reasoning that supported or motivated for him to confirm that this was taken to arbitration. And then lastly, while this is all ongoing and everything's uncertain, who's taken over the board's functions? Is this being done directly by the department or by the SAID's executive? And I assume this is probably going to go on for a little bit of time. So it's concerning that there is no board operating, and who is being held accountable for decisions that would normally be taken by the board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The CEO, the Minister, and then the Parliament's legal advisor. I also want you to respond, and perhaps also to respond onto the issue of whether a NDA is a necessity in this particular case. Minister?
I just think that NDA is not a necessity. In this case, I just think we should give the portfolio committee. But I also want to say I agree with Ms. Potgieter, like this juncture when it comes to the board and the staff action against the staff. I took that the same energy should have been used with the people in the department. That one I will concede, but I will also rectify that tomorrow morning, because I think you're absolutely right that it brings, I look at it from outside. That this side there was action, just as Honourable Mtetwa said, and yourselves, Honourable Potgieter, that the people implicated in the department, I will take that up with the DG, and by the time you've read the report, that action would have been instituted with the same vigor that the board has been dealt with. Then the issue that I think, listening to the honourable members, I think it is urgent that they read the report, because we will be here. There's many things that have been said here which I know it's not the case, but I can't say it's an untruth, because how you've not had the hindsight is very, very important. So I would ask the DG that we make the report available today to the honourable members, and be reconvened here in order to, because I'm also prejudicing the board members by defending my decision here. Maybe it's stuff that they wanted access to. So I just want to say, if we can make that available and come back here, and maybe the board, the committee will understand what I understand or why I took that decision. Thank you. Chair, sorry. There's wanted the lady to speak, but I'm not the chair, sorry. My apologies, Chair.
The auditor.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate that the terms of reference for this investigation and the procedures that we actually wanted the Ngidi Business Advisory to look at was to determine the relevant stakeholders in this process and to determine the role that were undertaken by each stakeholder when the communication was received from WADA indicating that South Africa was non-compliant with the WADA code in relation to the anti-doping, as well as to identify any stakeholders that were required by law to participate in this process and did not do so. If there were those who did not participate, to determine the reasons for their participation in the process. And thereafter also the circumstances that resulted in South Africa being non-compliant with the WADA code. And also to determine the conditions or the situations in the trail of events, the processes from the date of non-compliance, from the date that the non-compliance was communicated until the time of the pending sanction by WADA against South Africa. And furthermore, failure by any parties or relevant stakeholders which were required to ensure compliance with the WADA code, and to determine if any relevant parties or stakeholders were negligent in this process and the consequences thereof that resulted in South Africa being non-compliant. Now, this was our mandate that we got from Minister Kodwa at that time, and that was informed the terms of reference. So in a nutshell, what the investigation found, and this was based on the evidence at the disposal, both from the department as well as from SAIDS, predominantly through the CEO. Just in terms of the summary of some of the findings, that the initial notification of non-compliance with the WADA code in relation to the SAID Acts was brought to the attention of SAIDS on 31 October 2022, through correspondence addressed by WADA to Mr. Gallant. This was almost 2 years since the ISCCS and the 2021 WADA code, which SAIDS was found to be non-compliant with, which came into effect in January 2021. Instead of immediately commencing with the necessary process with the view to engaging DSAC to amend the SAIDS Act and bring it in line with the WADA code, when the current WADA code and the ISCCS came into effect in January 2021, SAIDS expended resources and a considerable amount of time was spent on the Sports Integrity Bill, which they started working on as early as 2018. As the ultimate end user of the legislation and a signatory to the WADA code, SAIDS should have acted with the necessary speed immediately once the WADA code and the ISCCS came into effect in 2021 and engaged DSAC on the new WADA code and the ISCCS to enable DSAC to commence with the process of reviewing the SAIDS Act and identify any provisions therein that were not in line with the WADA code. This would have ideally afforded DSAC an opportunity to commence with the necessary process to amend the legislation way before the non-compliance was even identified and raised by WADA in October 2022. So, Chair, that's basically a summary of the thread of the report, and we've even given detailed the timelines in terms of how the process did unfold between SAIDS and the communication with the department regarding the final end product that was tabled to Parliament. I won't go into all the details, but the report is supported by substantive evidence. In terms of the engagement with the board, like I've indicated, we've received communication from the CEO, and based on that, we had sufficient information to make informed decisions in terms of the recommendations in this report. In respect of the disciplinary process that Minister spoke about, the process has started. Colleagues were notified of the intention of the disciplinary, and the matter is currently sitting with our labor relations, and the last input that was communicated to us was they were looking for the exhibits pertaining to the allegations that's come forth in the report, and we are then putting those exhibits together to share with the colleagues for the disciplinary process to go forward. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's just a pity it's been communicated only now to us, but never mind.
Sorry, Chair.
There's also...
I just want to make a... May I just... the report has been sent to you, Chair, right now, just while we're sitting here. The full report. Thank you.
Okay.
This auditor, the one that did the investigation, forensic investigation?
No.
No.
It's not.
No, it was a firm, outside firm, Honorable.
Honorable Mataung?
Yeah, because of I was confused. She only quoted until 2022, and yet the report started on the 9th of November 2022. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to be confused to say. Whatever that you're reading to us, it doesn't suit what the minister said you must say to us. So you guys need to correct yourself. You need to make sure that you pull up your socks when you come here. Because of we're sitting here discussing these things, and yet we're having back and forth information that doesn't correspond. Please, guys.
Let's interrogate. We have started the process. It could have been done better. It is a little bit messy, but let's go on. But I want to just check before I'm going to... I just want to give the other members also opportunity that they haven't speak yet. Honorable Nkosi, Mataung, and Honorable Daniels. There was a request for the copy of appeal, the arbitration letter. Are we in a position to get that?
Why must we ask those reports?
Yes, Chair. I have a whole case file bundle put together for you.
Thank you. Honorable Nkosi?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think it was... Chair, I think we were supposed to get to this report before we come here. It is not correct that the report is sent now after we have requested the report. That's not the way of dealing things or doing things here. It was wrong for the first time that we were not given the report whilst we are going to discuss this matter. I think in future, officials must take us very, very seriously. Seemingly they don't take us seriously. We are like puppets, and we are the members of the portfolio committee. We cannot be taken the way they are taking us. Chair, I heard the minister saying that it seems as if we are saying this thing of dissolving is his thing, and it's not his. He acted upon the report that he got when he reached the office. You know, the reason that we are saying the minister was unfair is that even though the report was presented to him, because he said the chief auditor indicated to him that the investigation is concluded. But even if the investigation was concluded, the minister was supposed to look at this matter thoroughly before he took any decision, and look at the issue of those that were not interviewed. That is why we will say it was not fair for the board to be dissolved without being interviewed. We can understand the issue of the term of references. We know that if there are investigations, there'll be terms of references and whatever. But the matter here is that how do you expel or how do you dissolve a board without being interviewed other members? What is the rationale behind? How did you come to that conclusion to dissolve people and yet you didn't hear the side of their story? That is the problem. And that is why we will be seen as if we are defending. We are not defending anyone. You don't know anyone here. But we want things to be done properly. Chairperson, the minister acted very, very swiftly to dissolve this board. We must indicate it. The board that has done so well in a very short space of time. But because he got the report, he didn't go through to the report and apply his mind correctly. Probably if he has done that, he should maybe find that it was not, there were those that were not investigated, and maybe requested that time be extended so that they can be interviewed, at least it will be fair even to them. That is not right, Chair. We must indicate that the recommendations that were found there were not correctly. The decision or the recommendations led them to take that decision was not right, because they were supposed to be given a chance to say whatever that they want. They are speaking about the officials that there'll be internal hearings now. What about the board members? The officials are going to be given an opportunity to come to the hearing. What about the board members? They are already dissolved. Why? Why? It is not fair. I think the minister must do the right thing. He must do the right thing. We are not accepting this dissolution of the board. We are not, really, because it was unfair for them to be dissolved without being given an opportunity to come and present themselves before the what is this company, the accounting firm that was there. Because it was also mentioned that the company that made the investigation was the accounting firm company. It was not a legal one. And I think the minister was supposed to see that as well, that this company that is doing the investigation, is it credible or what? If it is not credible, maybe he was supposed to do something in order to correct such things. The recommendations, I still say it, are unfounded because none of the board members were interviewed. So the findings are one-sided. The findings are one-sided. We can say whatever that you want to say, but the findings are one-sided. How can you crucify me without asking me? How? How can you punish me? You take a decision about me for something that you didn't ask, even if I know it or not. That's not right. We often wonder as to what is it that was so rushing to take this decision. This is not fair, really. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still appealing that the minister must do the right thing. Really, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nkosi. I'm going to take another member, Honourable Mataung. Don't reveal from where you are and which team.
Thank you so much, Chair. You know, I have two things. Honourable members have said multiple things. So I believe the committee is very important. And with these findings, maybe when they arrive at the minister's office, as he says, he just found them there. I believe at the same time, this committee was supposed to be consulted and say, this is the problem that I've found regarding this department. How do we handle the situation? That's one. For us to receive issues whereby everything has been disclosed and say, okay, the case is done, it's dismissed, meaning, why are we here? Are we going to reinstate them and say, let them go back? If we have those powers as a committee, then let it be. We'll reinstate them. Secondly, we say the board have worked tirelessly to make sure that we fly our South African flag abroad. In 2 days' time, Minister is going to New Zealand, and he will witness when the guys are playing the rugby, and if we win, he will fly that flag. So it means the board is very important to us. So we must believe that we really need this board, or we really need SAIDs in order to make sure that when we send our guys to go, whether it's athletes, whether it's soccer, whether it's rugby, whether it's cricket or anything, for them to be able to raise our South African flag, we need SAIDs. And if the board is dissolved at the present moment, what do you have at place in order to make sure that we are saved from WADA, from WADA code. What is disturbing again is we found out that there's members from DSAC which were implicated, but they are not here. But we see the board being here. How do you discipline our own as well? So for me, myself and I just smell the red here. There is somebody somewhere who have been promised to say you will enter into a board and I will make sure of it. And this is what we're seeing here today. Because of, I believe, when we say these guys have been having a clean audit, then why do we have to dissolve them? Or we need to sit them down and correct them and say, we believe systems have changed. These are the new methods that you need to work with. Let's work like this. So that we need to babysit them because of we need them as much as they need us. So we need to school together. We need to school each other together. Yeah, this is hard. We need to reinstate them. We don't have a choice.
Welcome to the committee responses. The department, the minister. Minister, please respond. Yeah, my procedure is there's still one member, then I will give a bite to other members. But I would like you to respond to two unless I'm giving an opportunity to Honorable Daniels and then to respond. To Honorable Daniels, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to start off by first posing a question to the Minister. Honorable Minister, you've been in these committees how many times already, eh? And many a times we are all aware that you took up office this term. But many of the things that you were faced with pertains to things that happened before you took up office. So my question to you is, upon taking up office and you come here to this committee, Honorable Minister, do you feel that it's correct to hold you accountable for what has happened even before you took up office? Question?
Respond, Minister.
Oh, I think it's a tricky question. I'll tell you why, Honorable. I'm the minister. I'm responsible for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. I cannot run away and say, I wasn't there. I have been given oversight over this department. So I think I'm responsible for what happens. And if you ask me, am I responsible for what happened in the past? I'm responsible to highlight the good of the past, but I'm also responsible for fixing what I might deem has been done incorrectly previously. That is the best answer I can come up with.
It's called taking it over foot stewards. Proceed.
Chair, you mustn't use that word. You traumatized me when you used the word foot stewards. Many years ago, no, but many years ago, in my previous life, I was in Zambia for the first time. And I saw a car there for 9,000 rand. And we couldn't get a taxi. So I thought, let us buy this car for 9,000. We go to our destination and we do our meetings for 2 days and I come back and I can sell this car for 8,000 or 6,000 back. And then just as I gave the money and I drove not even a meter or 2 meters, the car stopped. And I went to the guy and said, your car's not working. He said, you bought it food stewards. That's not my business.
Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I want to pose the same question to the doctor next to you. When you take up office, do you believe that it's correct to hold you accountable for what has happened before your time?
Dr. Mandra?
There's a difference between accountability and remedial work. You cannot hold people accountable for what they're not responsible for, but you can demand of them to remediate any problems that they've inherited.
All right, thank you so much. Now, honorable members, colleagues, SAIDs, DSAC, chairperson, I want to make a very simple example. I'm sitting here in this meeting now. If I get a phone call now and I'm told that my son done something outside somewhere, I cannot be responsible for his actions out there. But I'll be able to give an account as to why he done or did what he did, or his behavior was the way it was. And that's the difference between responsibility and accountability. I cannot say I don't know. There's no ways I can turn my back and say, no, don't call me for this. I must at least, if I'm not responsible, be able to give an account on the behavior of my child. Now, where am I going with this? Having listened to SAIDs, I've picked up that they completely neglect or refuse or fail to take accountability. Now, if you cannot even take accountability, which is much lesser than taking responsibility, I'm not surprised that no responsibility has been taken here by SAIDs for the mess they found themselves in. Because for how long have we been told by more than 2 members of SAIDs of the former board that it happened before our time? No, it wasn't during our term. And that cannot be right. Therefore, I ask the questions. The fact that you are shying away from giving an account make me sit here and wonder on the issue of trust between us. Because one must be very honest at all material times and have broad shoulders enough to be able to take responsibility for. You see, here's the issue. By your very own submission by more than 2 members, you've cited that where you went wrong was you spent so much time on your alternative models and you neglected to focus on the non-compliance matters. You cited the 2 scenarios and you went further and saying that even the ministers had no clue of your model, the groundbreaking model. Now, former ministers were ridiculed for being clueless. And that is not correct. You see, the fact that you have taken over and this problem was there, the fact that WADA came with that sanction on SAIDs, I cannot accept that you don't want to accept that you've inherited this issue. Then I hear about the reputational harm and not financial harm. I'm encouraged and I must commend you for confirming that you're only getting 16K per annum for your work done, which is a negligible amount. I mean, it's not even worth mentioning. I must commend you on that. But citing that the dissolution of the board created reputational harm makes me sit back and pause and wonder. Reputational harm in which sense? Is there egos involved? Where does a reputational harm fit in? I would think that if one serves for so many terms, that there must be some egos or some bubbles that's been burst. You see, there's a big difference between the portfolio committee and the ministerial office. Our job here, our duty here, our competency here speaks to oversight. And we do not have executive powers. Because I also hear now that we must decide on whether the board can be dissolved or not be dissolved. As I'm sitting as a member of this committee, I've got no powers to take such decision. I don't have that. I'm not the minister. And one must, once you make peace with the fact that you've got oversight role and not executive powers, then we will understand. Now, you see, it is because of the executive powers that the decision was taken to dissolve the board. Powers we don't have as an oversight committee. Then we are saying that the rationality against the abuse of power by the minister is not cool. I don't know if you exercise your executive powers, whether it's an abuse of power. It's a power that you have. Like it or not. If you don't like it, become the minister. Then, I'll tell you the arrogance that I pick up here. You see, there's really egos that's dented here. And that's all what it's all about. Because now, WADA was okay to work with. They ask you for this, they ask you for that. Come, sleepless nights, so I've heard here. We sit, we put reports together, we submit the reports to WADA. WADA was okay. Until they came with a finding that didn't suit you. Now there's a problem. Now we are told, how can a non-government entity come and impose consequences on you guys? You know why? It didn't go your way. I want to know, if you do an investigation, surely when you do an investigation, you have to start asking questions. You have to start gathering information. So the investigations that were done, because I'm saying this because I hear that we were not interviewed. Let me ask you, if an investigation is done, who submitted the information that was requested? Because as an investigator in this case, if the information has been received, information has been collated, one must just determine if it's factual information, if it's a correct information. And if you are satisfied with the information, why must you still go and interview people if you've got the information that you were looking for? But no, we must be... You see, you are sitting with the summary of the report. Of course, you cannot be sitting. Imagine, you are being investigated, but you want to be sitting with everything that you've been investigated for. It doesn't make sense. So, Chairperson, I just feel, man, that we must not act outside the powers that's vested in us as an oversight committee. We have to respect the different powers bestowed upon different people within government. And until we cannot make peace with that, we will have this bickering to and from and going about. And we must learn to leave politics out of it. We must learn not to be biased in our approaches, and we must see it for what it is. So, Chairperson, I just want to check one thing here. I spoke about the redacted report that's there. Chairperson, also considering that the Minister has now confirmed that he's forwarded the report to you, I don't think I want to go into anything further until I see that report, until we see that report, I'm sure, because there's much more questions that will come from that. So until such time, Chairperson, I will stand down. Thank you.
Honourable members, I see quite a few hands after Honourable Daniels, but let me guard against this. And that is a rebuttal among members of the Portfolio Committee. Every member has his or her view that is directed on that side. So, and every member has that right. I don't want us to have a rebuttal. Then we're going to make it messy and it's going to politicize it. But what I agree with Honourable Daniels, and maybe the legal desk must assist us here, what I agree with him is that we cannot interfere, and that is what is going around in Parliament and amongst ministers of interference. We have settled the score now about our role as Parliament and our oversight. The Minister, when we started this meeting, he said, I agree, you are playing your role, that's why we are here. We appreciate that. But other than that, what is presented on what we know, what we want, can be interrogated and debated, and we can have a rebuttal on that. Whatever been said, we need a response from that side. So I really don't want a rebuttal or ask members. The Honourable Member, before I'm going to give a chance, so raise again the issue on the report. But I must also say that there are concerns, and members, we need to act mature in this. Honourable Molatani, you and Honourable Nkosi are patriots in this field. There is names. So the report is already with us, and I have given an instruction not to send it yet. My gut feelings say print it and give it to members. Furthermore, my gut feelings say retract the names. And above all, we have undergone an oath. And I want to make a very serious and strong appeal to members not to share this. The moment when this committee clause came out like this, it was the minister said, well, I've got nothing to explain, have it. So we're having it now. But we must now deal with maturity with that report. And that is my humble appeal to each and every member here. We will discuss this report. I am already busy with the minister now for a possible date. We are looking at the 16th of September, the concern of the rugby game by Honourable Mataung. There is a possibility that the President is calling all ministers, but we have to discuss this as soon as possible with a provisional. Someone has said it, and I'm not aware of it, as to whether already there's a process of advertisement and all of this. And I don't want the committee to overplay its hand when it comes to interference rather than the oversight. Because what is happening with issues of this nature? We discuss it, and then only thing that we can make is a report. It's a report and a recommendation. But when we have a look, a bird's eye view on the forensic audit report, we will be able perhaps also to then make recommendations if the rule allow us. So I want to refer members to Rule 184 pertaining to this information that will be sent. But I will engage after this meeting again with members. And further on, we have to take one another in our trust in future forensic outcomes, so that we as a committee can take this country forward in this regard. There has been Dr. Manzra, CEO, would like you to respond to some of the issues. Minister, I also would want you to respond if you would like to. Dr. Manzra.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to respond to a number of issues. The first is that, I mean, quite appropriately, the names of the members of who are the staff of DSAC have not been named because they haven't been disciplined yet. But the fact of the matter is that the entire board of SAIDS has been dissolved and the names are public. So on the one hand, you've had no sense of propriety regarding the integrity of one group of people, but you're protecting another group of people. So I'm beginning to I'm trying to understand that. And the honourable member speaks about reputational damage, and I think it's about ego and not reputational damage. Now, I mean, we can throw barbs like that, but we're not here to throw barbs. I mean, I can accuse the member of singing for his supper, but I'm not here to do that. I mean, we're here to kind of find solutions to problems we have and see what's the kind of remediation. The fact is, if I apply to serve on another board and there's a question that is asked to me, have you ever been part of a board that has been dissolved? I've got to answer yes. And what does that say about my integrity? So clearly there's issues around integrity that are involved, and I may not be appointed to another board because there's a question mark hanging over my head because I've been removed from a board. So the question of reputation and integrity is fundamental, it's critical. To me, that's why we're here. We're not here for any other reason. And I'm not, I personally, I mean, since people have personalized this, I didn't want to come back onto this board for this term. The problem was that there was an entirely new board and two of us were asked to stay on simply for continuity. I've served my term. Minister said I've served 20 terms, but I've served in different capacities. But I didn't want to come back because I said I have had my time. New people must come on, but there was no continuity. Mr. Harold Adams and I were the only people who were back on the board simply for the sake of continuity from the previous board. So let me say that. Now, a couple of things in terms of, we've heard that there's a sense of that staff of DSAC have been given a right of hearing. And the state law advisor has said something. The SAIDS board has said something. The point is, who adjudicates this? Somebody ultimately adjudicates these questions. Who's right and who's wrong? Whether the SAIDS board input, is wrong, but your staff are right and the state law advisor is right, somebody adjudicates those questions. And that's why we come to this portfolio committee to saying there's contending narratives. Have a committee or a judicial commission or whatever it is to investigate this. That's what we're coming here for. Otherwise there's individuals making those decisions about who's right and who's wrong, whether we're right or the staff is wrong. So that's the point we're making. Now, I'm not casting aspersions on ministers. There's some ministers know and other ministers don't know. There was a difference. In the past, ministers stayed for long periods of time and they got to know their portfolios very well. And all of you know that. Now, subsequently to those three ministers changed very, very rapidly. And before we had 1 or 2 meetings with them and those ministers were gone. So if you look at Minister Stofida, you look at Minister Balfour, they served on WADA. So they understood it. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to undermine the integrity or the intelligence of other ministers. And again, with Bhuti Kompela, he served as chair of this committee for years. I think he probably served for like 6-7 years of the chair of this committee. That's why I said he was a legend, because he was here for so long. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to undermine anybody's integrity or intelligence here. Now, again, in Gidi, I'm not attacking them or saying they're incompetent because they are black firm. I'm looking at the substance of it. The fact of the matter is that the law advisor for the department says that because they interviewed the CEO and he gave them the information, that there was no need to interview the board. I mean, where's the rationality in that? Where's the legality or rationality? Where's the fundamental rule of audi alteram partem? Where's that fundamental rule? If you implicate people, if you dissolve a board on the basis of a report and you're saying they don't have to be interviewed, where's the fundamental rule of law? And where the law person says that's acceptable, I find it deeply, deeply disturbing. It's a constitutional right. Right. So, I mean, again, that's important. And I mean, again, the point is accountability and responsibility. This board inherited things from the previous board. And I'm not for one moment arguing that the previous board was wrong. That this issue around the Act, as the Honourable Minister has said, is going back from 2010. It's going back from longer. Because this law, this Act had become kind of probably, not fit for purpose for a long, long time. So these conversations around this Act is going on for a very long time. So I am not pointing fingers at the previous board. So the whole thing about responsibility and accountability doesn't come in. The fact is that this board that was dissolved inherited issues because the WADA report came out just a month before they took office. Now, what they needed to do is they needed to remediate the problems they inherited. Not because the previous board was wrong, but just because they inherited something. So, to kind of speak about this thing about accountability. Also, we're not questioning the minister's power to dissolve the board. The minister has that power. That's why he dissolved it. It's about the rationality of it. That's the question we're asking. So it's not about the power. We're not questioning the minister's power. Also, in terms of, people are focusing on a 1 million rand. To me, again, that 1 million rand was a decision made jointly between the department, the minister, and SAIDS. In fact, at one point, we went to the minister and we said, who's covering this cost? We don't have money to pay.
Which minister?
Minister's worried.
Minister Kodwa.
Oh, thank you.
And the board basically said this is DSAC's fault. We must go to DSAC and try and recover this money. There's 1 million rand that we're paying for this case at SAC at CAS. And then the minister said, no, you guys, you pay the money, and that's why we paid for it. But people need to look at the big picture, and I've tried to paint this big picture. What were we facing as a board? We were facing suspension. We were facing suspension from international competition, or we fight this case. And the member is absolutely right. We didn't think we were going to win the case. We were playing for time. We were playing for time so that we could amend the legislation so that we could be compliant. So you're absolutely right. We were playing for time. That was the strategy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone to court. So you're absolutely right on that. This board worked tirelessly to try and recover that. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll stop there. I think I've spoken too much.
The Minister.
I was laughing respectfully.
Present Minister.
No, I just want to, Chairperson, I just want to highlight something which I think is a perception that we mistakenly have sometimes of yourselves. South Africa works because of the different portfolio committees. Because if there was no portfolio committees, and I say it very respectfully what I'm going to say now, it is very annoying sometimes. The portfolio committees can annoy us. I'm talking for myself as a minister sometimes, where I'll hear like, come and account for this. But that's the reason why South Africa works. So I mentioned that so that you know when I come here, I'm not coming here beating my chest and say, I can't be told. Many things I say I've learned from Minister Mtetwa in the music industry. But Mr. Mtetwa, Honorable Mtetwa, many times I learn from yourself, Chair. I've learned from Honorable Nkosi about many things. And Honorable Muletan. So I'm just saying that I just don't want that we come here with arrogance. That's the first point. The second point is, You know, the doctor here talks about the previous board. You were there.
Point of order. Sorry, Minister.
Pardon?
The Minister mentions we come here with arrogance. Please clarify.
No. I'm saying we don't come here with arrogance. I'm sorry, I've not learned from you yet because you are new yet. So maybe I should have made. No, I said we don't come here with arrogance.
We need to know which minister, and we need to know exactly what when you specify exactly about arrogance, the same way. Thanks, Minister.
So the point I'm trying to make is the doctor was part of the previous board.
Proudly so.
Yes, but also proudly give us the answers that we've been seeking regarding the previous board. If you are proudly part of the previous board, do not come here and give us answers like they were persons non grata, although you were part of them.
I never said that.
You were speaking here, I never once interfered. You were insulting us. I never once said something. I gave you the respect, so you finish. Can you give me the same courtesy?
Go for it.
Sure. So all I'm asking is that we've given the board all the information. The decision, and I can even quote the act, to dissolve a board lies with me. I'm the person appointing the board ultimately, and I'm the person that can dissolve the board. But that's not how I want to operate. If I come here and the committee shows me you've erred in how you dealt with this particular board, I want to say it right here. Once it can be proven to me on fact, not emotion, that I've erred, I'll be the first to say I can retract the course of action. I just needed to put that one out there. I'm glad the committee has that because I lean on this committee as a first-time minister. Also to guide me. Most of the people here, they've been around. So I just want to say it's not a case of me saying, although the act mandates me or empowers me, that's the beginning of the end. That's not who I am. I'm saying if the portfolio committee can show me, now you've erred in this instance, I'll be the first to say I'm withdrawing my decision. And that's why I want this matter to be ventilated. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. But there's other parallel processes, I assume, in terms of advertisement and interviews. How can we curb that? And I appreciate the fact that you would want us to meet as soon as possible, number one. We have to meet as soon as possible, and members, portfolio secretary, note that that meeting must be in camera to discuss this forensic audit report. And we can have our discussions, and perhaps we can only advise and we can only convene or we can recommend, but we cannot take the decision or the powers from the minister, and we cannot interfere. If that is fine. Minister, you want to respond on the issue of the advertisement?
I think what we must do, once this issue is weak, Honorable Potgieter asked a very straight question, which is asked, what happens in the meantime? What happens in the meantime? The law mandates the CEO to be the accounting authority in the absence of a board. That's the law. So I think what we will do is one or two is, the sooner we can ventilate this issue to the satisfaction of the portfolio committee and the department. As soon as we are ventilating that issue, we will not appoint until we have ventilated the issue between the portfolio committee and the department. Just so that people can see that your inputs are not just for the sake of compliance or listening to you. And that's the type of relationship I strive to have together with the department.
Members, are you happy? Honorable Mtetwa?
It's happiness, Chair, but I just wanted to say also, I think we should also appreciate the fact that this board did not go to the media and make noise out there and do that. They've done the most decent thing to say, let's come to the portfolio committee.
Let me rectify that because it has been said a third time. And I don't want to create the impression be created that they came to us. Remember, we met with the minister, right? And after that meeting, when we met the minister cordially informed us about his decision. It was then there where we said we have to call in the minister, this board dissolvement, and we have to involve the role players. We had a discussion on that. That is what happened. It comes from the portfolio committee. Dr. Mandra, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It is not the issue where we're going to create problem where people are going to start knocking at our doors. Ventilate the issues according to the procedures there. This issue was merely from the committee, as the minister said, and we become that nuisance. There's a lot, Dr. Kumalo, even to an extent where the DSAC has given way to the minister's advisor or assistants to start engaging with us, which is political appointments. I've opened that room, but I think maybe we should now be frank to the T when it comes to this kind of respect and negotiations. This meeting was very important. And what has happened here with the communication, it stemmed down the authority of this portfolio, not with saying that we do not respect the way DSAC operate. A case in point, and while it came to mind, let me mention it, the way the portfolio committee has been treated during the sports awards. No recognition has been given to this committee on the sports awards event to say that we are present. This portfolio committee bear the brunt of sitting at table 43. But Honorable Daniels did not have a seat.
Oh, my chair.
At least, he did not have a seat. He said he will sit in his car and watch this on TV or something like that. And that is how I want us, Dr. Kumalo, it's a year now. We have to get together because, and I must also say this, and I'm not saying it tongue-in-cheek, we are a GNU. And if these members can work together, even with those not part of this GNU, we must go and help in the communities where there's problems. In all of these members that are sitting here. Instead, members are sitting here, and some of the members forget there's a GNU. They act more and more like opposition parties and towards the minister. But if the minister go out here, hey, the GNU's working, it's working. But if he's here, it's grill, briflis, and Chevrolet and everything. So I want to appeal to members. We have to start respecting one another. And maybe Dr. Kumalo is maybe the wrong platform to mention this, but I'm just saying this in passing, the way members of parliament are being treated. And I'm so happy, fortunately, the minister is from the Patriotic Alliance. He's member, he did not have a seat. I'm so happy, therefore. Honorable members, let me wrap up this meeting.
No, Chair.
Let me...
Chair, I had not finished my statement. But I'm saying, Chair, I think it should be educating even others. We are subjected to Sarah's abuse, left and right. These board members did not go to the media. I would have picked it up from the media that this was happening. They didn't. They waited for this moment to talk. I think this is a good lesson for others, that in order for us to be able to resolve the issues, we need to come and talk and have a dialogue, not the national dialogue. I mean this dialogue.
Members, let me wrap it up. Okay, Honorable Potgieter.
Sorry, Chair, just a point of clarity on the appointment process. So there will be no appointment, but what happens to the current nomination process? Is that going to continue, or are you going to put a stop to that?
Well, I'm not putting a stop to it. I'm putting a pause to it. Because I think the process, the people have applied. Maybe if Mr. can tell us how far the process is. And then it comes to my desk. I can just, the Honorable Chairperson send me a message to say he wants dates because he wants this thing wrapped up quickly. So I think a week or two will not cause maximum damage. It doesn't prejudice the people that applied to wait 2 weeks because none of them has been promised an appointment. Or so I think we'll pause the process until this matter, which is a week or two. Maybe it would even have taken longer. I hope I've answered your question, Honourable. All right.
The Honourable Nkosi.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. I would like to thank the Minister for the responses that he made. We really appreciate a Minister, because when we are here, you must be able to listen, and we must be able to listen as well. There's no one who's great from one another here. But Chair, I just want to say, we do know that we are members of the Portfolio Committee. We are playing oversight. We are not executive. A person who's having the executive authorities here, it's only the Minister that we know. So when we raise issues, it must not be taken as if we are politicizing them. We are not going to politicize things here. We are here as Portfolio Committee, portfolio committees here. So all of us, we must be given an opportunity to raise whatever, but not be taken as if we are politicizing things here. We are not going to do that. We know our mandate. Thank you very much.
So much. Honourable members, I really want to thank you for this. And we have foreseen that we will end up 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, especially where Minister Mackenzie is involved. I don't know why. He's always a suspect. Okay, let me give Dr. Mandra and then you, Dr. Honorable Molachani.
Thank you, Chair. There's just 2 points I want to make. One is I respect the fact that the entire report will be made available to this portfolio committee. My question is, would this entire report be available to the dissolved board? My second question is that, I'm a medical doctor, and when I get a report or I read a report in a journal, the first thing I look at is methodology. If the methodology is flawed, the conclusions are flawed. So for somebody to come in saying, I looked at the conclusions and the recommendations and I acted on them, it's completely wrong. You look at the methodology first. If the methodology of a study is flawed, I wouldn't even look at it, because then the conclusions are flawed. So if a study tells me that people who have more birthdays live longer, that's obvious. But the point I'm making is that when you look at a report, the methodology is as important as the conclusions. And that's why in this report, we are questioning the methodology of this report, and therefore it's got flawed conclusions. And therefore you cannot act on conclusions based on a flawed methodology. Thank you.
Before the Minister respond to that, I think when I had a bird's eye view on the report, I had my own assumptions as well. Because in a short space of 20 days, I've counted it, from the 9th, you received a letter. You then write back and you requested the forensic report. That was, I think, the 15th. And on the 18th, 3 days after that, DSAC said, no, in terms of PIA Act, we can't. But you have given some other reasons as well on the previous. And on the 29th, you were given the marching orders. But we learn, all of us, we learn. And I like the Minister's admittance that he learned, and he learned a lot from us, and he's getting agitated for us in terms of our role and all of that. So when we're engaging now, and the questions arises from members here, they automatically, the ministers, they have the report. So there's another pathway for us now to go. But I think it is for the minister to respond as to whether is action. His actions is justified, but again, it is also the minister's prerogative. It's his prerogative. We don't want to interfere. His executive. It's our prerogative to call him in and say, let's have a look at what is transpired here. That is what Honorable Nkosi has emphasized. Our prerogative, let's get an understanding. Because it goes out into the public, and we have to play that oversight role to ensure that everything, goes well as far as the operations of these entities is concerned. Minister?
No, thank you. I just wanted to tell the doctor here. He's a doctor, but from an entrepreneur side, methodology is not always what we do as entrepreneurs. You as doctors do that. Coca-Cola sold 13 bottles the first year. Anybody would look at it like saying, this doesn't work. But I hear what you're saying. But I also want to say that you have a right to defend yourselves. You have a right. This is your name. It's going out there. But wouldn't it be best, Chair, if you call in the firm that did the investigation without calling all of us in? And there's a closed session of the portfolio committee, that they must come and say, why is it that they've maybe not called the second board? I would just want to think that would be where this committee should start. They can then, because maybe they don't say it, maybe they did call the board and there was no response. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, let us just bring them in before we come in. And I don't even think DSAC people, because we are also implicated as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Then also to bring in the state law advisor, because what Ms. Potker said is so important. I don't think in any world the state law advisor can just move a report forward that they would get from where. So in my short time here, so
yeah, Minister, that's enough. That's grateful.
Sorry, the last thing, I must personally apologize about the issue of the Honorable, the Chair not having been, and the members of the portfolio. I want to apologize. You know, that's not how we should be doing stuff. And I can assure you that's not how. In fact, I was looking for you and I called you, Chair, to say, where are you, Chair? And you were still at home. But I think it was so nerve-wracking that weekend because it was live on TV, but that's not an excuse. But
I was thinking the same, Minister, but then the committee get together and they said, no, they are not recognizing us because we are calling them in because of SAIDs.
No. No. But I just want to say my sincerest apologies, but I will make sure that never happens, and if it happens the next time, it's on me as the Minister. So I want to apologize for that because that's no way.
The strategy of the committee was, should there be no satisfaction today, we would have definitely called in the state law advisor. We would have called in the former minister because we have that right. We have that right to do so. Like Friday, we have called in role players, a number of them, and I'm happy that you, Minister, have made yourself, because it's a very contentious issue, the MGE, very contentious issue, and we are aware what is going on. This committee, even as Parliament, we even pay for those delegations to come here. So, and we have done so today in some instances. That is just the way how we serious want to send out the message out there, how important oversight is. Honorable Nkosi?
No, Chair, it's fine. I thought that the minister will also apologize for the treatment that you got in Rustenburg, but nevertheless, I think he will talk with his officials that in future. He did say, yes. Or if he said that, it's fine. But he must speak to his officials. Really, they must take members of the portfolio committee very serious and respect.
The minister was just talking very soft when he apologized.
Yeah.
Honorable members, let me wrap it up in this fashion. We are going to meet as soon as possible. There was a possible indication for the 16th of September, and Athletics South Africa is not available, so it might be that date subject to what is happening between the president and the ministers. On the 16th, so we might have the minister, but I'm going to ask members to stay behind so that we can meet on the way forward on this particular issue. The minister has also mentioned an important factor, and I want the committee also to make sure about the accreditation of the firm that has been mentioned. We would like to also perhaps consider to have the state law advisor and others. If Dr. Kumalo, if you have perhaps any other individual that you feel deemed necessary to be present and part of this meeting, I think we should consider it as a committee. But we must meet as soon as possible. Be as it may, we will, after all the information, we will structure how we're going to have that meeting, with or without the minister, the ministry, with the state law advisor, or whatever the case may be. With that said, Honourable Member, your input says the present and the past. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your input. It was worth it listening to you, and also to send the message out there to the country that yes, we mean business and we want transparency, we want accountability as far as developments in some of our entities is concerned. The minister, with his busy schedule, he needs much more advisors and secretaries to just remind him that there is a meeting of the portfolio committee. Not to remember on the flight he must come to the meeting, as what happened today. But we would like to say thank you to the minister for making himself available as well. Members, your input and your interrogation and the fact that you're not taking it personal, Honourable Mtetwa, even if the minister said that you want to settle old scores. I want to appreciate you. The staff, I will never leave the staff behind. I will always make sure and fight for them to get tickets, to also be present, because they means a lot. They means a lot to this portfolio committee. Their input, their research. I would like to thank each and everyone that was present here today, and good luck. And we will inform everyone. I declare this meeting then closed.
Thank you, Honorable Bulletari.